If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 41, Apollo's God's Banquet. Diansect strode toward Rex and Soma, his blindingly white, floor-length robe embroidered with swirling gold patterns catching the light, with a high-collared cape, and a golden sash across his shoulder. A jeweled belt cinched the robe at his waist, with a few expensive-looking rings on his fingers, and he carried a staff topped with a glowing white crystal. A cape. Rex watched the cape flowing dramatically behind the god with an unreadable expression. Really? Slightly behind Diansect was Hermes, dressed in a sleeveless, flowing gown of delicate silver and lilac and silver and closed-toe heels. The dress hugged her petite waist before cascading into a wide, layered skirt, and her arms were covered by matching long, silken gloves that reached just above her elbows. The neckline of her gown framed her collarbones without revealing too much, and a flower pin held her silver hair in a bun with a few stands framing her face. Rex hadn't paid much attention to her the first time they met in Cupidinum or when he handed her the dust in the Diansect store. But now, as he really looked at her, he understood why many called her a doll. She was beautiful, strikingly so. A beautiful doll he would kidnap and lock up in his basement. Whoa! He cut off the thought. I should not be thinking that with a crowd like this. Someone might have mind-reading powers or something. Holy shit, brother! Soma! Diansect's grin widened as he approached. The hermit himself, gracing us lowly socialites with his divine presence. Rex watched as Soma slowly tilted his head up, locking onto Diansect's face for half a second before giving a small, indifferent blink. And here I thought parties were beneath you, my dear Soma, Diansect continued, his tone dripping with mockery. To see you here, out in the open, among people. Truly, a historic moment. Go away, Soma muttered, his voice flat, as he returned his attention to a random spot on the ground. Foo ha ha ha. Diansect threw back his head in laughter, his entire body shaking as if Soma had just told the funniest joke in the world. You wound me, old friend. You act as if I don't value your presence. As if I am not absolutely delighted to see you at such a lively gathering. Diansect didn't continue the conversation with Soma and instead turned to Rex. Aha! And if it isn't the one and only Rex Magnus? Good evening, Lord Diansect, Rex greeted with a small bow. Lovely evening we're having. Indeed, indeed, Diansect replied with a grin, his golden staff glinting as he leaned slightly forward, his deep grey eyes locked onto Rex's. Though, I must say, the evening just got a little more interesting now that I've found you here. You see, a little bird, a rather talkative one, might I add, has been whispering the most fascinating things about you. Oh. Rex raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, already guessing what was coming. Let me guess. Me being a level 3. Yes, yes, Diansect chuckled. The bird told me that you, my dear Rex Magnus, are the true architect of the Papilio crystallinum. Does the bird lie? Though surprised, his face remained composed. Papilio crystallinum was the name under which his purified blue Papilio powder was registered in the market, and only one person knew the true creator, Xanis. But Xanis wouldn't say a word unless he had a knife to his throat or something equally dire. So he guessed Diansect was just making an educated guess. Or maybe he put a knife to Xanis' throat and asked him of me while I was away in the dungeon, Rex thought. He replied with a small nod. No, the bird wasn't lying. I am its maker. He saw no reason to hide it. Concealing the truth wouldn't bring any extra benefits. In fact, revealing he was the creator might. Besides, gods could tell when someone was lying or telling half-truths, and Rex wasn't clever enough to craft a response that avoided lying without revealing the truth. There was a short pause, and then Diansect laughed loudly, his grin widening as he looked at Rex. So it is you, Diansect said, his grin widening. I knew I had an eye for talent. You were practically glowing when we first met. Yet, my handsomeness makes me glow, Rex thought, keeping his expression neutral as Dian continued. It's a marvelous creation, the god said, spreading his arm, causing the gold on his robe to catch the light. Almost like the perfect base for any healing potion. The best that can be produced in the mortal realm. He then leaned in slightly, his sharp eyes gleaming. Tell me, boy, how did you do it? What's your secret? The Diansect Familia had conducted research on one of the bottled powders, attempting to reverse engineer it. But they had discovered it couldn't be reverse engineered because it wasn't engineered in the traditional sense. It was as if the powder had been made that way naturally, with no discernible method behind its creation. Of course, they dismissed this as impossible. No one could create something so pure without a process. They concluded that the creator must have perfected its purity to such an extent that it appeared natural, so they gave up with attempting to reverse engineer it. "I'm sorry, Lord Diansect," Rex replied with a polite smile, "but I can't say." Internally, he smirked. "Would you want to know that I can swing my D*ck and this powder will drop? That I'm literally a walking bank? That you've been paying millions for something I can create for free?" Diansect waved a hand, his smile never faltering. Of course, of course. No one would want to reveal such an expensive secret." He didn't seem mad or bothered at all. Instead, he continued. "You see, my lovely Hermes over here," he gestured to the doll-like Gil, who gave Rex a slight nod, "has been working on a formula for almost 2 weeks, and she's unable to progress. At this rate, it would take months to make progress, and we can't wait that long. Ha ha dot." He pointed at Rex with his free hand, his ring on his index glinting and making Rex blink. "I would like you, Rex Magnus, to take a look at the formula and help my girl." "I apologize," Rex shook his head. "But I can't help her, my lord." Hermes's face remained composed, but one of her fingers twitched slightly at his response, while Diansect frowned, his sharp eyes narrowing. "I was only able to discover the Papilio crystal lenum by accident," Rex explained. "My knowledge in alchemy isn't at all on par with Dea Saint, who is one of the best in the city. If she's hung up on a formula, I won't be able to help." He was telling the truth, and the god knew that, but he laughed. "Luck is a part of skill, my boy," he said with a grin. "Why don't you take a look after this party and see if your luck will come into play?" This time, he wasn't asking. Rex sighed internally but nodded. "Then I won't decline, my lord," he said while thinking. "I can just see if I can use Scavenger on the formula or something." Diansect chuckled, his tone light but his eyes sharp. "Though I hope you'll keep your mouth shut about the content of said formula." Rex nodded. "I won't dare run my mouth." Diansect waved, about to turn and leave, when he seemed to remember something. "Earlier, you said my girl was one of the best." He glanced at Rex. "Why not the best?" "I meant nothing by that, Lord Diansect," Rex replied with a smile. Diansect's grin widened. "Then who would you say is the best?" Rex wanted to say Durlan, the captain of the Panacea Familia, but he knew that might anger the god. Instead, he laughed nervously. Diansect joined in, his laughter booming. "Ha ha ha!" Suddenly, he stopped, his face turning serious. "Who is the best, boy?" Rex gulped, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly. Then, a voice cut through. "Don't pressure the boy like that, Fox." Rex recognized the voice and turned to see Panacea walking. Phew! Rex exhaled slightly as he saw his bail. Panacea wore a fitted emerald green bodice over a silver green blouse, its high neckline peeking out above the bodice's sweetheart neckline. The bodice tapered at her waist, flowing into a floor-length sage green skirt that shimmered with every step. Her usual silver leaf circlet rested atop her honey blonde hair, now arranged in a slightly more polished bun. Behind her, Durlan stood tall in a deep forest green suit, the silver embroidery on his blazer mirroring the motifs on Panacea's bodice. His pale sage green shirt matched his goddess skirt, with a silver green tie, and black leather shoes. His blonde hair fell loosely to his shoulders, and a green watch gleamed on his wrist. "I just realized that I'm not that handsome." Rex sighed internally when he saw Durlan. Elves are really a VIP race. The elf golden eyes met his, and they gave each other a slight nod as Panacea spoke. Panacea turned to Rex. "I trust you are enjoying the evening, Rex Magnus." Her gentle eyes met his. "These gatherings can be overwhelming, but they're also an opportunity to connect with others." "So far, I am, Lady Panacea." Rex gave a polite nod. "Thank you for asking. I'm glad to hear it." Panacea's smile was warm, her presence calming. "If you ever need a moment of respite, don't hesitate to seek me out." She turned to Soma and was about to say something when another voice interrupted. "Diansect, Panacea." Rex glanced over, his gaze landing on a dark-skinned goddess, Pinga, with a tall, well-built level 3 human following behind her with his hands in his suit pants. "What's the occasion?" Pinga asked. As the three gods began conversing, the shift in the atmosphere was almost immediate. Like a dam breaking, the gathering around Rex and Soma expanded. More gods began to drift in, sensing an opportunity to mingle with the most renowned figures in healing and alchemy. One by one, they joined the growing cluster, bringing with them their captains, elite members, and tales of their own exploits. Rex barely had time to react before he and Soma were suddenly boxed in by a sea of divine egos. Some gods began boasting about their familia, while others tossed subtle jabs at their competitors, their voices weaving between playful banter and sharp-witted arguments. Bro, why? Rex sighed internally, his expression carefully neutral. Why the fuck can't they go anywhere else? He glanced down at Soma. Soma was gone? Rex quickly looked around, his taller stature allowing him to see over the shorter mortals and gods crowding the room. His eyes landed on Soma, who was halfway across the room, sitting at a table and pouring himself a glass of wine. Soma seemed to sense his gaze and glanced in his direction. Their eyes met briefly beneath the god's long bangs before Soma turned back to his drink. Betrayal! Rex screamed. How did he even manage to leave without me noticing? He quickly took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and began maneuvering through the crowd. It took a few minutes because some gods kept inexplicably dragging him into their conversations, like the two arguing over which of their elf girls looked the best. Rex had simply said, "Why don't you ask him?" and pointed at Durlan, who was standing silently behind his goddess as she argued with Diane Sect in their own small group. Before the gods could react, Rex slipped away. He finally made it to Soma, who had only taken a sip of his wine before setting it aside, clearly unimpressed by its quality. Rex decided to use a drink to clear his mind and picked up the bottle. A while has passed, so Apollo should come in soon to start the party. He thought as he opened the bottle. Then we can leave. He grabbed a spare glass, poured himself some wine, and took a sip. His face immediately contorted. This shit is so ass. He closed the bottle and placed it back on the table. Cheap fucking wine. The thought irritated him. He came here against his will, and the wine was this bad? He grabbed an apple from the fruit tray, cleaning it with a napkin from the table. At least no one else should approach us, since those two are busy. He was about to bite into the apple when a loud voice rang out. There he is. Rex nearly crushed the apple in his palm as he turned to see Hermes sprinting toward him. Oh, it's just him. Rex relaxed. Hermes was a chill god, the one who'd taken him to spy on naked girls, a memory he still hadn't forgotten, and the one who'd saved his life. He didn't mind talking to the man, especially since he'd seen the god earlier flitting from group to group, never staying too long. Rex figured this would just be a brief catch-up. The god was dressed casually in a cream-colored suit, the blazer unbuttoned and his burgundy dress shirt untucked. The top two buttons of his shirt were left undone, and his red tie hung loosely around his neck. Behind him, Asfi wore a black sleeveless gown with an open-back blouse that exposed a portion of her upper back. The blouse covered her entire front and wrapped around her neck with a fur-lined collar, and a matching fur waist piece cinched the gown to her waist, with the long, flowing skirt extended gracefully to her heels. "Hi there, Rex," Hermes said with a smile as he approached. "Looking as handsome as ever, I see." He immediately turned to Soma, who was sitting beside Rex. "You too, Soma. Love the watch, that's what I call style." "Lord Hermes, please lower your voice," Asfi said, pushing up her silver glasses. Soma didn't respond, and Hermes turned back to Rex without pause. "How have you been these past few days? What have you been up to?" "Just dungeon diving," Rex shrugged. "Same as always. You didn't take a break after the event on 18th. Hermes grinned. "That's dedication. True dedication." "Haha," Rex chuckled as he placed his apple on the table. "I forgot to thank you for the elixir you gave me a few days ago." He unbuckled his watch. "How about you have this? It's worth about 1.5 million valis, and I just bought it, so don't worry about it." Hermes waved dismissively. "The potion was payment for the amazing magic ya wait, Yaa. Hermes' eyes widened as they landed on the black watch. "How much did you say that was?" "Around 0.5 million, Rex repeated, lowering his hand. "And, thanks for not seeking payment. You are truly a kind god." "Ahem." Hermes cleared his throat, cutting Rex off as he extended his right palm. Rex looked down at the palm in confusion. "What?" "Cough the watch, cough," Hermes said, beckoning with his palm. "Hand it over." Thud, Asfi punched Hermes over the head, sending him to his knees. She bowed slightly to Rex. I apologize for him, she said, meeting his eyes. You can keep the watch. No, it's all right, Rex said, removing the watch. It wasn't that expensive. I can always buy a new one. He noticed the duo staring at him in silence. Suddenly, Hermes still on his knees appeared in front of Rex, hugging his legs like a beggar and looking up at him with puppy dog eyes. Please pay off my familia's debt. Wham! A kick from Asfi sent Hermes flying to the side, sliding across the tiles. Some gods who witnessed the scene burst into laughter. Again, I apologize, Asfi said to Rex. Ah, no problem, Rex said, glancing at Hermes, who was now sprawled in the Yem Sha pose on the ground. It amazes me how they treat gods so casually. It might just be because he was a coward, but he could never treat a god like that no matter how close they were. He then held out the watch to aqua-haired girl. You can have the watch. It's no problem, Asfi said, waving it away with her gloved hand. I insist, take it, Rex smiled. I don't. Take it. There was a short silence between them, cyan eyes on amber, before Asfi reluctantly took the watch. Thank you, she said. No, I should be the one thanking you for saving my life. Rex replied, messaging his wrist. He hated wearing that watch, expensive but uncomfortable. Asfi was about to say something when Hermes shouted, there they are. Rex looked over to see the god grinning at the door from his position on the ground, all the way across the room. Following his gaze, Rex saw the protagonist group stepping in. Bel was holding his goddess Hestia's hand, and Myaake was holding Naz's. They were quickly joined by Takemi Kazuchi and his girl, Mikoto, and a woman whose status showed. That's Hephaestus. Rex was surprised by the appearance of the god called Hephaestus. I'll catch up with you later, Rex. Hermes shouted, scrambling to his feet and sprinting away. It was great meeting you, Asfi said with a slight nod. Likewise, Rex returned the nod as the girl speed-walked after her god. The moment they left, Soma's voice came from behind him. You draw attention. Rex turned to see the god's tired black eyes staring at him through his bangs. Leave. Rex didn't argue. He walked away and took up a position next to a pillar not far off, where he could keep an eye on Soma and most of the ballroom. But that's really Hephaestus. Rex thought, staring at the beautiful red-haired goddess wearing a red gown that has a sash that crosses diagonally over her chest, leaving one shoulder bare while the other is partially covered. The bodice was fitted, accentuating her toned physique before transitioning into a long, layered skirt that cascades in soft folds, adding movement and elegance. She accessorizes with bicep-length gloves that match the gown, featuring small, delicate ties near the upper arms, and a large, dark rose-shaped accessory was pinned at her collarbone. Why do I remember her as a buff, tall woman, he thought, racking his brain to see where his memories got messed up. Oh! He snapped. I mistook her for Mamma Mia. Right, okay. Mamma Mia is the tall muscle mommy, not her. He nodded. But looking at the group, he realized, I haven't gotten my payment from her for saving her boy. He covered his grin with one palm. I can have her make me my new weapon. An overpowered, first-class weapon. He then frowned. Fuck, why didn't I think of that for the past week? Am I retarded? As he watched, he noticed that after the initial greeting, Hermes took the watch from Asfi and started showing it off to the group. After he introduced the watch, Hestia and Naz's eyes turned into the symbol for Valis, and the small goddess tried to snatch it from his hand, but he quickly moved it away. Hermes then held it above Hestia's head, and as she jumped to try to get it, he raised it up while sticking up his thought like a child. Rex just stared in silence, and then Asfi elbowed him, literally sending him flying across the room like a rag doll and slamming into a wall. How isn't he dead from that? My guests. I'm glad to see you've all arrived. A loud voice echoes through the ballroom. Every head around me instantly turns to face the front side of the room to a god standing in front of a double door on top of a grand staircase. He has blonde hair that seems to shine like the sun from the chandelier's lights, the bright and wavy locks gliding neatly over one. With a smile that is equally brilliant, his handsome looks are powerful enough to make male and female stand and stare, including Rex. He stood 180 centimeters, 5 feet 11 inches, tall, wearing an elegant soft white three-piece suit, with a blazer that had a single sun-shaped button at the waist. Underneath, he wears a black vest with a deep V-cut along with a high-collared dress shirt. A silk cravat that matched his blazer and pants was tied neatly at his neck and draped over his shoulder is a long, flowing red sash. He holds a delicate wine glass with red wine, and two adventurers, a man and a woman, stood just behind him on either side. Apollo has arrived. Author's note: there is a lot of discrepancies I noticed from the anime, manga, and novel. I know that the anime need to cut out some things for time, but they really cut out Hephaestus from the entire ball. Or was there and I just forgot? Too lazy to go watch it now. Also, in an earlier chapter I wrote this: by the end of just 2 nights, 14 of the 27 bottles of Soma wine in stock had already been sold. Emerging, 2025, Chapter 28, Para 20. I realized how wrong that was while reading Volume 6. Soma didn't only have 27 bottles in stock. He had so much more saved up. A wine cellar. Not their home. That's right. Soma bought a big building just for storing his wine. Guess his home wasn't big enough. Hestia doubted his words, but Hermes was serious. The deity continued to relay the information. It's located in the southeast, close to Dataros Street. Apparently the security is pretty tight, tighter than their home. Upper-class adventurers are crawling all over the place. Too lazy for the APA format. This also confirms that there are multiple level 2s in the familiar, since upper-class adventures normally refers to level 2 plus adventurers. There was also another mention in the earlier volume that higher class adventure in the Soma Familia are calmer because they can handle Soma's divine wine better. I mean, it makes sense there will be more level 2. It's not like only level 1 will get addicted to the wine. I can even add a level 4 and no one can say shit. So I will be changing some part that I mentioned there only being 2 level 2s in the Familia, and I will try to introduce the other high class adventure after the party. Anyway, thank you for listening to my TED Talk, and sorry for the late chapter. Was reading Volume 6 of the novel. Chapter 42, Apollo's God Banquet, 2. An idea came to me about how to make this event special, Apollo announced, his smile radiant with excitement. How do you like it? Dressing up the ones we hold most dear and bringing them to our celebration, what could be more delightful? Quite a few other gods agreed with him, erupting into cheers and applause. It took a few seconds for the noise to die down before Apollo continued. Seeing so many of my kin and the faces of their beloved children fills me with great joy. Tonight is a night destined to be filled with grand opportunities and new meetings. I have foreseen it. His gaze swept the crowd, his smile widening. The night is young. I have assembled only the finest wines and freshest food. So, by all means, wine, dine, and enjoy yourselves. He raised his arms high into the air as the last echoes of his voice reverberated through the ballroom. Another cheer erupted, mostly from the male deities, and wine glasses of all designs were filled and clinked as the party officially began. Finest wine, my ass, Rex thought, though he wasn't judging fairly. The wines were actually high quality, that is, if you didn't compare them to even Soma's failed wine. Let's find High Acanthos, greet him, and get out of here. Soma was staring at him as if telling him to get this over with. Rex quickly scanned the ballroom. All 100 or so members of the Apollo Familia were dressed in their uniforms, serving as attendants for the guests. Apollo himself was surrounded by other deities, greeting and chatting, while High Acanthos never left his side. It's going to be hard to get to them, Rex thought, glancing at High Acanthos' status. Wow, he's pretty strong. High Acanthos was a high level 3, with his highest stat dexterity at B, while strength and endurance were both C. How did Bell even manage to beat him? Rex couldn't remember the fight or how the war game had gone, but looking at High Acanthos' stats, Bell shouldn't have stood a chance. Bell's highest stat right now is dexterity at C, and even after training with Ace before the war game and pushing it to S, he wouldn't have matched High Acanthos' overall stats. Not even close. Even Rex's current base stats, without any buffs, would barely allow him to compete with a mid-level 3 in raw stats. Not only that, High Acanthos had the development ability Hunter, meaning he was an exceptional fighter even as a level 1, surpassing 90% of other adventurers. With years of experience over Bell's barely 2 months, plus his magic and personality, there was no reason he should have lost. Arrogance. Plot armor. Rex didn't care much, but looking at High Acanthos' stats, one thing became clear. I want him. A level 3 with stats that high meant he was close to becoming a level 4, and having a level 4 in the Soma Familia would make things easier in the future if the Familia ran into trouble. Not just him, Rex scanned the ballroom and checking the stats of all the Apollo Familia members. Most of them are solid investments. There were some level 2s with stats high enough to reach level 3 after a strong push, and even level 1s who looked ready to advance soon. Their familia spread out after the war game, so how should I make it so they all come to the Soma familia? Rex tried to think of a plan, but this wasn't his strength. I should speak to Xanus about this. He looked back to see Hyacinthos still with Apollo, and just then, Hyacinthos glanced at him. They locked eyes, and the captain gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. This was their cue to leave. But Rex looked back at Hephaestus. I need a way to speak with her. He needed the goddess to acknowledge his deed and promise him a weapon or something. Even if she didn't make it personally and had Tsubaki handle it, he didn't mind. He just needed something high quality and cheap. Should I just walk by and have them see me? He tried to rack his brain on how to approach them but couldn't think of anything that wasn't awkward. The only good way was for them to come to him. Yeah, let's just walk up to them. He pushed himself off the pillar. Why should I be scared? All he had to do was walk up and greet Belle or something, ask him how he'd been doing since the 18th floor, and then steer the conversation to Hephaestus. Suddenly, a wave of sound erupted from all directions as every eye in the ballroom turned toward one spot. Rex followed their gaze and instantly found the source of everyone's excitement, a giant Boaz and the silver-haired goddess standing beside him. Goddess Freya. Long, silver hair draped over smooth shoulders, framing a face blessed with flawless symmetry. Long lashes surrounded her calm, silver eyes that radiates confidence, while her skin glowed pale and radiant like fresh snow and just as soft. Her figure embodied the golden ratio, a full bust leading into a slender waist before flaring at the hips. She wore an ankle-length black gown with deep red accents, the neckline dipping low to reveal her pale cleavage and the middle of her chest. A thick black belt cinched her midsection, accentuating her slender figure, before the skirt fanned out in layered folds of black and deep red. She wore a long white gloves that ended near her shoulders, a black choker around her neck, 2 flower-shaped ornaments rested at her temples, and black shoes. She took one step forward, and every eye in the room locked onto her. Another step, and the gazes followed. Even with indomitable will negating the passive charm she exuded, she was beautiful enough for Rex to be instantly smitten. He was, after all, still a man. She was so stunning that he felt jealous that she was obsessed with Belle. He almost wanted to say, "Hey Freya, take a look at this," and point to his soul. "How do you like the soul of an otherworlder, babe?" Then he will grab her choker and pull her to himself, saying, "You're mine now, bitch." Who wouldn't want such a beautiful, country-toppling goddess to love and obsess over them? But of course, he didn't do that. He currently enjoyed his relatively quiet life, and having the attention of Freya and her entire familia would make things very, very hard for him. He moved his eyes from the woman and landed on the towering 210 centimeters, 6 feet 11 inches, Boaz demi-human behind her. His frame is packed with dense, corded muscle, with dark skin and rust-colored hair that matched his eyes, and a pair of short, boar-like ears poked through his hair. He wore a 3-piece suit, a deep red blazer with black lapels and pockets, a matching vest, and a crisp black shirt with a bow tie of the same dark hue. His trousers continued the deep red theme, the suit tailored to accommodate his muscular build without appearing baggy. Black gloves covered his hands, and polished black dress shoes completed the look. King Otter. Rex glanced at the man's status. Level 7. A level he wouldn't reach for a while. Belle might even reach that level before me. The effectiveness of Scavenger would continuously decrease the higher his level became. The deep floors that level 5 and 6 adventurers found hard to solo were only filled with level 4 mob monsters, so he wouldn't be able to effectively farm SSN stats when he became level 4. Scavenger just confirmed that the first level 5 mob monster appears on floor 45, but even the Loki familia needed an entire expedition to reach down there. He doubted he'd be stronger than the entirety of the Loki familia at level 4, meaning his solo journey would likely stop by the time he became level 5. No, it might even stop when I become level 4. By then, his growth would slow so drastically he'd probably have to spam Indomitable Will's growth effect to match Belle's speed. That thought is for the future. He pushed that thought to the back of his mind for now as he noticed Freya moving toward the protagonist group. He decided he wouldn't approach them anymore. Throughout the night, her eyes would probably be on the group, and he didn't want her attention. Rex walked up to Soma, whose head was bobbing back and forth like he was about to fall asleep, and lightly patted the god's shoulder. The god snapped out of his daze and sat straight, looking around as if he'd been attacked before glancing up at Rex. "It's time to go," Rex said, and Soma let out a small sigh. Finally. The god immediately stood from his seat and began walking toward the door. They were going to pass the protagonist group, but they were so occupied by the arrival of Loki and Ace that they wouldn't even notice him. However, as they passed, Loki, who was arguing with Hestia and looked like she was about to start a fight, glanced in their direction. She looked back at Hestia for a moment, then immediately turned her whole head toward them. Rex noticed this from the corner of his eye. Loki seemed to instantly forget about the still shouting short goddess as her eyes widened, sparkling like a child who saw their Christmas present. She immediately sprinted toward them, much to everyone's surprise. The goddess reached them in an instant, dropped to her knees, and slid toward Soma, hugging his legs. "Soma!" she shouted like a girlfriend meeting her long-distance boyfriend. Soma simply glanced down at the goddess. "Loki!" he mumbled, his black eyes looking down at the flat-chested, red-haired goddess dressed in a crisp black suit. "If I'd known ya were comin', I'd a brought the dang ring," she said, grinning up at Soma like a fool. "So, what's your answer? Ya gonna marry me or what?" Rex almost coughed up blood in surprise, as did everyone else in the surrounding area. "What?" he shouted internally at this sudden turn of events. "Is that Soma? First time I've seen him. He's never attended one of the other gods' celebrations, not even other social calls. Why is he here? I heard the Soma and Apollo Familia are allies. I guess it makes sense for him to attend. What's this talk about marriage?" Rex realized he and his god had become the center of attention. He slowly moved away, trying to leave Soma to his fate, but the god seemed to sense this and glanced at him from behind his bangs. Those eyes told him not to leave, and he sighed in his heart and stood his ground as Soma returned his attention to Loki. "I refuse." A direct reply. "I refuse your refusal." Loki barked, clinging to his legs tighter as he tried to shuffle away. "Marry me, ya idiot. I'm begging ya here." Ace quickly ran forward and grabbed her goddess, pulling the thrashing woman away. "No, let me go!" Loki screeched. "Why's Ishtar gettin' ya wine and not me? I asked ya first, damn it! Is it my body ya want? Fine, take it!" she hollered, flailing as Ace carried her further and further away. So this is about Soma's wine, Rex thought. Then he realized he'd gotten Freya's attention. Like most people in the ballroom, Loki's little act had drawn the goddess's gaze. "Scavenger, she's used her soul sight on me." Scavenger judged this as low quality. "Oh, thank God." Rex saw Freya return to talking to the other gods around her and decided to leave when a voice called from behind him. "Wait!" Rex stopped and turned, finding the small goddess hurrying toward him, her twin black pigtails bouncing with each step. "Thank you for saving Belle's life," she said with a bow. "Don't worry about it," Rex replied, noticing their group starting to approach, except for Hephaestus, who was talking to an old god named Goibniu. "I couldn't just let them die down there." The goddess nodded at this. "But..." She straightened up and pointed a finger at him. "Don't think for a second that means I forgive you. You sent that minotaur straight to Belle. He nearly died because of you." "Yeah, that was my bad," Rex admitted, placing his palm on Soma's shoulder to stop the god from sneaking away. "And I apologize for that." Hestia stared at him and then lowered her head again. "But, even if I can't forgive you for what you did, I still have to say it again." She looked up at him, genuinely grateful. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, Belle would have died. So, thank you for saving him." "Don't worry," he said as he extended his hand to the goddess. "Think of it as payment for putting his life at danger the first time." "Yes." Hestia nodded and took his hand. "That means you have forgiven me for putting Belle's life at risk, right?" Rex asked with a smile as they released each other's hand. After all, he could have run but stayed and fought, which allowed him to level up. "Humph!" she pouted, looking away and folding her arm under her massive breast, causing it to look even bigger. "Only if you get me that watch like you did for Hermes," she joked. "Damn, those breasts," he thought, her big cleavage reflecting on his pupil. He started to regret not joining her familia. If he did, he would have been able to see this more, and maybe he could let his inner creep win and. He didn't continue that thought, and before he could reply to her joke, Hermes shouted as he approached, "Are you guys leaving so soon?" "Yes, we merely came to exchange pleasantries," Rex replied, glancing at the messenger god. We will be on our way now. Come on, the night is still young. Hermes said as he came around and slung his left arm around Soma's neck, Rex's former watch now on his wrist glinting in the light. There's a lot to do at this party. Drink, eat, enjoy yourself. Socialize with other adventurers, Rex. You might need allies in the future. Release me. Soma tried to wiggle out of the god's arm, but Hermes wasn't letting go. Haha, let's drink, Soma. He shouted, pulling the god away as Asvi followed after them. Rex watched them go, then a voice spoke up. Thanks for saving Belle after what we put him through. He glanced at the bowing Mikoto, her face flushed with embarrassment. It was nothing, really, he smiled at the young girl. I was the one who put you guys in that situation, after all. She nodded and straightened up, meeting his eyes with a smile. I'm Yamato Mikoto of the Takemikazuchi familia. She extended her gloved right arm. Nice to officially meet you, sir. Rex Magnus of Soma. Rex took her smaller hand and shook it. A pleasure meeting you, Miss Mikoto. Naza said hello from beside my ache while the four deities started talking. She wore a simple soft red dress that flowed down to her ankles, with only one sleeve on her right arm, a deep burgundy long sleeve that stopped at her wrist and a white glove on that hand. Do I look nice? She lightly pulled the skirt of her dress out to the sides with her fingers and did a little curtsy, her face as sleepy as ever. Of course, Rex nodded, causing her tail to flick happily back and forth beneath her dress. Cute fucking dog. He wanted to pet the dog before him, but he held back and turned to Belle and said, You too, Belle. You look handsome. Belle blushed and looked away. Why you too? He struggled to meet Rex's eyes, red meeting amber. You look, handsome too. He said as he eyes Rex's body. He thought nothing of the young boy's homosexual reaction and asked, How have you been after the event? Did you heal well? They ended up talking for a while, with Belle praising Naza and Mayaka's capabilities and how they helped him recover fully. You should visit Lord Mayaka's store. All their potions are high quality and cheap. He already comes, Belle. Naza said, the white-haired boy turning to her with a questioning expression. Didn't I say we have a new loyal customer keeping us afloat? Mayake added with a light laugh. If not for him, we wouldn't have been able to afford the clothes and the carriage we used to come to this party. Praise me more, Brokey, Rex thought but kept his smile humble. Well, like Belle said, the potions are high quality and cheaper than those sold elsewhere, so I don't see myself buying from anywhere else soon. He turned to Hestia, who was talking to Takemikazuchi, and said, It's thanks to Hestia that I found your store. The small goddess heard her name and turned. Me? She asked, pointing to herself with a question mark above her head. Yes. Rex blinked. I came to buy Jag American, and you recommended I go to Mayake. It turns out Hestia is our savior. Mayake said with a smile. Ha ha ha, the goddess chuckled nervously and scratched the back of her head, trying to remember Rex. She had recommended a lot of people to the store, but no one ever went because of how shady it sounded and Rex hadn't particularly stood out. You don't remember me, goddess? Rex asked, feigning sadness. Now Belle. Hestia quickly warped her arm around Belle's arm, her breast squishing on his arm. Let me introduce you to my other divine friends. She pulled him away to get away from the awkward position. I will see you guys later. Belle waved as he was pulled along by the goddess. Rex watched in silence, almost feeling like the meme it should have been me, not him. He really wanted to switch places with that lucky boy. Takemikazuchi then stepped towards Rex with a smile. It's great meeting Belle's savior. He said, extending his hands as Rex shook it. Mikoto told me a lot about you, Red Dragon Rex. Poof, Mikoto's face practically explodes, smoke rising from the top of her head with a deep red blush on her face. She praised you before Takemikazuchi could say more. Hestia rushed from beside Naza, where she had been talking, and pulled the laughing god away. Mikoto, still holding Naza's hand, inadvertently dragged the Chienthrope along, causing Mayake to chase after them. This left Rex alone. Well, he cracked his neck. Let's find somewhere to hide until the party is over. So, you're Welf's savior. Rex turned to see Hephaestus approaching him, a glass half filled with red wine in her hand. Ah, Lady Hephaestus. Rex smiled politely at the crimson-haired goddess. To what do I owe the honor? I wanted to see my child's savior for myself, she said, stopping before him. I'm grateful for that, but, she gave an exaggerated sigh, please tell me you didn't just save him because you wanted something from me. Not really, Rex shook his head, meeting her crimson eyes. You weren't on my mind back then, but after seeing you a few minutes ago, the thought of coming up to you and asking for payment did cross my mind. He decided to get straight to the point and not sugarcoat it. The goddess didn't seem like the type to beat around the bush, at least, not from what he remembered in the show. Ah, it would be stupid not to take advantage of it now, wouldn't it? She smiled slightly before continuing, Welf was thinking of making you something, but I'll repay you in my own way. She took a sip of her wine. How about this? Next time you want a customized weapon, just come to me, and I'll have one of my best smiths make it for you at 25% off. I'm grateful for that, goddess. He bowed. That's more than enough. Well then, she waved as she walked away, I'll be off. Enjoy the party. You too, Lady Hephaestus, he called after her as she gave him a backward wave. When she was gone, he grinned. Fuck yeah. He clenched his fist. He had gotten what he wished for, a gift from the goddess. A 25% discount might not seem like much, but it was fucking awesome. After all, if he ordered a 100 million Valis first-class weapon, he'd only have to pay 75 million. That was a lot of Valis saved. He was even surprised she offered 25% off, he'd been expecting something like 15%. He was a bit disappointed she hadn't specifically mentioned Tsubaki's name, but Hephaestus was part of the good guys, so she definitely wouldn't rip him off and send a mediocre smith his way. She'd said one of her best, so she would likely deliver. And she mentioned something about Welf wanting to repay me. Rex had to find a way to get in contact with that Krazo and see if he could get the guy to forge him a magic sword. Wait, what happened to my old magic sword? Author's note, sorry for not posting yesterday as I needed to get these 2 chapters done and just post them at once as not to make things drag on. Also, should Rex ger himself a new weapon from Hephaestus now or when he becomes a higher level? Also, if you have idea for realistic magic weapons he should get, let me know. Chapter 43, Apollo's God Banquet, End. About 2 hours had passed since the party started, and Rex had spent most of the time talking to higher-ranked adventurers about the lower floors. Though he had read about them, speaking to people who had experienced those floors firsthand was far more informative. Since he would soon venture down there, he had to be prepared. Getting cocky due to his higher power would only invite death. Time passed without him even noticing, and he made a few connections, especially with a level 4 smith who was the captain of the Ogan Familia. The man had taken a liking to Rex and invited him to visit when he was free, offering to make a weapon for him. Though there was no discount, Rex didn't decline the offer. Rex sighed as he slumped into a chair in the corner, scanning the ballroom. The bright chandeliers hanging from the ceiling illuminated everything like a work of art, making the scene resemble one of those Renaissance paintings of noble gatherings. It was beautiful, and Freya and her captain weren't hard to spot. It was like finding a diamond amidst a pile of gold. She was that stunning, and the towering otter made it even easier. I wanted to talk to him. If he could get Otter to speak, the man would be a goldmine of knowledge. But sadly, he never left his goddess's side, and Rex was too much of a coward to approach them. As for Soma, the god was now sitting with a small group of drinking gods and goddesses, with Hermes nowhere to be seen. The attendants were hard at work, carrying out even more extravagant food to the tables and passing around richly colored wine. Suddenly, the music changed as an elegant tune began to play, though Rex couldn't spot the live orchestra. Almost as if on cue, the center of the ballroom floor cleared for dancers. The party should be ending soon, he thought, leaning back in the chair and crossing his legs in a figure 4. He watched the dancers for a few minutes, then crossed his arms. Let's just wait this out. He wasn't going to ask any girl to dance, and he doubted anyone would ask him. Suddenly, he noticed that at some point, the doll-like Hermes was making her way toward him, her gloved hands resting in front of her, the flower pin in her hair glinting softly. Her silver and lilac gown shimmered subtly under the chandelier's light, the layered skirt swaying gently around her legs with each step. She stopped before him, looking down at the relaxed man with a calm expression, and extended her silver-gloved right hand extended toward him, palm up, fingers slightly curved in an inviting gesture. Care for a dance? She asked with a soft voice, her silver eyes meeting his. Rex blinked, glancing around once more as if to confirm she was speaking to him. Then, a slow smile spread across his face. Of course, lady, he said, sitting up straighter. He reached out, his larger hand enveloping hers with a gentle grip, his fingers brushing against the smooth silk of her glove. It would be my pleasure. He stood, their hands still joined, and together they made their way to the large dance floor in the center of the room, her gloved hand resting gently in his. Rex looked calm on the surface, but his mind was going haywire. Has she been smitten by me? Did Diane Sect put her up to this? If he did, then that's just low. Multiple thoughts crossed his mind as Scavenger judged them low quality before rating only one as high quality. True reason she had asked him to dance. Ah, that makes sense. He was a bit bitter at the revelation, but such was life. Taking a spot on the dance floor, Rex began using his parallel minds to ask Scavenger what to do. Hermes was much shorter than him, and her heels barely added 3 inches to her height, bringing her to about his upper chest level, so he couldn't just copy the dancing style of other, more similarly sized couples. He decided to rest his right arm gently around her hack just below the shoulder blade, bringing her slightly closer to minimize the gap and make it easier for her to rest her left hand near his biceps without stretching. For their other hand share right, his left they met slightly off to Rex's left side near Hermes' shoulder level rather than directly between their bodies, keeping the hold at a height that was easy for her to reach and allowing Rex to maintain good posture. As they began to move in time with the music, Amid's silver eyes met Rex's as they moved smoothly across the floor, their steps in sync thanks to Rex's parallel minds guiding him. After a few moments of silence, Amid spoke, her voice soft but clear enough to be heard over the music. Thank you for agreeing to dance with me, she began, her tone polite. I hope I haven't taken you by surprise. You did take me by surprise, but one I don't mind, Rex smiled down at her as they moved. She nodded. I must admit, I had an ulterior motive for approaching you. Oh. Rex raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. And what might that be? The formula I've been working on, she said, her tone softening. I hope you can give me some pointers. He already knew this was her purpose thanks to Scavenger, but he didn't mind. He got to dance with a beautiful lady, so it didn't matter. I see you can't wait until after the party, he chuckled, causing her to avoid his eyes for a moment. Well, I'm happy to help if I can. What exactly are you working on? Hermes' expression brightened slightly, though her tone remained professional. It's a high-grade healing potion that should heal the user at the level of an elixir while also increasing their blood flow, and drastically boosting all physical stats and granting them small passive regeneration for a few minutes. Oh, like adrenaline, Rex thought with a nod. Scavenger, can this potion be created? Scavenger rated it high quality, meaning it was possible. Do they know about adrenaline? This one was medium quality. I guess they know about something similar, but not exactly the hormone adrenaline. Seeing him silent, the girl continued, I got this idea from the blood rush effect triggered by dire situations. So she wants to create a drug that artificially grants an adrenaline rush while also providing passive regeneration, he confirmed, though he still didn't know how to make such a thing possible. Why don't you walk me through your thought process step by step? I'll see what I can do. It was difficult to use Scavenger to help her with her work. Even with his 6 different minds working together like a computer, it was still kind of difficult. He had to continuously make statements and have Scavenger judge them. Scavenger, these are the only ingredients she needs. She doesn't need more. Scavenger, she removed this ingredient and changed this process. She was correct in doing so. Scavenger, Scavenger. He had to use his 6 minds to work in tandem, testing combinations of ingredients she mentioned, and even asking Scavenger if certain types of ingredients or processes should be added. If someone were to read his mind, they would have been overwhelmed with information. Even if he didn't fully understand what she was saying or what he was asking Scavenger, the skill knew and did its job handsomely, and he spoke to the girl as if he knew his stuff. As they talked and danced, the girl's eyes grew brighter and brighter. To her, it felt like she was talking to a master, like she was back to being a child learning from a seasoned familia captain. He taught just like her old teacher. He never directly gave her the answer. Instead, he asked questions, made her rethink things, and gave her ideas without explicitly stating anything, forcing her to think and understand on her own. She enjoyed talking to him and didn't want the dance to end, but Rex had to part ways after about 10 minutes. As you should know, he smiled as they pulled away from each other, still holding hands, there's no free lunch in this world. I understand, the doll-like girl nodded, a bit saddened that she couldn't continue the talk. When the potion has been completed and tested, I'll give you the honor of naming it and provide you with 3 of them entirely free. That will do, he said, releasing her hand. They parted ways, their backs to each other, as they walked away, and Rex immediately made his way towards a table filled with food. Time to eat. Using mental compartmentalization and Scavenger to continuously think and process multiple streams of information had drained him mentally. He was in need of a feast, followed by a good night's sleep. Thankfully, the party would soon come to an end. And as if on cue, he saw Apollo approaching the protagonist's group with a handful of his uniformed followers trailing behind him. Finally, he sighed as he took a plate and began filling it with food. The music suddenly stopped playing as other guests noticed Apollo's movement and also made their way toward the protagonist group. Soon, the guest formed a ring around Belle and company, with Apollo himself at the center. Rex joined the circle at the back, his tall height allowing him to watch the scene unfold like a background character, his plate of food in hand. Much time has passed, but... Hestia, Apollo locked eyes with Hestia, smiling. It appears my children have caused you some trouble. Yes, and mine you, Hestia replied, eyeing him suspiciously. She took a deep breath, trying to figure out the exact wording she wanted to use. However, Apollo didn't give her time. My precious child was critically injured by your boy, his smile widened. I demand compensation. Damn, just like that. Rex's eyes widened. I thought he'd try a more sly approach. That's an exaggeration. Hestia shouted, pointing a finger at him. My Belle was hurt, too. You have no right to demand anything. My dear Lewin came home so beaten and bloodied that day, I had to hide my eyes. Apollo placed a hand on his chest, acting overly dramatic. My soul wept in his presence. With that, he spread his arms wide, his gesture prompting his followers to burst into exaggerated sobs, as if on cue. He was beaten. One of them cried, his face stained as heavy snot flowed down his nose. Blood. A girl cried out while cleaning her eyes with her forearm. There was blood everywhere. I couldn't look at him, another fell to his knees, punching the ground. Why did you beat him so brutally? He roared, his eyes filled with rage and pain, causing Belle to flinch. Just then, a figure emerged from behind Thema Level 1 Palom named Lewin, his entire body wrapped in bandages like a mummy. He groaned in pain as he hobbled forward on crutches, then stumbled. Ah, Lewin! Apollo cried out, rushing to Lewin's side and catching the boy before he fell. You don't have to push yourself. It hurts, the Palom whimpered. Everything hurts, Lord Apollo. Tears flowed down his eyes. It hurts. Damn. Rex stared at the scene. I would have actually believed this if I didn't know the show. Wow, they know how to act. Be Belle. Hestia turned to the boy with a horrified look. You didn't do this, did you? I didn't. Belle yelled at the top of his lungs, shaking his head. I didn't. This is way over the top. Additionally, I've heard that it was your boy who initiated the fight. Apollo turned to the duo. There are many witnesses. You're not talking your way out of this. The god raised one arm and wiggled his fingers as if beckoning someone forward. All at once, many people stepped out from the crowd, forming an even tighter ring around them. They were paid off, Rex thought, and Scavenger confirmed it. Damn, I'm learning a lot from this guy. I should use this one day. He suddenly noticed Soma trying to use the commotion to sneak away, so he quickly returned his plate to the table and followed the god. I shouldn't have to take Danmachi back to his home, right? After all, he had helped Hermes with what she wanted. To confirm, Rex glanced in their direction across the room. His eyes locked with the silver-haired girl, who gave him a polite bow. He returned a wave. As for Danmachi, the god was watching the scene with a wine glass in hand and a dirty grin on his face, completely oblivious to Rex. So, the man and god simply left the venue. I'm never doing this again. Soma mumbled, sounding like he was on the verge of tears. Should I beat up Xanis? Rex asked, and there was a long pause before Soma responded. Yes. Did not expect a yes. Just as they reached the door, Rex noticed 2 beautiful young women in Apollo Familia uniforms making their way toward them. Ah, damn it! One was a young woman, standing at about 164 centimeters, 5 feet 5 inches, with a slender yet athletic build. Her medium-length dark red hair framed strong facial features, and her piercing light yellow eyes locked onto them. She wore a clean, fitted white uniform dress that extended down to mid-thigh, paired with long black thigh-high stockings that left a small section of her thighs exposed, and beige ankle-high boots. A neat yellow necktie rested at her neck, and a long sword hung from a belt on her left side. The other stood around 160 centimeters, 5 feet 3 inches, with a slender, gentle build. Her long, straight blue hair reached down to her waist, partially hiding her face. Her soft, pale green eyes glanced shyly at them. She wore a form-fitting black uniform dress that extended down to her ankles, dark-colored shoes, and a neatly tied yellow necktie. Lord Soma and Rex Magnus, am I wrong? The red-haired woman spoke in a strong, curt voice. Yes, Rex replied as they both stopped to glance at the girls. That's us. The name's Daphne, executive of the Apollo Familia, the redhead introduced herself. This is Cassandra. She gestured to the shy-looking girl beside her. This. Cassandra stepped forward and bowed, her eyes glancing up at Rex as she held out 2 letters in a folder. This is for you. She said in a quiet tone. Ha! Rex sighed as he took the 3 items. And this is? You see, it's a letter from Captain Hyacinthos for the captain of the Soma Familia, Cassandra spoke softly as she pointed at the top letter. The other one is an invitation from Lord Apollo to you, Mr. R. Rex. She pointed at the bottom one. Me. Rex looked at the 2 letters, one which had a slightly larger seal, reserved for the deities of a familia. Why does he want me? That's all from us, Daphne said as she turned around. I hope you enjoyed the party. Bye, Cassandra bowed before running off to catch up with Daphne. Rex watched them go, then turned his attention back to the 2 letters as the duo left the venue. Outside, many carriages waited, some belonging to the guests inside, while others were up for rent. Rex rented one, and they climbed in as the journey back began. Inside, he opened both letters. The first one was from Captain Hyacinthos. The letter proposed an alliance between the Apollo Familia and Soma Familia to attack the Hestia Familia. The Soma Familia will leverage their legal claim over Lilyruka, and frame the assault as a justified effort for the Soma Familia to reclaim their member, who had been tricked, used, and profited off by Bell to avoid guild penalties. Hyacinthos offered 10 million valis up front and an additional 20 million upon Hestia Familia's defeat. The letter stated the attack would take place the following morning, with Apollo handling the main assault and Soma Familia ambushing escape routes. Included in the folder were forged documents to prove Hestia had coerced Lily, ensuring guild immunity for Soma Familia by portraying their actions as lawful retribution. The letter also contained a contract signed by Hyacinthos, guaranteeing the 10 million valis tax-free upon submission to the guild. Of course, the moment they submitted the contract, they would be bound by it and obligated to assist in the attack on the Hestia Familia. The other letter was simply an invitation from Apollo for a meeting the following morning. Don't tell me he also has his eyes on me, Rex thought, staring at the letter from the sun god. This is going to be troublesome. As for Hyacinthos's proposal to attack the Hestia Familia, Rex had already decided against it. Still, he would deliver the letter to Xanis to gauge the man's thoughts. And that girl, his thoughts drifted back to the shy, blue-haired Cassandra. While they were leaving, he took the chance to look at their status, and one thing's certain. I want her. Author's note, I wonder what Apollo is going to do to Rex. Also, if you have any ideas on how Rex and Xanis can benefit from this war, please let me know. I am not too good in writing these politics or 4D scheming, so if you can help me come up with some ideas that will be good. Not going to use everything proposed, or maybe none of them, but it will help me come up with something. Chapter 44, Meeting with Apollo. Moonlight streamed through the Xanis office's open windows, casting the room in a silvered glow that glinted off the wine cabinet's bottles. A cool evening breeze stirred the loose papers on the desk, while the lit fireplace provided warmth. What do you think? Rex asked as he opened one of Soma's wines from the shelf in Xanis's office. Should we help the Apollo Familia? He poured some wine into a glass. He had just returned after dropping Soma off at his personal brewery near Daedalus Street and handed both letters to Xanis, who had still been busy with paperwork. Xanis read through the letters and scanned the fraudulent documents before placing them down. What do you think? I asked you first, but okay. He finished the glass of wine and let out a slight burp before replying, I say no, but I want to hear your opinion. Yes, Xanis replied. I believe we should assist the Apollo Familia. Really? Rex turned to the captain. Why? The money. The money is certainly a factor, yes, Xanas said, adjusting his glasses. But the true prize is the girl, Arde. I forgot to mention this earlier due to my workload, but her magic holds significant potential for our operations. Really now? Rex mumbled as he returned the glass to the shelf. Her magic is named Cinderella. Xanas continued, it's a rare transformation ability that allows her to assume the form of any creature or object roughly her size, monsters included. So, spy work? Rex asked, but the captain shook his head. Let's start from the beginning, Xanas said, his voice steady as he met Rex's gaze. The moonlight from the window behind him cast sharp shadows across his face. I'm finalizing an agreement with the Iclos Familia. We'll provide them with a dozen Soma wines over 12 weeks, and in return, they'll pay us 86.4 million valis, distributed over 84 days. It's a lucrative arrangement, to say the least. 86 million. Rex mumbled, his eyes widening. Damn. First, the Iclos Familia paid 45 million for his powder, and now 86.4 million for Soma wine. That was over 130 million in the span of a week. He couldn't even begin to comprehend where they were getting that kind of money, but then again, it was the black market. Obviously, he wouldn't decline the offer, but... Did they tell you why they need so much Soma? Rex asked, trying to remember who the Iclos Familia was from the anime, but he couldn't recall any mention of them. Are they involved in slavery? That was the only reasonable conclusion. Enslavement via Soma wine would be extremely effective, and to be honest, he didn't care what the wine was used for. It wouldn't make him lose sleep if they were going to use it for slavery. It was like being a gun seller. He sold the product, and it was up to the buyer to decide how to use it. Not enslavement in the traditional sense, Xanas clarified, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. This is about the control of monsters. So taming. Rex thought, and the captain continued. According to the Iclos Familia, Xanas began, his tone measured, monsters showing signs of heightened intelligence have begun appearing in the dungeon. They refer to them as Xenos. Last night, I had the opportunity to observe one firsthand. He paused, as if recalling the encounter. It was an interesting experience. Xenos. Rex trailed off as he remembered something. He had stopped watching Danmachi after the Rakia invasion at the end of Season 2 because he had to wait for Season 3 and eventually lost interest. However, he had seen spoilers about Season 3 on Reddit. Xenos, intelligent monsters. He only recalled a bit about them, like the level 7 Minotaur and the blue girl Belle had saved, which led him to get involved with them. So Xanas knew about them before the protagonist group did. Rex thought as the captain continued. Each Xenos fetches an average of 10 million valis, Xanas explained, his voice calm but calculating. With Ard's magic, we could have her mimic a monster and act like a Xenos to lure them out. With this new source of income, money will flow in like water, enough to fund grimoires for both of us without straining our resources. A sound investment, wouldn't you agree? It is, Rex agreed. It will be a great investment. However, that's too much work for so little money. Xanas's smile froze at the words, his glasses catching the flicker of the fireplace as he stared at Rex, who continued. Think about it. First, we'd have to figure out where these Xenos even live in the dungeon. The place is massive, and we will be searching for something that's actively trying to hide. He has scavengers, so finding them will not be that hard, but Xanas didn't need to know that. Then, we'd have to use our day to lure them out, and after that, we will need to smuggle them out of the dungeon without the guild noticing. No easy feat. He shook his head. And for what? 10 million per Xenos? That's pocket change compared to the risks. Xanas frowned, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. 10 million per Xenos is hardly pocket change. And with Ard's magic, the risks are manageable. Manageable, but also unnecessary, Rex countered with a sigh. We're already making bank from our legal businesses, so why dip our hands into something as risky as smuggling monsters out of the dungeon? He became serious. Right now, if the guild catches us with our black market deals, at worst, we get fined. We're just evading taxes by selling outside their jurisdiction. But smuggling monsters? He chuckled. That's a one-way ticket to getting locked up, our fauna sealed, and our familia ruined. All for a few extra million? Not worth it. Xanas sat back in his chair, removing his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose as he thought. After a moment, he pulled a cloth from his pocket and began cleaning his glasses, the firelight reflecting off the lenses as he worked. You raise a valid point, Xanas conceded, his voice quieter now as he polished his glasses methodically. I may have overlooked the risks in favor of the potential gains. You're right, our current businesses are more than sufficient. There's no need to overextend ourselves for the sake of greed. Exactly. Rex snapped with a nod. I am glad you understand. Xanas wore his glasses as he said, that said, we should still assist the Apollo Familia. He looked down at the letter. 30 million valis is a substantial sum, and the attack itself is a straightforward operation. Beyond the money, there's the matter of principle. He met Rex's eyes again. The girl betrayed her familia for another. She deserves to face consequences for her actions. Indeed, Rex said. If he were in Xanas's shoes, he'd agree too. The deal had no obvious downsides. But I met Hestia at the party, and let me tell you, she's got connections. Hephaestus is her best friend. Loki's close with her, even if they bicker like enemies. Freya and Hermes are tight with her too. He shook his head while folding his arm. Making an enemy of Hestia means indirectly pissing off giants. That'll wreck our mojo. Xanas was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on Rex. If you've already made up your mind about not helping Apollo, why bother asking for my opinion? Because I wanted to hear your opinion, Rex replied. My opinion clearly didn't matter, Xanas said, leaning back in his chair, clearly irritated, though his expression remained composed. Never said it would. The two stared in silence before Rex continued, well, that's all. Rex waved as he turned to leave. I'll meet Apollo tomorrow, so if you can finish writing the refusal letter by morning, that'll be great. He pointed at the coffee table. Just leave it on that table when you're done. As he opened the door, Xanas's voice came, take the glass you used and wash it. Right. Rex went to the shelf and took the wine glass he had used to drink some Soma wine earlier, but as he was about to leave the room, he stopped. I can't believe I almost forgot the main reason I came here. The captain looked up from the paperwork he was about to work on. What now? Is there something else important you need to discuss? I am really sorry, Xanas. Trust me when I say this will hurt me more than it hurts you, but it's Soma's orders. Rex closed the door as he stepped back into the room. Wait, what are you talking about? Xanas said, his voice tightening with a hint of unease. Let's get this over with quickly, he smiled while cracking his knuckles. Now, please clench your teeth. He said as he threw a punch. Xanas screamed for over 30 minutes straight, and if not because of the soundproof walls he would have woken the whole familia. That night his endurance stats increased by 3 whole points. After finishing his midnight exercise, Rex made his way downstairs, only then remembering he hadn't gotten the chance to ask Xanas how they should steal members from the Apollo Familia if they lost the war game. But he decided to save it for tomorrow, since he was too lazy to return and ask and wanted to sleep. He washed the cup, made himself something quick to eat. After eating and cleaning the kitchen, he brushed his teeth, showered, and entered reverie. Night passed and morning came quickly. Waking up, he brushed his teeth, took another shower, and changed into the same white dress shirt he wore yesterday. He tucked into his black dress pants, the burgundy tie around his neck, and the black dress shoes on his feet. He was going to meet a god, the least he could do was look presentable. I should probably get more formal clothes, he mumbled as he looked through his closet, which was filled with unimpressive outfits that wouldn't work at all in a formal setting. With how things are going, he would most likely be attending more formal meetings, and wearing the same suit to all of them didn't sit right with him. Especially now that he was rich. All right, my next day off will be a wardrobe remake, he decided. Leaving his room, Rex made his way to Xanas's office and found the captain still sitting in the same spot behind his desk, looking down at a paper in front of him. The light bags under his eyes and the obvious signs of fatigue made it clear he had stayed up all night. You should probably get someone to work with you, Rex said as he entered the room. With how tired you are, you might make a mistake. No, Xanas cut him off with a sharp reply, not even looking up from his work. Suit yourself. Rex walked to the coffee table and picked up the 2 letters resting on it. One was Apollo's invitation letter, and the other had the seal of the Soma Familia capped in a golden wine glass with a half moon. I'll be off, then. Before leaving the room, he paused, looking back and saying, treat yourself with 10 million for that beating you received last night. With both letters in hand, Rex left the office and Cupidonam altogether, making his way to Ephebe Palace, the current home of the Apollo Familia. He wasn't in a hurry, so he walked leisurely through the city, enjoying the morning breeze, before reaching the massive mansion of the Apollo Familia. It was a grand 3-story building surrounded by a large iron fence with flowers and vines growing on it, hiding most of the structure from view and making it look like a wall of trees and blossoms. There was no one guarding the gate, so he walked toward it, and as he was about to knock, High Acanthos suddenly appeared from behind the tree walls to the left. He wore the usual Apollo Familia black uniform, with a high collar, white gloves and a white cloak draped from his shoulders. Various gold earrings adorned his ears. I wonder how long he has been standing there, waiting. It wasn't hard to get the answer by using Scavenger. Only 4 minutes. Lucky. I should have walked slower. We've been expecting you, High Acanthos said, his eyes locking onto Rex with a hostility he didn't even try to hide. Rex Magnus. Hey. His voice is rather high-pitched for a guy. Rex gave a slight smile at the man. Good morning, High Acanthos Cleo. Yes, good morning, High Acanthos curtly replied, gesturing to the separate gate to the side for humans to walk through. It's open, he said simply. All right, Rex said, walking toward the gate. As he did, he couldn't help but think, does this guy think I want to steal Apollo from him? He remembered that High Acanthos had shown the same unnecessary hostility toward Belle in the show for the same reason Apollo had taken an interest in the young boy. He almost wanted to say, don't worry, lil bro, I don't swing that way, but he held his tongue and pushed open the gate to enter the compound. This is a letter from Captain Xanis. Rex held out Xanis's letter. He said I should hand it to you. Right. High Acanthos practically snatched the letter from Rex's hand. Follow me, he said, turning around and immediately opening the letter. As they walked, High Acanthos quickly scanned the contents before scoffing. Coward, he mumbled under his breath before folding the letter. He returned it to the envelope, ripping it apart and tossing it into a garbage can they walked past. Rex hadn't read the letter, so he didn't know its contents, but he guessed Xanis had declined in a non-courageous way. But damn, he thought as he looked around the manor. Pristine white walls adorned with golden accents that shimmered under the sunlight streaming through tall, arched windows. High ceilings stretched overhead, their golden beams catching the light and casting a warm, radiant glow across the marble-tiled floors. The air was fresh, carrying the faint scent of blooming flowers from the gardens outside, while the open windows allowed the gentle breeze to weave through the halls. Every detail, from the intricate sun motifs etched into the walls to the golden chandeliers hanging above, reflected Apollo's divine them, bright, bold, and unapologetically radiant. This place is beautiful. The Soma Familia's main mansion didn't hold a candle to this. Well, the Soma Familia is way below these guys in terms of wealth, but that should change soon. He thought, noticing members of the Apollo Familia moving through the halls in their uniforms, each one looking ready for battle. He even saw Cassandra, who locked eyes with him then quickly looked away to rush after the Daphne she was following behind like a duckling. That's when it hit him. Since they would soon be getting more than 50 new members, wouldn't that mean they'd have to expand their home to accommodate everyone? Yeah, I should talk to Xanis about this after this meeting before heading to the dungeon. Enter, High Acanthos's voice cut off his train of thought. Lord Apollo is waiting for you. He gestured towards a massive yellow double door with a sun in the center, each halves of the sun on each door. Rex walked toward the door, pushing one open to reveal a massive chamber bathed in morning sunlight. Entering the room, the door closed behind him as High Acanthos entered with him, and Rex took in the throne room with a ceiling soaring so high it seemed to encompass all 3 floors of the mansion. At the ceiling's center, a massive glass window shaped like the sun bathed the room in a warm, golden light, casting patterns across the polished marble floor. Towering pillars, stretched upward to support the ceiling, and tall, wide windows lined the walls, their golden frames allowing streams of natural light and fresh air to flood the space, eliminating the need for artificial magic stone lamps. Littered around the chamber were marble statues, all depicting a naked Apollo, each striking a different pose. They were all unique, never repeating the same stance like the thinker Apollo, but what they all had in common was their hard-ons. Every single statue had a boner, and the sizes were all symmetrical and rather large. Either it was Apollo's real size, or he was just ego-boosting. Scavenger. Rex's eyes widened. Well damn. Apollo's an 8-incher. Like what you see. Apollo's flirty voice rang out. Rex turned to see the god sitting on the throne at the head of the room, his elbow resting on the armrest and his jaw propped on his fist, his glowing scarlet eyes locked on Rex. He was dressed in a red Greek chiton, and on the wall behind his throne was a stained glass window shaped like the sun. The sunlight shining through the glass cast a radiant glow on him, making him look extra handsome. "Good morning, Lord Apollo," Rex greeted with a bow, ignoring the earlier question. "To what do I owe this visit?" He wasn't sure if that was the correct phrasing, but it didn't matter. "Hyacinthos," Apollo called out, drawing the bowing captain's attention. "Why don't you get the operation started?" "Of course, my lord," Hyacinthos said reluctantly, glaring at Rex before leaving the throne room. There was a long, drawn-out silence as Apollo stared down at Rex from his elevated throne, maintaining his pose before smirking. "I knew my eyes weren't deceiving me when I saw you," he said. "You have the aura of the sun, Rex." Rex tilted his head. "I do. I am sure of it," Apollo said, leaning forward. "You must have a skill that resonates well with my divinity over the sun, my child." "My child?" Rex thought. "Already." As for the divinity thing, Rex assumed it was because of body furnace. Scavenger confirmed this true. "I guess that's nice." Apollo grinned as he stood. "Now, I'll tell you what." He started walking down the stairs. "I like you, and I want you." He spoke slowly, making sure he said each syllable. "We can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours, Rex." He was now at the bottom of the stairs. "But I'll let you know this," he spread his arms wide, "Apollo always gets what he wants." Did bro just quotes Boondocks? Rex was actually stunned by his choice of words, and Apollo noticed his surprise. "Are you surprised by the fact that the great Apollo finds you appealing?" he asked as he strolled forward barefoot. "Well, you shouldn't be. You have a magic that piqued my interest. You have an aura that resonates with me, and..." He stopped directly in front of Rex, his 5 feet 11 inches frame forcing him to tilt his head up slightly, scarlet eyes meeting amber. "You're quite the specimen," he purred. "Thank you, Lord Apollo," Rex said, genuinely thankful for the compliment. A compliment was a compliment, even if it was from a god who was obviously after his butt. Am I a narcissist? He doubted it. Any sane human would be thankful for a compliment. And by a god, at that. "Now, what do you say, Rex?" Apollo reached up and grabbed Rex's tie. "Will you become mine?" He pulled the tie down, bringing the taller man's face closer to his blushing one. They were so close Rex could feel Apollo's breath on his face. He shivered. "I apologize, Lord Apollo," Rex slowly placed his palm on Apollo's hand, moving it down. "But I'm not into men." "Ah, I understand," Apollo released Rex's tie. "But if you become mine, I won't force myself on you. I'm not that kind of god." He started walking around Rex, inspecting him like a predator eyeing its prey. "All you have to do is join my familia and lay with me when I need you to." He spanked Rex's butt. At that moment, Rex almost committed a sin worthy of death, almost punched Apollo. But he stepped aside, holding his hand up. "I apologize, but I'll have to refuse." "Okay, I see you're choosing the hard way, just like Belle and my lovely Daphne did," Apollo grinned, his handsome face turning ugly. "But I like it when you make it harder for me." He extended his right hand. "It makes the feeling when I finally catch you," he clenched his fist and his voice dropped low. "So much better." Rex forced a smile. "Lord Apollo, may I leave now?" "Oh, you may," Apollo smiled, his grin so beautiful it could make a straight man's heart skip a beat. And it did. "Damn," Rex sighed internally. "I'm not that handsome." He realized how plain he was in comparison. "I shouldn't compare myself with a god. Especially Apollo. After all, Apollo is considered to be the most beautiful god and is represented as the ideal of the Kouros. He is for gods what Freya is for goddesses. Even without charm, he could absolutely force many to do his bidding with his looks alone. That's not someone he should be comparing himself to." As Rex walked past Apollo, the god called out, "I heard one of your familia members is now helping Belle." Rex stopped walking. "I guess she'll help him fight off my members." Apollo grinned. "I wonder what would happen if she hurt one of my babies." Rex realized he had made a blunder. Shit. He instantly ran off, pulling open the door and sprinting without closing it. Apollo watched his butt disappear. How patient must I be?" The deity's eyes slowly closed while licking his lips. As for Rex, he instantly understood what Apollo was talking about. If Lilyruka attacked or hurt one of the Apollo Familia members, Apollo could pull the same trick he did before. Unlike the previous war game, he would likely just ask for a replacement for his damaged Familia member and outright demand Rex. And unlike Hestia, Apollo would 100% be able to pressure Soma into giving Rex up. Stupid girl! He thought as he ran through the now empty halls, following the path he remembered taking. Fuck! We should have just accepted the money and attacked the Hestia Familia. Now he'd still have to attack them to kidnap the stupid little girl to stop her from doing something for free. I just want to go back to the dungeon. A single tears flowed down his eyes. Why I got to do all these shit? I just want to grind. He almost felt like just letting Apollo get him. Author's note, at the end of the day, attacking the Hestia is inevitable. What a shame. Will Rex be forced to join the Apollo Familia or will he manage to capture the Palom, Lilyruka Arde, before she attacks any member of the Apollo Familia? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Wait, no Danmachi, Scavenger. Chapter 45, Problem Solved. The attack has started. Rex looked ahead to see smoke rising into the sky. It was so far it was almost imperceptible to his level 2 eyes, but Scavenger confirmed it was the Apollo Familia's attack on the Hestia Familia Church. Damn it! He was moving fast, darting across rooftops toward the Hestia Familia home. With strong body active and agility at SSS 1479, his speed matched a true level 3, with his feet barely touching the roofs before he leaped again. Below, the city folk caught only a blur overhead, gone before they could process it. At this pace, he'd reach the Hestia Familia Church in 3 to 5 minutes. That's if the Ganesha Familia didn't stop him for a reckless endangerment. Shit, aren't I? He reached the edge of a roof, kicked off, and cleared the 10-meter street below in an instant. His shoes hit the next rooftop with a soft thud, knees bending to absorb the impact before he surged forward again. Lily, my girl. At least don't kill anyone. He liked the Soma Familia right now, and with how things are going, he wouldn't trade being part of any other Familia. With how much freedom and money he has, even the Loki Familia couldn't get him to leave. Besides, if he joined another Familia, the millions of Valis he gets from selling his blue Papilio powder will disappear. After all, the deal was made with the Familia itself and not him. I could maybe strike up another. Wait a minute. Rex stopped running and stood on top of a roof, looking ahead at the smoke rising from the Hestia Familia's church, his burgundy tie flapping in the wind. I am him. He just realized something he'd neglected. He had power. Financial power. He had connections. Did he mention he had power? There was an easier way to handle this situation, and it was more permanent. He adjusted his tie. I'm one smart motherfucker. Soon. Apollo's eyes slowly closed as he sat on his ornate golden throne in the illuminated throne room. The manor was quiet, as usual, being a good distance away from the noisy areas of the city. But today, it was even quieter than normal. The bulk of his Familia had already left to attack the Hestia Familia about 15 minutes ago, leaving only a few level 2s tasked with protecting him. Now, he simply waited on his throne for the moment they would bring him Bell. Even if they failed to capture the rabbit, Hestia would be forced to accept the war game, which was already a win in his book. Oh, my beloved Bell Cranel, when will I embrace you in my own arms? Apollo had a habit of indulging in everything new and fresh. Picturing the events that would soon unfold brought him great joy. His very body shook with anticipation. And if you add Rex Magnus. My boys! His back arched in the throne as his hand moved to his private area. The night when he would sleep with his 2 boys was coming. He didn't mind if they refused his advances, many of his children had. Just sleeping in the same bed as them would be enough. Fuck. I can't. Apollo. A booming voice snapped him out of his fantasy as the double doors leading to his throne room blasted open with a thunderous crash. Who dares? Apollo sat up, his voice deepening as he turned his attention to the door. The one who had rudely kicked open the door was the captain of the Panacea Familia, the level 4 Durlan, dressed casually with his blonde hair in a ponytail, and his rapier sword drawn. Following behind him was an angry Dian sect, wearing his usual white and gold robe, and next to him was the doll, Hermes, dressed in the Dian sect Familia uniform. Dian sect. Apollo straightened his back and clenched his fist on the armrest. Have you gone mad? Mad? Foo ha ha ha. Dian sect's laughter boomed mockingly. Oh, Apollo, you truly are a spectacle. No, I'm not mad, I am disappointed. His grin sharpened as he leaned slightly forward. Here I thought you were a god of light, not a god of idiocy. But alas, it seems I overestimated you. What is the meaning of this, Danmachi? Apollo's jaw tightened, his golden eyes narrowing. You barge into my home, insult me, and bring armed adventurers into my throne room. Explain yourself before I... You see, Danmachi interrupted, his tone shifting to something colder, his grin never faltering. While you've been busy playing your little games, you've managed to step on some very important toes. Mine, for starters. Apollo's expression shifted from anger to confusion. What are you talking about? Did his children mistakenly attack one of Danmachi and Panacea's property? No, they aren't that dumb. At his question, Danmachi simply gestured broadly behind him, and Apollo turned his attention to Panacea, who he hadn't noticed earlier due to Danmachi's presence. The goddess was smiling calmly at him, dressed in a pastel-colored chiton, and slightly behind her stood Rex Magnus. Apollo was visibly confused at the sight of Rex standing beside Panacea like a child seeking comfort. Why is he here? He gestured vaguely at Rex, who sniffled like a lost puppy. Apollo, your actions have put us in a difficult position, Panacea said with a calm voice. You see, this boy is under an exclusive contract with our familias. His contributions are invaluable to us, and your attempt to forcibly recruit him jeopardizes that arrangement. Contributions? Apollo blinked, his confusion deepening. What are you talking about? He's just a level 3 adventurer from a failing familia. What could he possibly offer that's so important? Soma wine. Oh, but it doesn't matter, does it? Danmachi's grin widened. All you need to know is that you've interfered with my business. Fu ha ha ha. He laughed loudly, then instantly became serious, his voice low. And I don't take kindly to that. Apollo shivered at the older god's tone, gritting his teeth. His eyes moved to Rex, who was looking everywhere but Apollo himself, and the god opened his mouth to speak, but Danmachi beat him to it. Now, if you know what's best for you, Danmachi's grey eyes locked onto Apollo's scarlet ones. Stay as far away as you can from this boy. Otherwise, the Danmachi and Panacea familia will make sure you regret it. Apollo's face flushed with anger, but there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. You dare threaten me in my own home? Do you think I'll just bow to your demands? Yes, Panacea said calmly as Apollo turned his attention to the goddess. Yes, we do. Apollo clenched his fist, knowing he had his back against the wall. These two familias alone controlled over 90% of all potions sold in Orario, and their only competition was each other. If they both banned him from buying potions, it would be a massive blow to his familia. While the Apollo familia could turn to lesser-known sources, the two giants could simply say, don't sell to Apollo, or else you won't be able to sell in Orario again, and everyone would bow their heads. Apollo couldn't even argue that they'd be missing out on his money. His disappearance would barely make a dent in their income. When united like this, even the Loki familia would think twice before stepping on their toes. He was in no position to argue. Fine, he muttered, his voice tight with barely contained anger. I'll leave the boy alone. He also touched me without my consent, Rex mumbled with a sniffle, but his voice was loud enough to be heard across the room. Apollo. Ah, Panacea smiled. I guess you need punishment for that. What? Apollo shot up from his seat. Punishment? Me? What do you say to a 50% increase in the cost of all purchased goods from the Danmachi and Panacea familia for a week? She asked, and Danmachi laughed. You read my mind, Panacea. He shouted, while Apollo's face went pale. You can't do this. Apollo roared. I have a war game coming up, so. Oh, you do, don't you? Danmachi's grin turned almost feral, and Apollo knew he'd messed up. Why don't we extend this punishment until the war game ends? Fu ha ha ha. His whole body shook as he laughed, and Panacea could only look at him. Well then, Danmachi said after his laughter, seeming genuinely happy. We'll be on our way. Please remember not to touch our boy, Panacea said kindly to Apollo. Danmachi can get mad when he's angry. Me? The other god pointed at himself in confusion. Apollo just stood there, watching as the two familias left with Rex, the two gods talking casually like they hadn't just come and humiliated him in his own throne. His clenched fist shook in anger as he watched Rex's back disappear as Duerlin closed the door behind him. Apollo collapsed onto his throne. Rex, he growled. He dares. Suddenly, his voice softened. Oh, Rex Magnus. He'd said it before. The more they struggled, the more he wanted to take them, and the sweeter it was when he finally had them in his hand. MMNNN. Like we agreed upon, Rex spoke as the group walked away from the throne room. I'll send 5 bottles of the Papilio crystallinum to each of your familias. 12. Diansect cut in abruptly, his gaze fixed ahead as if the matter were already settled. You'll be sending each of us 12. But we agreed on 5, Rex turned to the god walking to his right. Right. Indeed, we did. Diansect's laughter echoed down the hallway as he looked at Rex. But circumstances have changed, boy. Thanks to your little predicament, we'll be losing a fortune because of the tax placed on the Apollo Familia. They won't buy from our pharmacies until this war game is over. Hermes, tell him. Hermes, walking silently beside Diansect, gave a small nod. The Apollo Familia's boycott will cost us millions in revenue, especially with their war game most likely coming up. She said softly, her tone matter of fact. 12 bottles would help offset the loss. It was the truth and Rex couldn't argue with that. All right, I'll deliver 12 bottles to your familia tomorrow morning. He didn't mind though. After all, they were a massive help. Good, good. Diansect grinned. I thought today would be another dull affair, but you've made it positively spectacular, boy. Foo ha ha ha. Ah, ha ha, Rex chuckled awkwardly, giving a slight bow. Thanks again for your assistance. You were a tremendous help. As thanks, make it 15. Diansect declared, slapping Rex's back with a force that nearly knocked him forward. 15 Papilio crystallinum, boy. Consider it a token of your gratitude. Rex shot a glance at Panacea, who was now very interested in the ceiling, then let out a resigned sigh. All right, he muttered under his breath and Diansect grinned. Then I'll be on my way. Rex gave them a bow to the 2 gods, with Hermes giving him a small bow and Durlan gave him a nod. He smiled at the 2 captains before sprinting away to avoid Diansect from ripping him off further, with the god laughing behind him. Now, let's go talk to Xanis. About half an hour had passed since he left for the Apollo meeting, and when he returned, the stack of papers on Xanis's desk hadn't seemed to reduce. No, it seemed to have increased. Yeah, thank God that's not my job, Rex thought as he closed the door behind him. Xanis. Xanis asked without looking up from his work. You've got to hear this. Rex immediately launched into talking like a gossiping girl sharing the latest rumor around town, and Xanis had to stop working to pay attention. There wasn't much to say, so it only took him 5 minutes to relay everything. Xanis stared at Rex after hearing the story, then raised his palms and sighed into them. This was supposed to be a simple meeting with Apollo, who only wanted to see the hidden level 3 in the Soma Familia. Now, not only was the Apollo Familia their enemy, but Rex had gotten cheated out of 15 million Valis. Well, not ripped off since the help of those 2 giants were absolutely worth the price, but still. How did it turn out like this? He was too tired for this nonsense. My handsomeness is such a curse, Rex groaned as he ran his fingers through his hair with his eyes glinting. I can't believe my face was enough to break off our alliance between 2 familia. Oh, great heavens! Xanis simply stared at him with a deadpan expression, and Rex nodded. All right, I'll stop. He then clapped. But since the Apollo Familia betrayed us, I think this is the best chance to retaliate and steal all their members. What? Xanis asked, confused. You see, the Hestia and Apollo Familia are definitely going to fight each other in a war game. Rex leaned forward and placed both palms on the table. We can maybe support the Hestia Familia, and when they win, we could take the members of the Apollo Familia. That doesn't make sense, Xanis sighed. How would supporting the Hestia Familia lead us to taking members from the Apollo Familia? I don't know, Rex shrugged, pointing at Xanis. That's your job. I'm the fighter, while you're the strategist. Come up with something, my brother from another mother. He stuck up both thumbs. I believe in you. Xanis stared at him before sighing once more, massaging the bridge of his nose. I'll see what I can think of. He mumbled. Maybe we can do something with our day. I knew I could count on you, Rex nodded with a smile. Now, if you'll please excuse me. Rex nodded and left the office, stretching as he did. It's dungeon time. He quickly went to his room to change into his dungeon gear. It's still early in the morning, so I should be able to finish my 12-hour shift before Rose clocks out. He thought about it, then shook his head. She'll have clocked out by then. He wanted to talk to her, but he was too shy to just walk in and start a conversation. It didn't feel right. Let's just not sell any of our drops tonight and sell them to her before going back to the dungeon tomorrow morning. He paused. I should spend 24 hours there. 24-hour grind whoop whoop. With that, he left Cupidinem. Please, Xanis-sama. A light quivered as it pleaded, allow Lily to leave this familia. Lilaruka's body was hidden by her robe as she kneeled in front of him, her palms on the ground, head bent low. Her round, chestnut-colored eyes focused on one spot on the floor, not daring to look up at the man sitting in front of her. A few hours earlier, she had managed to see Chandra when he was returning from the dungeon and paid him 25,000 valis so he could arrange a meeting with Xanis tonight. Now here she was. She hadn't thought she would come back here after faking her death, but this was all so she could be freed from the curse of the Soma Familia, so she could stand next to Belle and the others with pride, especially now that Lady Hestia had accepted the war game with Lord Apollo. Lily knows this comes without warning, and she apologizes for that and for every other offense she has committed. She continued as the man remained silent, her shoulders quivering in fear. But please, Lily begs for your mercy. Xanis didn't respond, and a silence stretched between them. The only sounds were the flipping of papers and the crackle of embers in the fireplace. But she didn't dare make eye contact or even raise her head. Arde, Xanis finally spoke, causing her shoulders to stiffen. Today, the Apollo Familia attacked the Hestia Familia. Am I to assume you helped the boy? She froze, her eyes widening as she almost looked up. He knew. As if reading her mind, his voice came again. I, too, believed you to be dead until I happened to hear the story of one man at a bar. His tone carried a hint of amusement. He talked about the exploits of the little rookie on the 18th floor and the little Palom supporter who tagged along with him. Lilaruka cursed her own carelessness. She always used her magic to take the form of a werewolf child while on the surface. However, she deactivated the magic in the dungeon to preserve her mind. Now, because of the events on the 18th floor, Xanis now knew that she was in a party with Belle. But that didn't matter now. She was here to ask him to leave either way. Yes. She replied in a low voice. I helped him against the Apollo Familia. Did the Apollo Familia attack you first before you attacked them when you were helping the boy? Another question came. She didn't understand the point of the question, but she answered, they attacked Lily with a bow first. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh came, shocking her as Xanis stood up from his chair and walked toward her. She still didn't dare look up, her body stiff like a deer in headlights as she stared down at his shoes now in front of her. Then he squatted and placed his palm on her shoulder, sending a shiver down her spine. You did good, his voice came. Lily, did. She was even more confused, and she managed to spare a glance up to see his face twisted in a terrifying grin, the moonlight and the fire from the fireplace making him look like a demon. You did marvelous, Arde. Rex used his connection to strong-arm Apollo. Xanis is still working like a slave. Rex has decided to do a 24-hour grind and Lilaruka came to beg to leave the Familia. What would Xanis reply to her plea? What is he planning? Find out next time on Danmachi, Scavenger. We'll start using that when I have nothing productive to say. Anyway, thanks for reading and watch out for trucks. Don't want you reincarnating and stop reading my book. Oh. Chapter 46, Rex thought that spending 24 hours in the dungeon continuously hunting would be easy. After all, he could easily do a 12-hour shift, and he had once stayed up for 2 days in a row back on Earth. But it turned out to be more difficult than he expected. First, the boredom. Continuously fighting for hours on end could become dull, especially when each kill barely increased your stats, making progress feel like a crawl. And the most important factor was fatigue. Even if all the monsters in the cave labyrinth had become child's play to him, time still drained his mental strength, even if his body wasn't tired. So, 17 hours in, he had to go up to the 13th floor, where there weren't any flying monsters, find himself a very tall stalagmite, sit on top, and enter reverie. No one would be stupid enough to sleep in the dungeon like this, but with reverie semi-conscious state he could keep himself from falling down and react if a monster somehow got to him. In 3 hours, he was fully rested as if he slept for 5 hours. An overpowered ability that he didn't even remember how he got it. Wasn't it when I came back from fighting my first infant dragon? He had used Indomitable Will's parallel mind back then, but now he could just enter it whenever he wanted. Should I share this with other adventurers? It was a simple meditative state, so anyone should be able to learn it with enough time and practice, but Rex quickly pushed that thought back. He wasn't nice enough to do that. He quickly finished his 24-hour dungeon shift, never once leaving even to eat since he could just go down to the 18th floor, revere though more expensive eat. And looking at his stats, he couldn't help but grin. 2 days progress in 1 day. Since he had been traveling through floors in a continuous hunt and never really took time to play around with his skills or magic, today's progress was fruitful almost like those days back when he was at level 1 and could spam infant dragons for hundreds of stats. Ah, good old times, he said, as if it had been years. How long have I been in this world? A quick use of Scavenger revealed the answer. Today would officially mark the 26th day in this world. Damn, time flies, he mumbled. It's been almost a month since I've been in this world. Looking back, it felt like just yesterday that he had almost died against the Goliath, but it had actually been over a week since then. And it's been 23 days since I became level 2. It took him about 2 days to get his stats to 999, and 21 days had passed since he'd been grinding SSS stats. Holy fuck, this is a drag. He only now realized how much harder it was to get SSS stats. Well, it would have been quicker if I didn't waste my time preparing for the Goliath event. Deciding not to waste his time thinking about that, Rex took his bag filled with drops and decided to leave, sell the drops, get some rest, and then return to the dungeon. Like always, climbing up from the 17th floor to the ground floor took almost an hour, and after quickly showering on the first floor of Babel, he made his way to the guild to sell his things. It was early, so not many people were around, and most of them were talking about the upcoming war game between the Hestia and Apollo Familius. Rose was chatting with a pink-haired receptionist named Misha when Rex entered. As soon as she spotted him, she wrapped up her conversation with a polite nod and gestured subtly with her head before stepping out of her booth and heading toward the back. Imagine if I just went to another receptionist, ugh. The thought alone gave him second-hand embarrassment. The aura she'd lose. He was almost tempted to do it, just to mess with her, but he followed her to the back where the appraisal rooms were. Good morning, Rosalina, he greeted as she opened the door for him. How's life? Good, she replied simply, stepping aside to let him in. She had to move back to avoid the bag which caused her to ask, you know you can sell all your drops in Babel instead of hauling everything here. Rex shrugged. You know, I could sell them in Babel, but... Let me guess. You wanted to see me, Rose finished dryly. You got that right, he admitted as he placed his bag down to empty it. Plus the lines at Babel were insane. He had legitimately considered selling his drops there, since walking around with such a full bag made him look goofy. But the line was packed with adventurers returning from their night shifts, so he didn't waste his time. So I wasn't your first choice? She asked, raising a brow. Nope, Rex shook his head. But don't worry, I'll never cheat on you with another receptionist in this guild. You're my one and only dot. She let out a small, stifled laugh at a rare sound from her. You'd better remember that. I have eyes everywhere. I like this girl, Rex thought, nodding to himself. It was like talking to one of the guys back at McDonald's. Sure, he'd never invite her out or speak to her outside work, but at least they were good work buddies. It seems you and your party hunted a lot this time, she said, walking forward to stand behind him and eyeing the bag that wasn't even half empty despite the table being nearly full. Was this all in a single day? Yep, Rex replied, pulling out his halberd and other weapons to set them aside so he wouldn't accidentally cut himself. We're gathering money to get ourselves new equipment before we head down to the large tree labyrinth. Right, you're a level 3, Rose mumbled as she put on gloves and began picking up the monster drops that had spilled onto the floor. Though the questions you asked about development abilities and the cave labyrinth last time made me wonder if you were a rookie. Well, I got to level 2 by slaughtering fellow adventurers, so I never went down there, he joked, laughing. Rose gave him a side eye, which he didn't notice. Good times. Right. Rose nodded slowly. Good times. They continued their small talk as Rex emptied the bag, and when he was done, he clapped his hands. And that's all, he said, gesturing to the table now overflowing with monster drops. All yours. The appraisal took almost 30 minutes, and Rex spent that time browsing the newsboard and mission board in the guild. The total came out to 89,733 valis, almost 100k. I should try to hit 100,000 in my next full day run, he thought, tucking the pouch into his bag. But damn, 90,000 in a day just from drops. Imagine how much I'd make if I didn't absorb the magic stones. He felt like he was missing out on a lot of money, since most adventurers' income came from magic stones, not drops. But this was the scavenger curse. Less money for more power. Thanks for the help, Rose. He said as he wore his bag, glancing around to see if anyone was nearby before leaning in to whisper. Remember to lock your doors tonight. I will never forget that. She rolled her eyes, though there was a trace of amusement there. And next time you come in with hundreds of drops, I might just send you to Misha. You'd betray me that easily. He feigned a horrified gasp. I thought I was your favorite. Don't push your luck. She deadpanned him. All right, he smiled and turned, have a good day. She nodded as he left the guild. Once he did, Misha sprinted out from behind her boot, rushing to Rose with a cheeky smile. Have he caught your eyes? Rose glanced at her. No. Don't lie to me. Misha elbowed her slightly with a grin. That's the best reply you've given to a guy that was obviously flirting. He wasn't flirting. Rose replied without a change in her stoic expression. Don't you see how close he leaned in to whisper? Misha asked as she leaned in with Rose leaning back. See? You didn't move away from him. You're imagining things. With that, she walked away. Now get back to work, Misha. He Misha laughed with a mischievous look. After saying goodbye to Rose, Rex left the guild and headed straight to a nearby inn to eat real food before renting a room to sleep, too lazy to go back home. 4 hours later, he woke up, rinsed his mouth with water, ate, and then immediately returned to the dungeon. Just like the day before, he went straight down to the 15th floor to start his hunt. He was 13 hours into his hunt when, while wandering through the 17th floor, he was stopped by a sight. 3 wyverns. There were 3 dead wyverns lying on the ground, not too far apart from each other, a very rare sight. Since their bodies hadn't turned to dust, the group that killed them hadn't taken their magic stones, and their aura remained, meaning it hadn't been long since they died. Well, more for me. He placed his feet on them to absorb their stones. +0 strength, +0 endurance, +0.09 dexterity, +0.01 agility, +0 magic. +0 strength, +0 endurance, +0.02 dexterity, +0.03 agility, +0 magic. +0 strength, +0 endurance, +0.01 dexterity, +0.04 agility, +0 magic. A miserable fucking sight, but he couldn't be mad since there were people who would kill to get the kind of growth he was getting. I guess one of their team members was injured, so they hurried away without taking the magic stones. However, upon closer inspection of the blood trail and footprints, he concluded that it was actually one person who had killed the 3 monsters. Interesting. Curious, he followed the trail, and it didn't take him long to find the one who had killed the 3 wyverns in the next room. But the large female Boaz was now dead. She was in the next room and hadn't made it far before it looked like she was attacked by a group of liger fangs, judging by the claw marks and bite marks on her body. Scenes like this reminded him how unforgiving the dungeon was. Surviving against 3 fucking wyverns only to die to a bunch of liger fangs. He was even mad for her, but he pushed the thought away and squatted to place his gauntlet palm on her forehead to scavenge her body. Can't believe how long it's been since I scavenged a recently dead body. Apart from the 18th floor event, the last time he got a fresh body just lying around like this was during his first few days in this. Rex froze as he stared at the 6th screen that appeared. Abnormal resistance, I reduces the effect of abnormalities such as poison. He blinked as he looked at the screen. I can scavenge development abilities? Since when? Scavenger told him from the beginning. For real. He hadn't even considered the fact that he could absorb development abilities, but this changed a lot of things. A fuck ton. He quickly called up his status. Rex Magnus. Level 2, can level up. Strength SSS 1499, Endurance SSS 1499, Dexterity SSS 1488, Agility SSS 1492, Magic SSS 1499. Predator Eye. Skill. Scavenger Harvest Stats, Skills, Magic, properties, or treasure from corpses and evaluate quality. Skill, Silverback's Roar, Powerful Body, Body Furnace, War Cry Plus, Tremor Sense, Heptathlus. Magic, Blue Papilio Powder, Fire Breath Plus, Biracocale, Purple Moth Powder. Physical Property, Sharp Retractable Claw, Nictitating Membrane, Sharp Teeth. Development Ability, Abnormal Resistance, I. Indomitable Will. Grants immunity to mind-based attacks, enhances physical and magical growth through trials, enables multitasking and rapid skill mastery, and in dire moments, suppresses pain, boosts mental fortitude, and significantly increases all stats. Dragon's Bane. Massively increases all abilities when fighting any dragon-type monsters. Phew phew. Now he didn't have to worry about missing out on development abilities like he was. He didn't have to debate which development abilities to pick when leveling up, since he could just pick the rare ones and scavenge the common ones from the bodies of the dead. Who says you can only have 6 development abilities at level 7? I, Rex Magnus Lapis, have 69 development abilities at level 7. He just became a new level of overpowered. Infinite skills, magic, and now development abilities. I guess my name should be Rex, the Dragon of Infinity or something. Though the problem would be with chance. It's not every day you see a fresh body begging to be scavenged. I could. He folded his arms, thinking. I could go into bounty hunting. Bounty hunting was another occupation an adventurer could pursue. You just had to go to the guild's bounty board, hunt down the person, and either kill them or capture them alive based on the bounty's requirements, and you'd get your reward. There were no requirements except the guild approving the hunt. If I go into bounty hunting and just go for the ones that say dead, then can't I? But another problem arose. His luck was shit. He could count on one hand the times he didn't need pity to get an ability from scavenging, and he'd been doing it for about a month. Guess it's decided. He nodded. I'm picking luck as my next development ability, he mumbled while focusing on the akin level up beside his level, which expanded to show all available development abilities to pick from when he became level 3, something he just found out he could do. Mage, I grants the user a magic circle that improves magic power, widens magic effect range, and reduces mind usage. Crush, I increases crushing power. Swordsman, I increases damage with bladed type weapons. Luck, I improves luck. Healing power, I increases physical regeneration and healing effects on the user. Healing, I increases effects of any healing. Spirit healing, I automatic mind regeneration. Strong body, I increases endurance and strength. There were some development abilities that had appeared when he was becoming level 2, like the obvious one, Hunter, since that one only appears at level 2. Another was Strong Defense. He guessed it was because he was more offensive this level, and the only real time he'd taken any fatal damage was against the Goliath, unlike level 1 when he'd almost died multiple times against the infant dragon. Abnormal Resistance, I, had been there before but wasn't anymore. I guess it's because I just got it, he thought as he ducked under a wide swipe from a minotaur, then performed an uppercut to its throat, crushing the bone and killing it almost instantly. Then there was the development ability he was debating picking against luck. Apex Hunter enhances abilities against monsters the user has previously fought and gained Excelia from. Grants all members with the same fauna the Hunter development ability, scaling with Apex Hunter's rank, provided they are at least level 2. Those who already possess Hunter receive a significant boost to all Excelia gained. When fighting alongside other natural hunters, it greatly enhances their basic abilities and Excelia gains, with the boost scaling based on both Apex Hunters and the natural hunter's experience. The effect is stronger for those sharing the same fauna. Additionally, Apex Hunter allows the user to intuitively identify monster weaknesses based on their accumulated hunting knowledge and experience. An overpowered development ability. This explained why Maxim was called the strongest and why the Zeus and Hera Familia had so many high-level adventurers. It also explained how they were able to take on 2 of the 3 great quests. Rex obviously needed this since it was a unique ability. And since the last time it would appear was at level 4, he'd need to pick it either when becoming level 3 or 4. He thought he'd come to a decision in picking luck after discovering he could scavenge DOS, but nope. I remember somewhere that the author said he wanted to end Danmachi in a year because he didn't want to age Belle up. Rex thought as he used fire breath to burn the woman's body after taking all her valuables. So wouldn't it be best to get Apex Hunter as quickly as possible to give my Familia members more time to get their levels and stats up? He reasoned as he went back to hunting. Besides, luck can be obtained at higher levels, and at level 4 or 5, it'll be so much easier for me to bounty hunt, so I'll be able to kill stronger adventurers for their DOS. Also, the Rakia invasion is coming, so wouldn't that be the perfect time for my people to gain? Rakia invasion, he realized. Won't that be a good time to gain the Krazo blood skill? He knew how overpowered that skill was paired with the blacksmith day. Just look at Welf. And he shouldn't get the fairy curse that causes their magic sword to break, since he isn't technically part of the Krazo family. Right. Scavenger confirmed his theory. Though he knew nothing about smiting, indomitable will, and Scavenger should allow him to quickly master it, as long as he took a week or so to learn it under a master. He could start forging his own weapons. It was a skill he couldn't miss out on, and without luck, the chance of pulling that skill was low. Well, I can just get myself to pity and then find a Krazo to scavenge, he nodded as he decapitated a minotaur. Wait. Did a Krazo even die during the war? He didn't remember, but he knew one would definitely die due to his butterfly effect. But the decision still stood, luck or apex hunter. Hearing something, Rex looked to the side to see a group of 3 adventurers running towards, and behind them was a monster party. A pass parade, he thought as the group ran past him. Good for me. With that, he charged towards the monsters. His second 24-hour run came to an end with all stats but dexterity reaching SSS 1499, while dexterity sat at 1492. Seeing how close he was to maxing it out, he couldn't just leave like that, so he spent another 6 hours in the dungeon to grind out just 7 more points. And finally, Rex had maxed out all his stats. Fucking finally, Rex groaned as the body of the pink wyvern began to disintegrate into dust. Wyvern's wing, physical property. Replace your arm with the wing of a wyvern. Effective after a good night's sleep. He declined the physical property as he took out his canteen of water and drank the whole thing. I hate the taste of Rivera water. It tasted so much like iron that he'd almost thrown up the first time he tried it. He doubted he'd ever get used to it. Finishing his water, he didn't waste any more time and immediately sprinted up the dungeon, not even bothering to kill the monsters that tried and failed to chase him. It was evening when he reached the first floor, the orange and blue sky bringing a single tear to his eyes. After spending the past 30 or so hours surrounded by nothing but dungeon walls and the fake sky in Rivera, when he went down for food or rest, the sight was almost overwhelming. It was hard to believe he'd soon be spending weeks on end in the dungeon. Rex immediately went to the exchange center on the second floor of Babel, where the line wasn't long, to get his things appraised. While waiting for the appraisal, he decided to sit on a chair to relax. Of course, being the person he was, he also eavesdropped on the conversations around him to ease his boredom. Naturally, most of them were talking about the upcoming war game between the Hestia and Apollo Familius. But something else caught his attention. What did you say? Rex asked, turning toward the 2 dwarves talking beside him. You said something about the Soma Familia. One of the dwarves nodded. The Soma Familia declared a war game against the Apollo Familia. Rex stared at him, then his eyes widened. Author's note, Rex has finally maxed out his stats after almost 3 days of continuous grind, so he will level up next chapter. Like the dilemma in the chapter, what do you guys think? I am leaning towards Apex Hunter, and yeah, personal strength is important, but the earlier he gets Apex Hunter the better it is. Especially since he will be getting new level 2s and Apex Hunter will let them become level 3 quicker, while High Akanthos could become a level 4. Then again, luck would make things much easier on him. Also, I might be weakening my protagonist because of my ignorance. Since he got SSS stats at level 1 and now level 2, when he just becomes a level 3, should he be as strong as a level 4 or peak level 3 without any buff? I think he should be as strong as a peak level 3, barely reaching level 4, but I need outside opinion. Chapter 47, War Game Donatus. So that's what happened. Rex was currently sitting on one of the couches in Xanas's office, the captain seated across from him, and a bottle of Soma wine on the table between them. He had returned to Cupidinem about an hour ago, and after showering and brushing his teeth, Rex immediately came to Xanas for an explanation. Xanas explained that the best legal way for them to take all of the Apollo Familia members was to win them through a war game. So, he did the same thing Apollo had done, took Lilyruka, Soma, and some others to the Apollo Familia's home this morning and caused a commotion. They claimed that Apollo's members had grievously injured Lilyruka, one of the Soma Familia members, with multiple level 2s attacking a level 1 who was only trying to defend herself, and demanded compensation. The Apollo Familia tried to argue, so Xanas had Soma do what they came for, challenge Apollo to a war game. Of course, the Apollo Familia drove them away without yet accepting, but the commotion had caused news to spread across Orario in less than a day. Tomorrow, Donatus will be held, where the rules for the Hestia and Apollo war game will be decided, Xanas replied while swirling his wine in his glass, his grey eyes lazily gazing at the ceiling. He wore a simple robe that hung loosely around his waist, revealing a mildly toned chest, and he had been drinking when Rex arrived. I've managed to convince Soma to pressure Apollo during the Donatus, and I'm certain other gods will support Soma. Xanas glanced at Rex without moving his head. If what you say about Hestia's connections is true, then I'm sure Hephaestus and Freya will also speak up in agreement with Soma and Hestia against Apollo. He returned his eyes to the ceiling. Once Freya speaks, all the other gods will support her, so Apollo will be forced to accept. Hey! Rex was actually impressed. He wouldn't have thought of this. Well, he had considered something along these lines, but his idea was to attack the Apollo Familia and force them to accept, like they did to Hestia. This way seemed more civilized. I'm surprised Soma even agreed. Xanas sighed. It took a lot of convincing, he said, taking a swig of his wine, the setting sun reflecting off the glass. But I promised not to bother him for a month after the war game and the member conversion. I doubt that will happen, Rex thought. With the Ishtar event coming up. I shouldn't think of that right now. Let's focus on the war game first. He then asked, what about the girl, Lilyruka? She's being punished for her betrayal. Xanas replied. I'm having her clean all the bathrooms in Cupidinem. I don't think that's enough punishment for her, but that's up to him to decide. Rex thought as he asked, by the way, where's Soma right now? He's in his garden, Xanas said, using his glass to gesture toward the window to the side of the sitting area that overlooked Soma's large personal garden. You're going for an update? Yeah, Rex stood and stretched. And your grimoire should arrive tomorrow, right? Xanas nodded slowly, the Soma wine clearly affecting him. He had put in the order for the 100-million Valis book through the guild, and they said it would arrive in about a week. They'd have one of their advisors deliver it to him. Rex had told Xanas not to use it until he saw it, and Xanas agreed after Rex promised he wouldn't use it once he got his hands on it. Rex agreed after all, he only wanted to see what Scavenger's inspection would say about it. By the way, Xanas's voice stopped him as he reached the door. Have you sent the Papilio Crystallinum to the Dian sect and Panacea Familia? There was a long silence, and then Xanas glanced at Rex, who was just standing there with his mouth agape. Don't tell me. I forgot. Rex shouted, realizing he was supposed to send each familia 15 bottles yesterday morning. He'd completely forgotten because he was so focused on the grind. Fuck. You dumb fuck. Xanas sat up, his face twisting into anger. How could you forget? Come on, man, Rex chuckled. It happens. I mean. You dog. Xanas cut Rex off. Do you know how important of an ally they are to us? Are you planning on fucking this up? Yes, my fault, I admit, Rex raised both arms in resignation. But don't worry, I know a way to salvage this. I'll just say I was busy making the purified purple moth powder and spent days in the dungeon or something. He shrugged. I'll also give them some purple moth powder for free, so it should make up for the blunder. Rex then opened the door. Besides, seeing how they didn't come here demanding answers, I don't think they're that mad. Ha! Xanas took a deep breath as he poured more Soma wine for himself. Just hurry and give them their things before your update. Will do, Rex lied as he glanced back at Xanas. By the way, have you managed to sell the 3 purple moth powders I gave you? I haven't gotten the time, Xanas replied. Okay, so where did you put those 3 bottles? Rex asked, deciding to just take them and make one extra to give 2 each to those 2 medicinal familias. Xanas simply pushed up his glasses. I forgot where I put them. He casually replied. A silence dragged on between them. You monkey! Rex roared. Walking along the paved path, it didn't take long for Rex to find Soma within his large garden of greens. The god was silently watering one of his plants as the sun set over the horizon, painting the slightly cloudy sky in shades of orange and gold. It was a peaceful sight, with Soma not acknowledge his arrival, but Rex spoke up anyway. Can I please get an update? He asked, holding out an ornamental-looking knife in its sheath that Xanas had given him. Soma didn't reply and continued watering his plant. After that, he put on some large gloves and started working on other plants, leaving Rex standing there in silence. It seemed like he expected Rex to leave after about 15 minutes, but when he saw the man was still standing there, he sighed. Removing his gloves, Soma took the knife from Rex's hand, unsheathing it as Rex quickly removed his shirt and turned his back to the shorter god. Soon, he felt Soma's blood and his fingers moving across his back, followed by a flash of light like the last time he'd leveled up. Then, the god's voice came, lazy and disinterested. Mage, crush, swordsman, luck, healing power, healing, spirit healing, and apex hunter, Soma listed out. Rex, who had taken more time to think about it, said, luck. He decided to go with this because apex hunter was practically useless to him right now. First off, since the battle against the OEBD would be in a year or so, even if he picked apex hunter now, most of the familia members wouldn't receive any meaningful growth in that time. The only way he could make good use of this was by recruiting adventurers who were about to level up and using apex hunter to make their acquisition of high-rank Excelia much easier. And since the rapid rank-ups of his familia members will draw eyes, he needed to be stronger before that mass level-up event, so getting it at level 4 was better. And before the mass level-up event, he wanted to do a bit of familia rebranding, since not everyone deserved the advantage apex hunter would bring. The main reason, though, was the upcoming Ishtar Familia event. He would need luck if he wanted to scavenge the most abilities from the dead bodies of the Berbera and prostitutes. He doubts he will become a level 4 by then, so getting luck now was a must. If I'd entered this world at least 5 years earlier, Apex Hunter would have been the definite choice, but oh well, his leveling up was completed, and just like before, he felt no change. I will have to test my new stats out before the war game, he thought while handing the slip of paper to Soma. Can you hide everything but my level, stats, and development abilities? Soma took and placed the cold paper on Rex's back. With a flash of light, he handed it back to Rex along with the knife and immediately went back to work. Thanks, Rex said as he looked at the paper. Rex Magnus. Level 3. Strength I0, Endurance I0, Dexterity I0, Agility I0, Magic I0. Predator H. Luck I. Predator's rank increased. Which was odd since development abilities are supposed to take a long time to rank up. Won't think much of it. He looked at the description with Scavenger, which hadn't changed, but its effect had improved. Predator stack increased from 7 to 9 and the timer before all stacks are removed increased from 1 minute to 1 minute and 30 seconds. The buff effect of each stack and the regain effect haven't changed, accorded to Scavenger, but this improvement was good enough. And though he got no new skill or magic from leveling up, one of his skill he had scavenged had improved. This was a skill he had barely used because of its requirement, a skill he quite liked and hated that it was just collecting dust tremor sense. He. Rex closed his eyes and took a step. The moment he touched the ground, the vibration that rippled out from his feet was like dropping a pebble into a still pond, expanding in smooth, precise circles around him. Each ripple of vibration brushed against unseen objects, climbing up their frames, then returning to him to be instantly interpreted by his skill, giving him the outline of everything in his surroundings. It wasn't sight exactly, it was as if he was standing on a dark, colorless plain, and everything he sensed were stationed around him, sticking out of the ground. When he is standing still and not sending out his own vibration through his feet, the only things he would see were the things that released their own vibrations like Soma walking around or the swaying plants. While stationary objects, like rocks or someone standing perfectly still, would become invisible. So, he had to literally send vibrations through his feet, which would return to him like a sonar, to see clearly. Even then, he wouldn't be able to detect small things or objects moving through the air. On the plus side, he could see behind obstacles, perceiving both the wall and the object behind it in his 3D sonar plane, and he could perceive shapes with better clarity. And the harder he slammed his feet, the more vibrations were sent out, and the further the range of the skill extended. The maximum right now being about 25 meters. Stop killing ants and leave, Soma's voice snapped him out of his trance. Rex looked back at the god, who had grown annoyed at him stomping around for the effect of his tremor sense, and nodded. I'll be on my way, then, Rex said as he walked away. The good thing about tremor sense was that it was an active passive skill. Unlike skills like strong body, which required constant effort to stay active, once activated, tremor sense remained active until deactivated. However, receiving the data from tremor sense while still using his normal vision wasn't as seamless as he'd hoped. It was distracting, with the two senses overlapping in an annoying way, and both tremor sense's clarity and his normal sight weakened, so he deactivated tremor sense and just walked normally. In the next few days, I should get used to tremor sense. He grinned, just imaging the way he can bully people by blindfolding himself and saying, "Fight me. I will become Rex Bafong. How many names do I have now?" Returning to the main building, he climbed up to the 4th floor and knocked twice on Xanus's door before opening it. Xanus was still sitting lazily on his couch, almost looking out of it due to the soma wine. His level 2 status barely kept him aware of his surroundings as Rex walked up and placed the paper on the table. "I leveled up," Rex said. Xanus slurred, "and I'm a level 7. He sat up for another drink. "Just go do your job." Rex didn't argue and left, closing the door behind him. Just as he did, Xanus managed to catch a glimpse of the paper beside his glass. There was a long silence then. "What?" All the effects of soma on him instantly disappeared, and he rushed out of the room, but Rex was already gone. The next day quickly came, and early in the morning, most of the gods gathered to hold the Donatus for the war game between the Apollo and Hestia familia. Soma was not among them, having hidden himself in his brewery to avoid being forced by Xanus to attend. But who would have thought the glasses-wearing man would find him inside the barrel he was hiding in? The duo stared at each other, the god squatting inside the empty barrel like a hermit, hugging his legs and looking up at the human holding up the cover. Xanus's glasses lenses shone white, reflecting the morning sunlight streaming through the brewery. Soma then glanced at Rex standing behind Xanus, who was suddenly very interested in his fingers, immediately knowing it was Rex who had led Xanus to his hiding spot. "I've prepared the carriage," Xanus said as he placed the barrel's cover beside it. "So we should get going before the Donatus is finished." Soma said nothing and stood up, climbing out of the barrel. He opened his mouth to make an excuse, but Xanus cut him off. "Seeing as you were hiding, I guess you had nothing else to do." He pushed up his glasses, the lenses no longer reflecting the light. "Am I right, my lord?" Soma stared at him, his mouth open, then closed it and turned around. "Let's go." He sounded completely over it. Xanus then turned to Rex and stuck up a thumb, with Rex returning it. The trio left and entered a carriage waiting outside the brewery. The coachmen were two gangster-looking war-tigers, both standing over 200 centimeters, 6 feet 7 inches, tall. One had a huge, bulky build, while the other was more agile but still muscular, with a few scars on his face. Both had dark orange hair, slightly tan skin, and orange eyes, with a tiger ear sticking up from their head and a long orange tail. These twins were the second and third strongest level 2s in the familia, with Chandra being the only one stronger than them. They were essentially Soma's drivers and guards, following him around anywhere outside Cupidinem. After all, no matter how safe Orario had become after Evilus's destruction 5 years ago, having Soma walking around alone where he could be killed by a random attacker wasn't smart. The trio entered the carriage, Rex and Xanus sided beside each other with Soma across of them, and the coachman immediately started it. "Let's go over the plan again, my lord." Xanus began as he started talking. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Central Park around Babel, where the Donatus was being held. Rex held the door open for Soma, who sighed and climbed down. The two war-tigers were instantly by his side, with Xanus saying, "Make sure he gets inside the room." The duo nodded and followed behind their god. "They're not talkers, are they?" Rex had met them a few times in his 5 years in the familia, and they never spoke. "Are they mute?" he asked as they walked away, closing the door. "You could say that," Xanus replied, relaxing. "Their voice boxes were removed by the black market." Rex glanced at the man. "They were combat slaves," Xanus explained. "I bought them from the black market to be Soma's guards." "Okay." Rex nodded. "Slavery. No, not anymore," Xanus shook his head. "They're practically free now, and they basically live better than most people in this city, so I don't think they mind it." Rex nodded, watching the trio disappear into Babel. "But why remove their voice box?" "Dogs don't need to bark, only bite," Xanus replied before glancing at Rex. "Makes sense." Rex nodded, though he couldn't help but feel a bit attacked. The Donatus was held on the 30th floor of Babel. Gods and goddesses filled the circular bleachers beneath a web of towering pillars that stretched up to support the lofty ceiling. Natural light streamed through tall windows, illuminating the chamber, while magic stone lights reached corners. Soma entered unnoticed, taking a seat on the higher bleachers as the Dinatus was drawing to a close. Fine, then, Apollo said, waving his arm dismissively. There may be one outsider. However, that outsider must belong to a familia outside of Orario. No objections were raised to Apollo's conditions, and the new rules were added to the war game as stated. The blonde-haired god looked thoroughly pleased with himself as his gaze flicked toward Hestia, who sat silent and despairing. Just as Loki was about to call an end to the Dinatus, Soma opened his mouth to speak, but someone beat him to it. Wait, Apollo! All eyes turned to the god who had spoken. Didn't the Soma Familia challenge you to a war game? Silence fell, followed by an uproar. Yeah, I heard about that. Apollo gravely injured one of Soma's members during his attack on the Hestia Familia. She was so badly hurt that the hermit god had to come out of seclusion. Apollo frowned. What does that have to do with anything? He asked. Are you not planning on accepting the challenge? The god pressed. I'll deal with them later, Apollo spat, spreading his arms wide. I'll hold another war game with them after this one. But that's boring, a goddess groaned, slamming her forehead onto the bleacher table in front of her. Ain't nobody wanna watch two of your war games back to back. Yeah, it'll get stale. Hestia's lips curled into a cheeky grin. How about you fight both of us at once? She suggested, her voice cutting through the noise. The room fell silent. Apollo. Apollo's eyes snapped to her, and he scoffed. No. I'll deal with them after. What? Are you scared? Hestia leaned in, her tone teasing. Don't take me for a fool, Hestia, Apollo said, folding his arms. This is a war game between you and me alone. I won't be fighting two familias at once. All little Apollo's scared, Hestia continued, her voice dripping with mockery, causing a vein to pop on Apollo's forehead. Yeah, I agree with Hestia on this one, a god chimed in. Wouldn't it be more fair if Apollo went against the Hestia and Soma familias? Fairer, another god corrected, causing the first to glare at him. I'm gonna punch you. The other gods began to side with Hestia. Soma and Apollo's familias are almost the same size. It'll be funner to watch. Funner? I think you meant more fun. Yo, who the fuck do you think you are? Anyways. It wouldn't be entertaining to watch Apollo dog walk a one-member familia. But then again, Apollo's right. It's one-on-one. It's been a while since we had a war game. This needs to be interesting, or I'm gonna start another Evilus just for the hell of it. Nah, send this guy back to heaven. I refuse, Apollo's voice boomed, silencing everyone. I won't be pressured into accepting this. Ya scared? Loki's voice cut him off, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Loki, Apollo shot her a glare. Don't think helping Soma will make him marry you. You. Loki nearly launched herself over the table, but the other gods grabbed her and pulled her back into her seat. She settled for glaring at Apollo and dragging her thumb across her neck. He ignored her. Besides, Apollo continued with a shrug, I have more high-class adventurers than the Soma and Hestia familias combined. It wouldn't matter if I fought both of them at once. I would, still, win. His words trailed off as he noticed Hestia's triumphant smile and the growing grins on the faces of the gods around him. Oh, fuck. Apollo closed his eyes as the room erupted. Exactly. What fun would it be to watch two war games where you easily destroy them? One where you barely win would be better. I agree with the person above. Make it 2 versus 1. It'll bring you more glory if you win. 2 versus 1. 2 versus 1. 2 versus 1. Even the gods who had supported him earlier joined the chant. Hestia sat back, arms folded, a satisfied smirk on her face. Enough. Apollo's voice silenced the room as he massaged the bridge of his nose. Fine. I'll agree to 2 versus 1, but... He raised a finger. Only if Soma is here to agree on it himself. Boo. You know he won't be here. That hermit never comes to any Dinatus. I'm here. Fuck you, Apollo. You bitch-ass pussy. Yeah, why so scared? I'm here. I can even hear his voice because I want him here so damn bad. No, he's genuinely here. All eyes turned to Soma, seated at the far back, where barely any light reached. They stared at him for what felt like an eternity before slowly turning back to Apollo, their grins widening, and eyes glinting. Damn it, Apollo muttered, palming his forehead. So, what do you say, Apollo? Freya asked, her smile serene as she drew all eyes to herself. Don't tell me you'll go back on your word. Apollo turned to the silver-haired goddess then sighed. I accept, he raised a finger. But. No buts. The gods roared in unison. Author's note, this chapter was fun to write, especially the Dinatus. Hoped you guys enjoyed it. Thanks everyone that voted for what war game it should be, and I have come up with an interesting idea. And you might also noticed I didn't give MC any skill after level up, and if you want to know my reason is because I don't want things to become too convoluted. Too much abilities will drive me mad, especially since I don't like giving the MC an ability that he will never use. That's another reason Tremor Sense was buffed after the level up, so he will have more use for it and wouldn't need to sacrifice his foot. And just a heads up, when the MC goes down to Large Tree Labyrinth, where there are a lot of magic and skills, he will get a lot more picky. Chapter 48, Jackbird. The Dinatus continued. We've already decided the war game will be a siege, with Apollo defending and Hestia attacking, a goddess spoke up. However, with the addition of Soma, should we redraw for a new war game idea? No, for a big battle, a siege looks like it'll be fun to watch. But we should add something to guarantee more combat. Guarantee more combat? Isn't a castle siege enough? How about this? After much debate, the gods imposed additional conditions to balance the war game in Apollo's favor, given he was fighting two familiars at once. Normally, a siege would require the attackers to capture the central flag within a set time limit, in this case, 1 hour and 30 minutes. If they failed, they would lose. However, to make the challenge more complex and fair, the gods added a second layer of difficulty. Each side would select 7 members to act as flag bearers, with each adventurer limited to holding one flag to prevent high-level adventurers from dominating. Both teams would disclose their flag bearers' identities beforehand. Once the siege began and the castle walls are breached by the attackers, all 14 flag bearers, 7 from each side, would be required to remain inside the castle. To win, the attackers would need to secure all 15 flags, their own 7, by protecting their bearers, the defenders 7, by defeating their bearers, and the central flag. Meanwhile, Apollo's defending familia would only need to retain one flag any one of the 15 by the end of the siege to claim victory. This gave Apollo a clear advantage, but the gods believed the added complexity would make the war game more thrilling and unpredictable, with battles unfolding across multiple fronts. And what reward shall the victors claim? Freya asked, her gaze settling on Apollo, a faint smile on her lips. Will you uphold your original terms, Apollo? Yes, Apollo nodded. Once I'm victorious, I will claim Belcranal, and Hestia will be banished from Orario, never to return. He added the second condition as his eyes moved to the goddess. Do you agree, Hestia? Hestia silently nodded as the deity in charge of recording the meeting responded with an all right, then, scribbling down their terms. As for Soma, Apollo turned to the silent god, I want Rex Magnus, all of your wine, and all of your financial deals with the Ishtar, Diane sect, and Panacea Familius. He finished with a grin. Deals with Diane sect and Panacea. First I'm hearing of this. Is Soma selling his wine to them for medicinal purposes? Panacea, why didn't you tell me this? You didn't ask, the goddess replied with a slight smile. Besides, it's not that important. Loki stared at Panacea, then at her chest, before remembering that Ishtar also had a large bust. She glanced down at her own flat chest, then at Soma. Does he only like big breasts, she wondered, cupping what little she had. As for Diane sect, he wasn't present, a rare occasion for him to miss a Dinatus. Then all eyes turned to Soma. Do you agree? A god asked. Whatever, Soma sighed. Then it's written, the recorder said. What will Soma and Hestia collect upon their win? All his members, Soma said simply, his voice low but loud enough for those nearby to hear and relay it to the others. Greedy, aren't you? Apollo smiled. But I agree. He then glanced at Hestia. Now, what does your little heart desire, Hestia? Hestia smirked. I want all your property, your wealth, everything you have except your familia members, and I want you banished from Orario. Apollo didn't seem to care about her demands as he roared, then it's decided. The war game was tilted heavily in his favor with the flag conditions. And he was confident in his children's strength. Even with the addition of the Soma familia, there was no reason for him to lose. We can't be using just any old castle, so let's get the guild in on this, Loki spoke up as she stood. We can work out the date then, too. So this is the end. Agreed. The other gods chimed in as the Denatus came to an end. Chairs scraped against the floor as the deities began filing out. Loki tried to make her way to Soma, but she was swept up in the flood of gods and goddesses, her small frame making her struggle futile. Apollo took his time, sneering at Hestia before disappearing through the exit, and Hestia could do nothing but glare back at him. Once he was out of sight, she let out a long sigh. Sorry about that, Hestia, Hermes said, walking up to her with an apologetic smile. I kind of put you in a rough spot. No, Hermes, it's not your fault, she shook her head. It was thanks to the gods and goddesses' thirst for a good show on Soma's unexpected involvement that her side had been given some leeway during the meeting. Soma. Hestia quickly looked around and spotted the god slipping out through a side door. Without hesitation, she rushed after him, blocking his path. How is Lily doing? She asked immediately. Soma glanced down at her, his dark eyes meeting her blue through his bangs. Who? Lilyruka Arde, Hestia said. Is she doing well? Soma thought for a moment before asking again, who? Hestia stared at him, baffled by his genuine confusion, so Hermes stepped in. The girl who was injured by the Apollo Familia, he said with a smile. Soma glanced at him, then nodded. I don't know, he replied. You don't, no? Hestia asked, her confusion deepening. Isn't she part of your Familia? Soma shrugged and walked around her. Hestia was about to go after him but was stopped by Hephaestus. His Familia is larger than yours, the red-haired goddess reminded. It's impossible for him to know about the well-being of every member at all times. You're right, but... Hestia trailed off, watching Soma leave the room. Since both your familias will be working together for this war game, you'll likely have a meeting, Takemi Kazuchi spoke up. You can ask about her then. His captain would likely know. And maybe you could speak to Rex, Myaek added, I am sure he can help you. I've been keeping an eye on him, and he's been spending most of his time in the dungeon, Hermes said with a shake of his head. He probably won't be at the meeting. His words drew the attention of the others, who looked at him with varying degrees of disgust. What? Hermes shrugged with a smile. He's interesting. Ha, Hestia sighed. I'll try to have the meeting tonight, then, she mumbled. Once the Denatus was over and Rex heard the conditions of the war game from Soma, he immediately headed down to the dungeon to get used to his new stats. Like before, he stayed within the cave labyrinth, where testing will be easier. And now that he was level 3, the level 2 monsters had stopped giving him stats, so he decided to start his venture deeper into the dungeon when the war game ended. I probably should have started hunting in the large tree labyrinth after the Black Goliath event, Rex thought as he backhanded a Liger Fang, killing it instantly. Now I'll have to speed through that area to start grinding in the Water City. It was an oversight on his part, but he decided not to dwell on it. Once he maxed out all his level 3 stats at S999, he will spend a few days in the large tree labyrinth to hunt for the abilities he missed. With his luck, he shouldn't need pity to get abilities, so it should be quicker, and since he will far out-level that area, he could move around without much worry. I would be able to kill the green dragon then, Rex thought with a nod. It's a level 4, but with my maxed out stats from my previous level and my S999 stats at level 3, it shouldn't be much of a problem. And with the addition of Dragon's Bane, the green dragon would be a breeze. Speaking of dragons, Rex muttered, standing motionless as a wyvern flying above him roared before unleashing a torrent of orange and red fire that blasted down on him. Isn't there another dragon monster in the large tree labyrinth? He wondered aloud, completely unbothered by the fire breath that engulfed him. He had read about it during one of his library visits, but he couldn't remember the name. What was it? He massaged his forehead, his mind racing. Then, it clicked. Right. He snapped, his voice cutting through the dungeon's eerie silence. Vuvra. These are female humanoid dragons known for the crimson jewel embedded in their foreheads, the Vuvra's tier. At base, they were peak level 2 creatures, but remove the tier, and they become enraged, transform, and their strength raised dramatically to peak level 3 strength. Although rare as unicorns, with his scavenger skill, locating one wouldn't pose a significant challenge. The skill had also confirmed he could scavenge there a level boost rage ability, a skill he couldn't afford to miss. Moreover, the tear itself would fetch at least 15 million velisfer, surpassing even the value of a jackbird egg. Speaking of that, the wyvern above him screeched as it stopped its fire breath, its wings beating the air as it prepared another attack. Rex didn't give it the chance. Rex bent his knees slightly, channeling power into his legs, and exploded upward. The ground shattered beneath him, cracks spreading outward like lightning across the stone surface, and in a blur of speed, he appeared above the flying wyvern, leaving behind only a gust of displaced air. The monster's serpentine eyes flicked upward in startled recognition, barely registering the human hovering briefly above its head. Then, with a fluid motion, Rex twisted his body, spinning in midair as his bare fist came down like a hammer. The wyvern's skull cracked audibly under his fist, blood erupting from its mouth, as the creature's body was driven downward. The force sent it plunging down to the dungeon floor, crashing into the bedrock with a thunderous boom. The earth shattered on collision, sending shockwaves rippling through the ground, dislodging rocks and sending a cloud of dust and debris billowing outward. Rex landed on one knee beside the wyvern's body with a thud, watching as the body dissolved into a fine black ash, its magic stone shattered by the sheer force of his strike. The dungeon fell silent again, save for the faint patter of falling debris. "I should probably kill the jackbird," he mumbled, brushing a fleck of dust from his shoulder. Jackbirds were faster than most level 2 adventurers, despite being level 1 monsters. Their golden eggs were worth a fortune, and Scavenger had confirmed that he could get a speed-based skill from its magic stone. Both were too good to pass up. "All right," Rex stretched. "Let's head up for that jackbird." "I heard that the Hestia Familia came for a meeting last evening," Rex said as he entered Xanas's office. It was the morning after the war game Denatus, and Rex had returned from the dungeon after testing out his level 3 stats late last night to sleep. This morning, while getting breakfast with the 3 musketeers, they told him that yesterday evening, the goddess Hestia and 3 others who Rex later guessed were Takemi Kazuchi, Mikoto, and Welf, based on their description shad come here for a with Xanas. "Yes," Xanas replied, not looking up from the book in his hands. "We agreed to have the Hestia Familia hold one of the 7 flags since they're a 1-member familia, while the Soma Familia holds the rest." He glanced up at Rex. "She also asked about the girl, Arde, and wanted to speak with you." "Me?" Rex tilted his head slightly. "I see no reason for her to talk to me." "Did she say why?" "No, she didn't," Xanas shook his head. "But she did offer 10 million valis for Arde to be freed after the war game." "Damn!" Rex chuckled while shaking his head. "And we were going to free her for free." "Indeed," Xanas nodded. After all, they had agreed about a week ago to let anyone who wanted to leave the familia do so without hassle. They didn't need most members for money, and the fewer people in the familia, the less tax they'd have to pay. Who knew Hestia will come to offer them 10 million for a girl they would have let go for free? "Oh, and by the way," Xanas raised the book he was holding. "My grimoire arrived." "For real?" Rex's eyes widened as he looked at the thick, encyclopedia-sized book. It had a plain white hardback cover with swirling, undecipherable patterns and didn't seem to have any title. "Let me see," Rex said, holding out his hand. "You can see it, right?" Xanas asked, holding the book up for Rex to get a better look. They stared at each other for a moment before Xanas handed it over. "Don't open it." Rex took the book without a word, feeling its weight, as he immediately used Scavenger. Grimoire, an average quality spellbook that, when read, might allow an individual to instantly acquire a new magic spell. The specific magic gained aligns with the reader's desires, beliefs, personality, and fighting style, effectively manifesting their inner potential. Each grimoire is single-use. Once read, it becomes empty and cannot grant magic again. Market value, 100,000,000 valis. Simple and straightforward, Rex thought as he flipped the book over. But it says it might allow, so it's not a guarantee. Scavenger confirmed it. "I guess it won't grant you magic if you're too special." Scavenger confirmed that too. Imagine spending 100 million on a grimoire and getting nothing. He thought as he tossed it back to Xanas, who caught it. "Don't go tossing this around," he said as he patted the book with a smile. Finally he moaned as he held the book up like his child. "I have wanted you for years." "Just read it," Rex sighed as Xanas immediately opened the book, and the moment he began to read it, his eyes turned solid white. Rex watched as the white-eyed man silently flipped through the pages of the book as if he were actually reading it. After a few seconds, the pages shone with a bright white light, illuminating his face, and then his eyes returned to normal. Rex immediately checked his status, but as expected, there was nothing new. I guess he needs an update before it shows up in the status for me to see. I'll be back, Xanis said, grabbing a paper from his desk and sprinting to the door. He yanked it open and ran out without closing it, heading straight to Soma's room. Rex waited in silence, glancing at the paperwork on Xanis's desk. I can't understand any of this, he thought as he picked up a sheet. Looks like accounting. He schemed it before placing it back, deciding not to mess anything up. And I have to sell those jackbird eggs before returning to the dungeon today. Yesterday, he had ended up killing 3 jackbirds before he could get its skill. He also discovered a downside to the luck development ability, if you could even call it a downside. At first, he had tried to build up pity to increase his chances of scavenging the jackbird's skill. Normally, he needed 230 failed scavenges to guarantee an ability through the pity system. But with luck boosting his odds, he kept scavenging random abilities before he could even hit the 200 kill threshold. This meant he could no longer reliably reach the 230 kill pity for a guaranteed scavenge, as his luck kept resetting the count too early. Now, he had to rely more on raw luck rather than the safety net of pity. This was particularly problematic for the jackbird. Only 5 of them roamed the first floor at a time, and it took a week for one to respawn. If he didn't scavenge the skill within those 5 kills, he'd have to wait another week and another until he got another chance. Without the guarantee of pity, it became a gamble on when to stop without resetting the threshold. Thankfully, luck was on his side this time, and he managed to scavenge the skill after hitting the 197 threshold. Jackbird Dash, skill/passive massively raises user's agility, slightly increases endurance, and allows the user to temporarily obtain the development ability Escape if being chased. The effects are dependent on the user's level. Jackbirds are known for running away from adventures, so the skill reflected it quite well. And the fact that it gives him the escape da made it all the more better. Escape are da that are rarer than Hunter since it can only be obtained at level 4 and above, and it's not easy to reach level 4. And with this skill, he didn't have to worry about scavenging the escape da, since it scales with his level. So while those at level 5 with escape will only have it at H, he will have it at F when he is at level 5, which was confirmed by Scavenger. It was an ability that would make it hard for even an agility-based level 5 to catch up to him. It didn't take long for Xanis to return, a glint in his eyes as he read the paper with his updated status. He closed the door behind him, giggling like a little girl while Rex looked at his status. Xanis Lustra. Level 2. Strength F320, Endurance G297, Dexterity D539, Agility D501, Magic I5. Swordsman I. Magic. Castling. Switch places with anything in the user's line of sight. Can switch places of 2 objects within line of sight. Can choose to cancel or maintain momentum after switching. Objects must be around the user's size. Mind scales with distance, strength of the target, and whether momentum is cancelled. Chant, Castle. Oh, overpowered. Rex almost shouted, his eyes widening and mouth gaping. Is that a Menotajikara? Suzuki. Seeing as all his stats had increased by 10 or so points, it seemed Xanis hadn't updated his status in a while. But damn, Rex stared at the magic in jealousy. What kind of desire did he have to get that magic? To switch places with the richest man in the world. Phew phew phew, Xanis chuckled, pushing up his glasses. Rex, he called as he looked at the silent Gianthrope. Then he took a step forward while muttering something under his breath. In an instant, Rex's world shifted, and he found himself standing where Xanis had been, near the door, while Xanis now stood next to the table. It was instantaneous. He barely had time to feel the magic shift within Xanis before he was moved, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. It seems the gods have smiled down on me, Xanis continued with a smile, staring at the paper in his hand. A single chant magic that puts me on the level of the top mages in Orario. What a blessing. It's my luck development ability that gave you whatever magic that was, Rex said, turning to face Xanis. So you should be thanking me, not God. Oh, Rex, Xanis looked over his shoulder with a smug grin. Is that jealousy I hear in your voice? His grin widened, his face darkening. Are you jealous? He burst out laughing, placing the paper down and facing Rex. Come on, Rex, he spread his arms wide. Try to catch me. Rex immediately dashed forward, but Xanis activated his magic again, switching places with Rex. The man crashed into the table, sending it and himself tumbling to the ground, and papers flew into the air, mockingly raining down on him. "It seems," Xanis said, now standing where Rex had been. "You can't touch me." As he looked back at Rex, his entire line of sight was suddenly engulfed by Rex's palm reaching toward his face. Panicked, Xanis quickly activated his magic again, switching places with Rex. But because of their close proximity and because he didn't cancel the momentum, they ended up crashing into each other and falling to the ground in an awkward position. Xanis laid on the ground with Rex kneeling above him, his palms on the floor beside the captain's face. Grey eyes stared into amber eyes in silence, no one knowing what to say about the sexual position. Click! Just then, the door opened, and both of them turned to see the bulky Chandra standing there, staring down at them. "Dang," Chandra drawled, scratching his head as he looked around the room, trying to act like he hadn't seen a thing. "This room's got plenty of space, ain't it? And them papers all over the floor? Real charmin', I tell ye. If you reacted normally, it would be less awkward," Rex said to the unusually tall dwarf. Chandra stared in silence for a moment before roaring, "Y'all did it raw. Don't jump to conclusions." Xanis and Rex shouted in unison. Rex quickly stood up, and Xanis sat up on the ground, asking, "Why are you here? And didn't I tell you to knock?" "Ahem," Chandra cleared his throat, shifting his weight. "Got someone here to see Rex." He stepped aside, revealing a blushing girl who had seen everything. "Mikoto?" Rex asked, staring at her in confusion. "Why are you here?" She immediately bowed, trying to keep her composure as she said, "Can you please train me for the upcoming war game?" She practically shouted. "You're fighting in the war game?" Rex asked, confused. "Didn't the requirement say an adventurer from a familia outside of Orario?" "I joined the Hestia familia to support my friend," she explained, still bowing. Ah, this is how she joined the Hestia familia. He had forgotten about her and Welf joining the familia for the war game. "Belle is training with high-rank adventurers to prepare, and I don't want to slack off." She continued, "You're the only high-rank adventurer I know, so I was hoping you could help me." She looked up with a hopeful smile. "If you're busy, then I won't bother you." "All right," Rex nodded. "I'll help you." Mikoto's eyes widened, a glint of excitement shining through as Rex turned to his captain, who was now standing beside him. "And you're coming too, Xanis." He then looked at Chandra, who turned to leave. "You too, Chandra." The dwarf glanced back, about to protest, but Rex cut him off. "You don't have a choice." He clapped his hands. "Let's go to the dungeon." This would be their training arc before the war game. They would get to know each other better, form bonds of master and student, become close friends. Funny moments would happen while they train within the dungeon. Cool fights would break out. It would be an interesting arc you'd 100% want to read. I just hope there isn't any time skip. And like that, 5 days passed, and the day for the attacking familia to leave for the location of the war game arrived. Author's note: the war game will start next chapter. Wanted it to be this chapter, but I felt like it would be too abrupt without a transition chapter and I didn't want to drag it on any longer, so I skipped the training arc. That's why this chapter is on the longer side, because I wanted to write everything necessary without having it be 2 chapters. I hope you like my idea for the war game. This way there will be more fights and I will have more chance to show off the MC and other characters' abilities. Chapter 49, War Plan. It was nighttime, and the war game would officially begin early the next morning. The Hestia and Soma familia had arrived at their campsite many kilometers from the castle a few hours earlier and set up camp for the night. Combined, the Hestia and Soma alliance totaled 98 adventurers, 94 from the Soma familia, 3 from the Hestia familia, and 1 outsider. Among them were 2 level 3 SREX and the unnamed outsider 12 level 2s, 9 from Soma, excluding the twins guarding Soma back in Orario, and 3 from Hestia, and the remaining 84 were level 1s, all from the Soma familia. In comparison, the defending Apollo familia had about 110 members, including 1 level 3, 18 level 2s, and roughly 92 level 1s. Their combat power was almost equal, but the Apollo familia had a significant advantage not only due to their higher number of first-class adventurers but also because of Shroom Castle. Standing in a field devoid of trees or hills, the castle had been built in ancient times as the first line of defense. Constructed before Babel Tower, it was used to stop the advance of monsters that emerged from the hole to attack nearby towns and villages. Many castles like this one had been built relatively close to current-day Orario for this purpose, but most had been destroyed or collapsed after centuries of neglect. Shrim, however, had been used as a staging point by the Kingdom of Rakia during one of its wars against Orario. While several of its main towers were damaged, the castle's main wall and other defences remained largely intact. The Apollo and Ganesha Familia had repaired the damages to the wall in the past few days, leaving it almost as good as new. With a height over 15 meters and taller in areas with tower sand a thickness of over 10 meters, plus the materials it was made of. Even second-class adventurers would have trouble cracking it, Xanas said, looking down at the map on the table in front of him. The high rankers of both familia were gathered inside the largest tent in the middle of the campsite. Magic stone lamps lit the interior, and a wooden table at the center held a map of Shrim Castle and the surrounding area, a map Xanas had acquired through his connections. Inside the tent were 13 adventurers, from the Soma side, Rex, Xanas, Chandra, and 6 other level 2s, from the Hestia side, Bel, Mikoto, Welf, and the unnamed level 3 who Rex knew was Ryu. Only a really powerful type of magic would have any hope of damaging it, let alone cracking it, Xanas continued as he looked over the group. And I doubt the archers would wait for the chant to be finished. So, any propositions on how we can get in? One of our level 3s jumps up the wall, fights their way to the gate, and opens it for us. Welf spoke up from his position standing to the right of the white-haired Belle. He was dressed in a simple black t-shirt, tan pants, calf-high brown boots, and a long sword at his waist. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Welf. The plan he proposed was, surprisingly simple, but it could work. However, there are 2 layers of gates, one in the inner wall and one in the outer wall, Xanas explained as he pointed at the map while glancing at Welf. These gates need their levers held down for 30 seconds before they're completely opened. If not, it would drop and lock. He shook his head. Even a level 3 would have a hard time fending off multiple adventurers while holding the lever, and they will have to do it twice for both gates. We sent both, Chandra shrugged from his seated position on a crate to the side with his wine gourd in hand. 2's always better than 1. And how will they defend against the magicians while they open the gate? Xanas turned to him. Even if they can take care of the close combatant, I doubt they'll be able to handle the bombardment of magic from the Apollo defenders. So we blow through the gates, Welf said while patting the hilt of his sword. I can use my magic sword to destroy both gates, then we can charge through. Please, Xanas waved a hand. Those gates can handle the magic of a level 2 with a mage development ability. Your magic sword won't be able to do anything to it. I assure you, Xanas, they can, Welf declared, meeting the glasses-wearing man's gaze. All right, Xanas decided not to argue. Let's assume it could, but the problem remains. The mages. Yeah, everyone entering from one place is an easy way to get wiped out by a single area of effect magic, Irhal, a level 2 elf from the Soma Familia, said. She was the one Xanas had forced to wash Rex's plate many weeks earlier. Maybe we can handle it, but I doubt the level 1s can do anything about it. While they argued about how to get in, Rex just kept staring at the map, wondering, how the fuck did the Hestia Familia get in the show? From what he could see, there was 0 way such a weak Familia, even with Ryu, could break through the wall. It was completely impossible. So how did they do it? And they had won so easily, but how? What he didn't know was that in the show, after the Soma Familia was attacked by Hestia and her group and Lilyruka joined the Hestia Familia, she proposed the plan to enter the Apollo Familia castle as the Trojan horse. They captured the Palamluan and had her enter the castle impersonating him. From the inside, she controlled the Familia and then opened the gate to let the Hestia Familia in. However, with his interference breaking canon, this wasn't the case now on. They had to find the hard way inside the castle. We could break through the walls from multiple sides, split our forces, and rush in, a level 2 barefoot Amazoness wearing a red bikini from Soma's side proposed. Simple. And how would we break through the wall from multiple sides? Xanas turned to her, putting an emphasis on the multiple. I don't know, she shrugged, pointing at him. That's for you guys to decide. Xanas sighed, and then Rex spoke up. Her plan could work. He drew their attention as he continued, Welf can blast through the western gate with his magic sword to draw their attention while I break through the eastern wall, where the majority of the troops can rush in from. How would you break through the wall? The Amazoness asked, looking at Rex. Magic. He replied. I can concurrent chant. But it's not like he will need concurrent chanting or even magic. After all, Scavenger had already confirmed he could break through the wall with his raw strength, strong body and heptathlus. All he had to do was run up, charge, punch and boom, bye-bye wall. I can handle the north, the mysterious helper X-Ryua spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. She stood apart from the group, behind the 3 Hestia Familia members and closer to the tent's entrance. She was dressed in a dark cloak that covered everything above her ankles, with a hood shielding most of her face, though the pointed tips of her elven ears were slightly noticeable from the sides. Another concurrent chanter? The Amazoness asked, and Ryuu nodded, causing the girl to scoff. What are the odds? Both of our level 3s can concurrent chant. She laughed sarcastically. It was indeed unbelievable. Concurrent chanting was a technique almost as rare as the number of first-class adventurers in Orario. It will be more believable if these two claimed they were secretly level 4s than to say they could both concurrent chant. So, do you have any other plans? Xanis glanced back at her. No, I don't, she shook her head. But how can we be so sure they can concurrent chant? I can show you, Ryuu said simply. The Amazoness turned to her with an animalistic grin. Oh, we can go. She cracked her knuckles, not even worried that the elf she was talking to was a level 3. You two can settle this later, Xanis waved, pulling the attention back to the task at hand. So we have 3 possible entrances into the castle from the north and eastern walls and the western gate. Might as well make it 4, Chandra said, cracking his neck. Have some high-class adventurers climb the southern wall while folks are distracted by the destruction. Surround M. Xanis nodded as he asked, who'll be the one to use the magic sword to break through the gate? He looked at Welf. I doubt you're the fast type who can distract people, so I propose. He gestured to a cat girl standing to the side behind him, looking like she was about to fall asleep while standing. Sandra. The moment her name was called, the cat girl's eyes snapped open as she realized everyone was looking at her. She cleared her throat and folded her arms behind her back, raising her head and acting like she was paying attention. She was a cute girl with sand-colored, neck-length hair, cat ears poking out from the top, and wore a white shirt that exposed her belly button, along with black form-fitting pants and sandals. She was the spy Xanis had assigned to watch Belle at the guild when Rex wanted to know when he'd be heading to the middle floors for the Black Goliath event almost a month ago. My captain can do it, Welf said, patting the stiff Belle on the shoulder. The white-haired boy jolted as all eyes turned to him, fingers fidgeting nervously. He just became a level 2, while Sandra's been one for 2 years and she's the fastest in the Soma Familia, aside from Rex Magnus, of course. Xanis adjusted his glasses. I doubt your recent level 2 captain can outrun her, and you think he will work as a distraction against multiple level 2s. Sandra nodded silently at Xanis' claim, folding her arms proudly across her chest. But the young smith didn't back down. I trust him with my magic sword, Welf said, hand still on Belle's shoulder. And I don't let people I don't trust touch my magic swords. Xanis stared at him, then sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. Kids nowadays, he muttered. Welf scoffed at this and Xanis continued. All right, little rookie can handle the gate. Xanis continued, now, troop distribution. After 15 minutes, the plan for tomorrow morning was set. First, Belle, Sandra, another level 2 would head to the western gate, with Belle using the magic sword to destroy it while the other level 2 provided cover. Meanwhile, Rex and Ryua would breach the northern and southern walls, allowing the 42 level 1s and 1 level 2s following each of them to flood in. The remaining 7 level 2s, Mikoto, Welf, Xanis and the others would scale the eastern wall opposite the gate. Once the signal was given, Rex and Ryua would push toward Belle and his group to reinforce the western assault. Like that, they would strike from all sides. But there's something we're missing, the Amazoness spoke as everyone turned to the grinning dark-skinned woman. Can these 2 second-class adventurers really concurrent chant? It was obvious what she was implying, and Chandra spoke up, why don't the level 3s go at each other? He took a gulp from his gourd. Some nighttime entertainment for us. The Amazoness clicked her tongue since she wouldn't be able to fight Ryuu, but didn't argue as she also wanted to see the level 3s fight each other. I won't decline a fight opportunity. Rex wasn't going to turn down the chance to test himself against one of the strongest level 4s in the city. Let's actually try to kill each other. All eyes turned to him, with Chandra mumbling, I ain't say that. A light spar, Xanis corrected, we don't want you two too injured and waste potion before the war game. He then looked at Ryuu. Do you agree? Yes, Raihu nodded. Let's spar. The campsite sat in a rocky outcrop with large wind-smoothed boulders and steep, uneven slopes, pale moonlight washing over the terrain in a silver-blue glow. Stars flickered between scattered clouds, and a nearby river reflected the light. Rex and Raihu faced each other a dozen meters apart in a rather large clearing with few boulders in this area like a natural arena. The elf's slender arm held a wooden sword, while the Chianthrope bulkier arm gripped a simple black metal spear slightly taller than himself. The spear was slightly thicker than normal with a long triangular spearhead that looked like it was made for thrusting and slashing. He had decided to switch weapons at level 3 sword at level 1, halberd at level 2, now spear to gain experience with different arms. Of course, like at level 2, he still carried dual swords and a halberd for when he needed to switch tactics. On a hill almost a kilometer away, the rest of the nearly 100 members watched, with some sitting on boulders, others leaned against rocks, all keeping their distance. Why are we so far away? A man asked, I can barely see them. You must be a new level 1. A woman chuckled. The fight between second-class adventurers is too destructive for us to be close. This is a wash. A man said, dropping a few hundred valis on the makeshift rocky table. Rex wins. I mean, he's a fighter while the elf looks like a mage. She can't win in close combat, a woman sighed as she placed her bet. What's the point of betting if we already know who'll win? He's right, what's the? All in on the elf. Everyone turned to the small girl who dropped a pouch of about 5,000 valis on the table. Daring today, aren't we? The level 2 Boaz managing the bets chuckled. Just know it's your loss, Lilyruka. She said nothing and joined the Hestia Familia members watching from the side. The two combatants simply stared at each other, neither moving. Then Rex started spinning and twirling his spear around his body with a whoosh, its movement so fast some level 1s couldn't follow it, the metal blade glinting in the moonlight. His 5 days of training with Xanis, Mikoto, and Chandra plus Indomitable Will had practically made him a spear master. He stopped abruptly, settling into a stance, left foot slightly forward, right hand midway up the shaft, left near the rear, and spearhead angled slightly downward toward Raihu. Then, without pause, he lunged forward, closing the distance between them in what seemed like an instant. Appearing in front of her, he stepped forward, twisted his waist and thrusts forward with his spear going straight for Raihu's head. Clang! Raihu's wooden sword flashed upward, intercepting Rex's spear at the midpoint of its blade, redirecting the powerful thrust upward and slightly off to her right with a smooth, controlled arc. Without losing a beat, Rex capitalized on the momentum of his spear being knocked upward, pivoting on his forward foot and sweeping the spear down in a diagonal slash aimed at Raihu's left side. The spearhead cut through the air with a sharp whistle, a dark streak slicing moonlight in half. But Raihu pivoted smoothly, sword rising diagonally from below, deflecting the spearhead again. Clang! The wooden blade met metal, her wrist twisting slightly to dissipate the spear's force. Rex's spear blade bounced off, but he turned the recoil seamlessly into a tight spin, snapping the spearhead horizontally toward Raihu's ribs in an instantaneous follow-up strike. Raihu ducked slightly, her sword a blur as she rotated it into position, deflecting the horizontal strike upward. Clang! Rex's attacks did not cease as his spear moved with incredible speed. Thrusts blended seamlessly into slashes, feints dissolved instantly into genuine attacks, yet each met Raihu's wooden sword, flawlessly parried every single time. Clang clang clang! The observers were utterly stunned, barely breathing, and unable to voice their astonishment. Rex and Raihu barely shifted from their original positions, but their weapons moved so swiftly they were mere flashes of black and brown around them. More than 15 exchanges occurred within a single heartbeat, each clash ringing clearly through the area, sparks scattering from every contact. The force behind each strike sent shockwaves rippling through the air around them, gusts surging outward, lifting dust and small stones from the rocky ground. Raihu's cloak snapped and fluttered violently behind her, and Rex's black hair streamed backward, as their fierce exchanges continued. Then, with a sudden, powerful parry, Rex was sent flying backward, his body flipping gracefully through the air before landing and sliding across the rocky ground, his boots carving deep trenches as he came to a halt. Damn, he muttered, staring down at his trembling hand gripping the spear. Each parry from Raihu had felt like his weapon was being struck by a hammer rather than a mere wooden blade. Well, she is a level 4 with a strength of D, he thought, raising his eyes to Raihu who remained unmoved, her cloak softly settling behind her. And I'm still at base. Standing tall, he shouted, let's get serious. Energy surged around him as he activated Strong Body, Mysterious Heroine X. Author's note: I apologize for the 2 days wait, but things happens. This chapter and the next one were supposed to be one chapter, but I divided it in two because it came out too long. Also, for Xanis magic, I will change some things. Now, the object doesn't have to be around his size, and the mind usage scales on the object size and weight compared to his. Also, it now cost more mind to teleport higher level adventurers to make things balanced. Chapter 50, War Game, begin. Standing tall, he shouted, let's get serious. Energy surged around him as he activated Strong Body, Mysterious Heroine X. With a fierce slash of his spear to the side, a powerful gust erupted, scattering dust and debris outward. Ryu responded without words, removing her cloak with a fluid motion, allowing it to drift gracefully away in the moonlit air, revealing her true form. She was a slender elf with smooth, porcelain-like skin, delicate features resembling a fairy's ethereal beauty barely hidden by the green mask covering the lower half of her face. Her sky-blue eyes gleamed with calm intensity beneath short, vibrant green hair. She wore a white sleeveless top, green shorts, long brown gloves, boots, and a white sash holding her weapons. The moment her cloak touched the ground, both warriors vanished from sight with a gust of wind and they reappeared simultaneously in the center. Ryu instantly slashed down with a powerful downward slash, but Rex immediately countered, holding his spear horizontally above him to block the blow. The impact sent a tremendous gust of wind outward, buffeting the watchers standing on the hill, the ground beneath cracking from the sheer force. Without pause, Ryu swiftly ran her wooden sword down the spear's shaft, aiming to cut Rex's fingers holding it. Reacting quickly, his left hand released his spear momentarily and spun it with his right, whipping the shaft around in a horizontal slash toward her ribs. But she gracefully flipped into the air, evading the attack that flew under her and delivering a swift horizontal slash aimed at his neck. Rex ducked, narrowly dodging the strike, and the moment Ryuu's feet touched the ground, he lunged forward with a thrust. She effortlessly dodged to the side, then immediately countered with an upward slash that struck his spear upwards with thunderous force. The weapon collision generated another burst of air, shattering the rocky terrain beneath and sending fragments flying. Before he could recover, Ryu lunged forward with a thrust aimed at his chest. Rex dodged quickly to the side, regaining control of his spear, but as he was about to attack, she pressed her offensive. He quickly spun his spear to parry her next strike, forced back step by step as she aggressively closed in. Sparks erupted continuously from their furious exchanges, debris and dust swirling violently around them with each collision. The slender elf darted swiftly beneath his guard, her smaller frame allowing for rapid, precise movements. Each strike she delivered forced Rex to bend slightly lower, compromising his stance, while her agility kept him constantly off balance. Rex desperately parried and blocked, attempting to leverage his longer reach, but Ryu skillfully slipped inside his range, continuously pressing forward without pause, matching and exceeding his every move. From their elevated viewpoint, the observers could only perceive rapid blurs streaking across the ground, distinct flashes of color moving at astonishing speed. A vibrant green blur aggressively chased after the darker black one, sparks flickering brightly as their weapons collided repeatedly, accompanied by gusts of wind that carried swirling dust and shattered rocks. Level 1 adventurers strained their eyes, completely lost, their gazes frantically darting around, failing to keep pace with the swift movements below. Even the Level 2s struggled, barely managing to glimpse occasional slower exchanges between the two Level 3s. Despite the incredible speed, it was clear to everyone watching who was being forced backward. "I can't believe it," someone on the hill mumbled, eyes wide in disbelief. "The elf is overpowering him," another uttered. Between clashes, Rex suddenly spotted an opening. With a slash, he dragged his spearhead along the ground, ripping it apart and launching rocks and debris straight toward Ryu. Forced back, she quickly parried away the larger pieces with her sword while dodging the others. Just then, Rex charged through the debris, thrusting his spear directly at Ryuu's forehead. Her eyes widened at his sheer speed, forcing her to twist sharply aside. In an instant, Rex spun, shifting the momentum from his thrust into a horizontal slash aimed at her temple. Ryu immediately ducked beneath it, her green hair flowing slightly behind her. But, as if expecting this, Rex altered his spear's trajectory once more, slamming it downward at her. Desperately, Ryu leaped sideways, rolling just as the spear struck the earth. Boom! The ground erupted in a violent explosion, massive chunks of earth soaring high into the sky, some sailing dozens of meters away. An enormous cloud of dust billowed outward, momentarily obscuring the scene completely, then with another powerful slash of his spear, Rex unleashed a gust of wind that instantly cleared the dust. Ryu stared at the destruct Ion, a massive conical scar extending at least 10 meters outward, its narrowest point at Rex's strike, widening dramatically farther away. Her gaze shifted to Rex, whose amber eyes glowed fiercely, his dark expression radiating intense, palpable killing intent. Ryu lowered her stance as her expression turned equally as deadly, her blue eyes glowing. Then, both warriors vanished, reappearing with an explosive clash. Now they fought with even greater speed, destructive power amplifying their every movement. Explosions ruptured the earth repeatedly, violent gusts clearing away the rising dust. Even the onlookers began to feel the force of their exchanges, dodging chunks of earth hurled their way. A mist spear thrust obliterated a massive boulder, reducing it instantly to flying fragments. A narrowly dodged horizontal slash sent an intense wind slicing across the landscape, passing the watchers nearly a kilometer away, forcing some weaker level 2s to stagger backward. These are level 3s. A woman stuttered in disbelief. No way. A level 2 werewolf muttered, unable to follow their movements except during brief moments when they stopped for furious exchanges that devastated the terrain. Chandra. Another adventurer called to the tall dwarf, who remained silent. Chandra was Soma Familia's strongest, aside from Rex Magnus of course, and close to reaching level 3 himself. He had witnessed many level 3 battles during his career, but none compared to this astounding display of speed and power. Ah! He mumbled as he folded his arm. Interesting. Mr. Bell. Lilyruka called softly, isn't Miss Ryu a level 4? How can Rex keep up? Mikoto mumbled, straining her eyes to the hardest. There was no answer. Lilyruka glanced upward, seeing Bell intensely focused, crimson eyes rapidly darting, attempting to follow the incredible battle unfolding before them. Even with his enhanced stats, Bell struggled to track their movements. Yet, he couldn't look away. This wasn't mere training, it was a genuine clash between upper-class adventurers, lethal at any instant, far beyond anything he'd experienced with Ace or Tiona when they were training him. He couldn't afford to miss a single moment. The two combatants continued fighting relentlessly. Though their strength and endurance seemingly matched, Ryu was visibly faster and possessed superior dexterity compared to Rex. Not only that, she had extensive experience over him, over 5 additional years as an adventurer, more years as a swordsman before becoming an adventurer, with countless battles and duels. However, with 6 minds simultaneously active, Rex closed that gap entirely. 3 of his minds were using Scavenger, 1 employed tremor sense, another maintained the strong body technique, and his primary consciousness focused sharply on combat. This combined mental synergy allowed Rex to predict and counter Ryuu's moves with extraordinary precision, closing the gap between them with raw technique and skill. The battle reached a tense deadlock, each fighter momentarily gaining an advantage only for the other to swiftly reverse the situation. A back and forth that led them both shots of breath, as they pushed their bodies to the limit, trying to win the duels of weapon. Suddenly, Rex lunged forward with a thrust, Ryu narrowly evading, leaving a thin red line of blood drawn across her cheek. As Rex pulled back his spear, Ryu leaped away, touching her cheek briefly and glancing down at her fingertip to confirm the presence of blood. She lifted her gaze sharply to Rex, who gave her a smirk. Hat. Her pupils contracted sharply, and with explosive speed, Ryu rushed forward, attacking ferociously. Rex swiftly blocked one blow with his spear shaft and deflected another with the blade, leaping backward to evade her next strike, but Ryu was quicker. Her wooden sword's tip sliced upward diagonally across his chest, effortlessly tearing through his shirt. Rex retreated further, looking down to see a fine, shallow cut appear, a thin red line of blood emerging slowly. Looking back at Ryu, he saw the corners of her eyes crinkle slightly, indicating a smirk beneath her mask. She echoed his earlier taunt. Hat. Both warriors surged forward again, their battle intensifying dramatically, each strike becoming faster and more aggressive. Pride ignited their fury, spear and sword clashed with unmatched brutality, blood drawn repeatedly from both combatants as they continued their devastating dance amidst chaotic surroundings, with the thunderous sound of weapons colliding. They're trying to kill each other, someone uttered shakily. Holy shit, they're actually trying to kill each other. Another shouted in disbelief. Sparks and explosions erupted continuously, most level 2s barely tracking the rapid blur of their movements, beginning to notice blood splattering the battlefield. Even those that couldn't see the blood felt the raw killer intent radiated powerfully from the combatants, washing over them like a tidal wave. Someone should stop them. A young girl shouted desperately. Xanas! The level 2 Boaz cried. Stop them before they kill each other. Xanas calmly adjusted his glasses with his middle finger and replied coolly, no. What do you mean, no? The Boaz shouted frantically. We need them for the war game. Xanas met his gaze evenly. You do it, then. Rex, Ryuhu. Mikoto whispered, gripping her katana tightly as she watched the fighters, their battle progressively destroying the rocky terrain. The two had drifted further away, nearly 2 kilometers distant during their fight, yet their powerful exchanges and destruction reached the watchers clearly. Suddenly, every competent adventurer felt it unmistakably magic. Amazingly, both combatants were chanting spells amidst their relentless, high-speed battle, a level of concurrent chanting unprecedented. However, fuck no, I'm out, a level 1 adventurer exclaimed, turning to flee, others quickly following suit. Mr. Bell, we need to go, Lilyruka urgently called, but Bell remained transfixed, eyes bloodshot from not blinking. Bell! Welf's shout finally snapped him awake. We gotta move. But... Leave them be, Xanas interrupted, watching intently. I doubt they'll launch their spells. All the remaining eyes turned to the confident Xanas that didn't move from his spot, watching the fight. And then, he turned and fled with everyone else quickly following him. The two warriors continued to clash as they chanted, their magic surging, and then... Luminous! Ryuhu shouted, leaping into the air, hundreds of shimmering green orbs surrounding her like radiant stardust, her beautiful yet bloodied face staring down fiercely. Irug! Rex roared, pulling back his spear as swirling blue energy gathered around its length, concentrating intensely at the tip. Their eyes locked for a split second, realizing simultaneously someone would surely die if these spells were unleashed. And for what purpose? Wasn't this supposed to be a spar? Unable to hold back entirely yet unwilling to deliver a fatal blow, they adjusted their aims abruptly. Wind! Ryuhu released her magic skyward, hundreds of green lights streaking far away, crashing into the distant terrain with tremendous quakes. Hakele! The condensed blue energy entering the spear and Rex thrust forward. Then, without pause, it exploded outward instantly into an immense blue cylindrical beam, rapidly expanding and obliterating everything in its path in front of him for hundreds of meters away, carving a massive trail of destruction. The running adventurers felt the earthquake beneath their feet as the spells were unleashed, the deafening roar causing their ears to ring and a powerful gust of wind nearly knocking them off balance. It continued for a few seconds, then, silence. No one spoke. Bell swiftly turned back, racing toward the hilltop to see the outcome, several others hastily following him. Just before reaching the summit, 2 streaks crashed onto the hilltop with a resounding boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. From within the settling dust emerged the 2 combatants. Ryuhu had donned her cloak again, concealing her injuries beneath the fabric. In contrast, Rex's condition was clear, his clothing torn and bloodied, a long diagonal slash prominently marking his face. A tense silence hung in the air as the group stared at each other, until someone finally ventured to ask, who won? Yeah, who won? Another voice echoed anxiously, concerned now for their bets. I did, Ryuhu calmly replied. Nuh-uh, Rex countered immediately. If we'd actually aimed the magic at each other, you'd be dead. My spell was designed to obliterate a single target. Yours was obviously an area of effect. Nuh-uh, Ryuhu returned without a change in expression. How about we call it a draw? Xanas interjected firmly. Boo-hoo! Someone shouted indignantly. Who won? Another voice protested loudly. My bet. My money. Rex won. No way, look at his injuries. The elf obviously won. Arguments erupted until Xanas raised his voice slightly, keep talking, and I'll revoke your Soma privileges for a month. Instantly, every member of the Soma familia fell silent as if muted by a switch. No one even breathed. Smiling faintly, Xanas clapped his hands. Why don't you two go your separate ways, heal up, and rest for the night? He decided not to say anything about the health potion they will waste because the 2 of them decided to ignore his warning and went all out. Rex nodded. Next time we fight, you won't be able to match me, but for now. He extended his right hand. Truce. She nodded without speaking and turned to leave, leaving his hand hanging. He played it off by running the same hand through his hair, which drew a laugh from someone in the crowd, quickly stifled when he turned their way. Ha! He sighed, massaging his forehead as he walked away. I need to sleep. The battle had been too intense, especially with 6 minds constantly active. At least it clarified where he stood stat-wise. At base, he estimated himself at peak level 3, maybe early level 4. With strong body activated plus predator boosting his combat ability against marked prey, his effective stats rose to mid-level 4, verging on peak. Combined with his other abilities, he could contend with one of Orario's strongest level 4s. Nearly a 2-level jump thanks to his SSS rank stats from previous levels and unique skills. It was maddening. Damn, Ryu. He mumbled, massaging his wrist that held his spear. You got me good. This marked only the second time he'd gone all out, the first being against the infant dragon. He had been so focused that when he had tried reallocating one of the 3 minds using Scavenger to use body furnace for heat advantage and blue papilio powder for healing, Scavenger had judged the attempt extremely low quality. He guessed it was because the moment he dropped one of them, Ryu might have overwhelmed him and led to his defeat. He'd needed all 3 minds just to keep up with Ryu, unable to even deploy his full arsenal. But... He sighed again, examining his palm. I'm growing so fast that in days, Ryu won't touch me. After 5 days, he remained at rank I across all stats. Most of that time had been spent training Mikoto, Xanis, and Chandra in the cave labyrinth, gambling in many different casinos, and having fun with his 3 little friends when he was free. So he had barely earned 3 points per stats for the past 5 days, the slowest he had ever grown since he entered this world. However, after 2 to 3 proper expeditions to Water City, he will return with S in all stats. By then his base stats would make him a max level 4 and with his combined arsenal, he would be close to a peak level 5. He would become capable of dominating Ryu effortlessly. A shame. It truly was. Even Ryu wasn't capable of being his rival. And by the time I became a level 4 and decided to go all one like I did with Ryu, even the level SIXS of Loki shouldn't be a problem. At level 5 or 6, I should be able to contend with Otter. At level 7, he will become unparalleled. For some reason, he felt a bit sad at that thought. But thankfully I didn't use the level 3 3rd rank spear that I had custom made by Goibniu Familia. He looked down at the spear in his hand as he started using his magic to heal himself after regaining some mind. Just one use of Birik Hakele had made rust spread across the weapon's surface, cracks spider webbing through its structure. This was the most damage he'd ever done to a weapon with a single use because he hadn't let the magic settle properly, instead forcing it out as an immediate beam. Rex. He turned to see the 3 musketeers approaching, slightly surprised. You guys came. Momiji handed him healing potions while Kaed replied, obviously. She lowered her voice. We're the best level 1s in the Familia, member. He nodded as he accepted the flasks, then he turned to the silent Palom. Hi Coco. Hi Rex. She smiled at him, waving. You're strong. I am Rex Magnus Lapis Bafong, the Red Dragon of Infinity. Rex laughed. Of course I will be strong. Ha ha ha. The trio just stared at him silently. Meanwhile, Belle's group quickly chased after Ryu, finding her not far away leaning against a boulder. Ryu. Belle called out as he rushed to the obviously injured elf, even though it was hidden under the cloak. Thankfully they had brought their bags with healing potions and magic swords to watch the fight. Lilaruka had warned them not to leave their belongings unattended with the Soma Familia around. Belle retrieved 3 high-grade potions from his bag and handed them to Ryu. Her slender fingers brushed against his as she accepted them with a quiet, thanks. As she opened the first bottle, Lilaruka asked, Ms. Ryu, aren't you level 4? Ryu nodded while drinking the potion, causing the girl to mumble, so Mr. Rex is level 4. She didn't understand. The guild had just confirmed he was hiding his level and was actually level 3. How had he suddenly become level 4? Was he always level 4? Welf voiced what they were all thinking, but Ryu shook her head. He was level 3 against the Black Goliath, she said. That had been her assumption. If he'd been level 4, he could have withstood the Goliath's howl without much issue. Even Asfi had believed him to be level 3. So he leveled up after the Black Goliath. Mikoto mumbled. How didn't you know this? Welf glanced at her. Hasn't he been training you? All eyes turned to Mikoto as Belle asked, Mr. Rex trained you? While you trained with Ace, I asked him to train me. Mikoto explained. But he never mentioned his level, and I didn't notice he wasn't a level 3 anymore. Ryuha finished all 3 flasks, her injuries healed, as she returned her thoughts to the fight. Rex was indeed a recent level 4 THEI. Our first exchange proved that. But after he activated that skill with the red ringed eyes, not only did his stats improve to almost rival hers, but his technique surpassed hers. By a mile. If she was slightly slower, she wouldn't have been able to contend with him. He almost defeated me despite just reaching level 4. And she has been a level 4 for 7 years. She didn't like it. She concluded that must have grown rusty after 5 years at Hostess of Fertility with little adventuring. She doubted he would be able to go against her prime 5 years ago. I'll go check on Rex Dono, Mikoto said as she separated from the group. That night, all the anticipation for the coming war game vanished. Given how strong their level 3s were, they knew the war game would be a breeze. No one was even worried anymore, Belle included. They were more excited to fight and have fun during the war game than they were scared of losing. That night those who slept well. Morning came, and the war game everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. Every bar in Orario opened early, with workers at restaurants and food stands standing ready for the incoming rush. The game had received massive attention because several gods demanded posters be hung throughout the city as advertisement. These deities wanted the largest possible audience to build tension. Almost no adventurers even considered entering the dungeon today. Instead, they packed into their favorite bars, with more streaming in every minute. Workers and citizens who got the day off made their way to Central Park. But no one anticipated the war game more than the gods. Many deities crowded the 30th floor of Babel Tower, perched on the edges of their seats, brimming with excitement. Hestia and Apollo, the 2 gods at war, were among them. Those not in Babel Tower watched from bars or their homes with followers. Lord Hermes, Asfi called quietly, trailing Hermes while clearly uncomfortable among the gods and goddesses in the tower's wide chamber. Are you certain I'm allowed here? Yeah, don't worry about it. Hermes laughed off Asfi's concern as she tried to make herself smaller. The only ones who'd care aren't here anyway. The god reached into his shirt and pulled out the black watch Rex had given him. Should be about time. It showed 3 minutes until noon. Hermes lifted his chin and took a deep breath. Well then, Auranos, we need your permission to use our power. Hermes's words echoed through the chamber. The response came moments later. Granted. The heavy syllables spread across the city, heard from guild headquarters to bars to Central Park's crowd. With Auranos's permission, deities throughout Orario activated hundreds of magic windows of various sizes that appeared in bars, the guild's garden, and Central Park. Each floating circle showed different angles of the castle, Apollo Familia's oversized emblem, and the surrounding prairie. Now that the mirrors are in place, I'll set the stage once again. Roared the announcer, a dark-skinned Ganesha Familia member named Ibri, his voice echoing through the mirrors. Today's war game is a blitz castle siege between the allied Hestia and Soma Familia and Apollo Familia. Some screens across Oratio switched to show him standing atop a temporary stage in guild headquarters' front garden, where over 100 people had gathered. The dark-skinned announcer held a magic stone voice amplifier. Ganesha stood to his right, grinning behind his signature elephant mask while striking multiple flexing poses. The gods have added some spice to this war game to keep things exciting. He began. First, each side picks 7 champions, each carrying a flag. These champions can only hold 2 flags max at any moment, their own and one they snatch from the enemy. No non-flag bearer can hold a flag, and no flag bearer can hold more than 2 flags. He leaned forward dramatically. Break these rules? That's a 15 million Valis fine, no exceptions. The audience gasped collectively. That's right folks, we're playing clean and mean. Now here's how we win. Ibri continued. Attackers need all flags their 7, Apollo's 7, plus the castle's central flag. The instant they hold all 15 flags together, they win. I am Ganesha. The god flexed behind him and Ibri nodded like he understood. Right, I forgot to mention. He raised a finger. Anyone from the attacking side can carry the central flag. Even flag bearers can carry it, but that's risky if defeated, the defenders get 3 flags. And for defenders to win? They just need 8 flags when time runs out. If attackers don't get all 15 flags before time runs out, the team with most flags wins. He clenched his fist. And we're doing this fast. Forget 3 days, Have got 3 hours. Boos erupted from those who bet on the Soma Hestia alliance. 3 hours? Too short. Way too short to breach those walls. Even a day would be tight, but 3 hours? I know. Ibri sighed. Too short, but the gods decided. We just trust their judgment. Right, Ganesha? He held the mic out. I am Ganesha. The god roared. There you have it, folks. Ibri shrugged. Now, once those walls are breached, all 14 flag bearers must stay inside for the duration. Simple? No. Exciting? Absolutely. He glanced up at the countdown now in single digits. Let the game. The timer hit 0. Begin. Author's note, I hope the fight between Ryu and Rex was enjoyable. I felt like I haven't put in any real fight for a while and thought this was the perfect chance for him to fight someone to test his strength and skill. The chapter was a bit long because I wanted to end it with the war game starting so I can just jump straight into the game next chapter. I hope you guys didn't find it tedious to read. Also, thanks to some suggestions from my readers, I switched up the rule of the war game a bit to make it fairer. Mainly increasing the amount of flags the defending side need to hold to win and increasing the duration from 1.5 to 3 hours. Thank you for reading and have a wonderful day. Author said calmly. Chapter 51, War Game, Wall Breach. Inside Shroom Castle, everyone was on high alert. The war game was a 3-hour event, meaning the fighting would start as early as possible. No one was slacking. Archers lined the castle walls with bows and crossbows at the ready, while mages stood prepared behind them. The gate was the most heavily guarded, with the bulk of their forces stationed there to defend the castle's only entrance. The rest of the walls still had lookouts and archers covering them, but breaking through stone or digging underneath would take time enough for reinforcements to arrive. So the gate remained the priority. A few seconds after the war game started at noon went by, then a Palom lookout spotted movement in the distance. She squinted, making out 3 vaguely humanoid figures moving across the open grassland straight toward them. We're being approached. She called down to the men lining the walls, pointing. Only 3 for now. Eyes followed her gesture, spotting 3 figures sprinting side by side, the middle one slightly ahead. Their black cloaks swayed and flapped in the wind as they ran, but not revealing anything above the ankles. Let them get closer. A level 2 Gianthrope with twin daggers shouted, one of the first to see the figures after the Palom. They're probably just a distraction. Watch for more. He scanned the western plains, searching for anything out of place, but there was almost nothing. A few scattered trees and boulders dotted the landscape, but no real cover. The only viable approach for an ambush was the eastern forest, and that was why a few other level 2s are stationed there. He turned his attention back to the trio as they closed within a kilometer. Aim. He raised his arm. Every archer pulled back their bowstrings in unison, angling their shots. Noticing the movement speed of the 3 figures, he frowned. 3 level 2s. Sending just 3 alone? What's their plan? It didn't make sense. Level 2s shouldn't be able to smash the gate raw. So what's their play? Magic. He was trying and failing to think of things from their perspective. Is one of them the level 3 of Soma? No, none of them reach his height, nor do they have his build. It had to be a distraction. After all, why would they charge straight at the most fortified point with only 3 members? It felt like they were yelling, "Pay attention to me, I'm a distraction." Fire. The archers loosed their arrows the moment the trio crossed the 600-meter mark. The thrum of bowstrings echoed sharply, followed by the whistling as over 25 arrows sliced through the air in near-perfect sync. They arced smoothly, steel tips glinting in the sunlight, before descending with lethal precision toward the spot the runners would reach if they kept their pace. None of the attackers reacted as they kept running, letting the arrows thwack into the surrounding dirt, burying themselves in the earth. Any arrow that got close to them was dodged with slight movement without breaking formations. Arrows like these weren't much threat to level 2 adventurers, not unless there were hundreds. But they weren't meant to be threatening. Keep firing. Crossbows too. The dogman shouted at the archers as he glanced around for any sign of extra attackers. He needed to stop the trio from reaching the gate but avoid overcommitting forces to what might be a feint. So he quickly commanded one ballista to fire directly at the middle one when they were within 250 meters. Those massive guns could cause danger to a level 2 if they scored a direct hit. He should at least put fear in their heart and make them hesitate long enough for him to think of something. If they're still coming after this, they're either suicidal or hiding something. He watched as the steady volley of arrows fell on the trio in a conical shape, forcing them to dodge while still maintaining formation. Then the trio crossed into range, and the ballista immediately fired. A deep, shuddering thrum ripped through the air as the massive javelin launched, tearing toward them with terrifying speed. It closed the distance in a blink, aimed at the adventurer dead at the center. However, the one to their left quickly got in front of him, and with a flash of silver, they drew their sword from within his cloak and cleaved upward. The javelin split clean in half, the two massive pieces whipping past them and slamming into the ground behind with a deafening boom. Dirt and stone erupted in a wave, the dust shielding them from view for a few seconds, and then they dashed out of the clouds, not even slowing. Hey! Even he would have trouble doing that, especially at that speed. Fuck! He thought as the trio got within 100 meters. Mages, ready spells! Suddenly, the middle adventurers spread their arms wide, sending their outer cloak flying open and revealing what lay beneath. They held onto scarlet and violet blades, twin magic swords, which caused his eyes to widen. Then the adventurer raised both swords over his head, the movement of his hand removing his cloak's hood to reveal bright white hair that was impossible to ignore and crimson red eyes. Little rookie! Belle swept both arms down sharply, the red blade erupting with a spiraling inferno of orange and gold and the violet blade releasing a howling gale. Fire and wind collided, the gale whipping the flames into a spiraling drill of pure annihilation. The air itself screamed as the attack tore forward, crossing the 50 meters between them as the blazing tornado of heat and force that struck the gate dead center. Boom! The firestorm ripped through the massive wooden gate without resistance and barreled down the entire 10-meter tunnel behind the gate. The second gate at the end of the tunnel barely had time to tremble before the flames smashed into it, destroying it and sending a blast of fire erupting out the other side. The commander's jaw hung open, his mind short-circuiting. What? Already? Ibri roared into his mic. Little rookie, captain of the Hestia Familia, and his two companions have breached the gate not even 3 minutes in. Cheers erupted across Orario as the floating mirrors showed images of the fading firestorm, leaving behind a smoldering, gate-shaped hole where their strongest defense had stood. The tunnel beyond was a charred ruin, the stone blackened and cracked, the second gate reduced to splinters. The trio now charged towards the gate, with some mirrors zooming in on Belle's serious face as onlookers shouted encouragement. They wasted no time, Ibri continued with exaggerated motions. The gods were right, Hestia and Soma alliance did not need 3 days for this siege. Lord Ganesha, tell us about those ferocious magic swords. Those are Ganesha. Even the elephant god seemed shocked. Speechless already, Lord Ganesha? Don't worry, I'm sure the audience feels the same. Ibri laughed. The guild's front lawn buzzed with electric energy as announcements echoed through the city. Inside Babel Tower, gods voiced their admiration. What a powerful magic sword, Krazo, am I right? Yes, turns out one of Hephaestus' children joined Hestia Familia and he's a Krazo. Now we hear of such a skilled smith? My children need a magic sword like that. Yet, kinda understand why they hesitated and didn't use any magic to attack. Who would have thought they only needed a second to blow away the gate, Apollo? Chet. Apollo snapped, baring his teeth as he glared at his mirror. 2 of his children launched a lightning bolt and a fire arrow at Belle, but the boy simply swung the purple sword, unleashing a powerful wind gust that intercepted both attacks. The wind magic overpowered the 2 magics and continued going, slamming into the wall with a boom, causing a few adventurers to scream as they fell back. Don't get your hopes up, Apollo said as his eyes flicked to Hestia, but the young-looking goddess didn't look up from her own mirror. He was about to say something else, but was cut off by another goddess. Look at that! Here comes another one! Movement flashed across a mirror displaying the northern grasslands. This time, it was a tall dark-skinned Chienthrope male sprinting across the landscape like a predator on the hunt. And he was dressed in a black suit, a slim-fit blazer and matching pants, white dress shirt with a black tie, polished black dress shoes, and black gloves. He had no weapon in sight, only other color was the golden bandana tied around his right bicep, one of the 7 flags from the defending side. The moment Rex heard the explosion, he knew it was his cue and immediately bolted toward the castle, practically gliding across the plains as he closed in on the wall. The adventurers stationed there, momentarily distracted by the western gate's destruction, didn't notice him at first until one of the 2 level 2s guarding the side roared. Someone's coming! All eyes turned to the dark figure streaking across the field. It's Soma's level 3. The guard whirled toward the lone level 2 elf on their side. Quickly, start chanting. She shot him an irritated glare but began chanting. He drew his magic sword, waving it frantically. No one can hold back. Attack! He pointed the blade at the rapidly approaching man. Do not let him get close to the wall. They didn't need to be told twice. The two ballistas on the wall fired blindly in front of him, his speed making him a near impossible target. One javelin sailed harmlessly overhead, but the other shot straight for his skull, its massive head glinting in the sunlight as it spun toward him. Then, without breaking stride, Rex cocked his right arm back and threw a punch. His fist slammed into the javelin's head, the force crumpling the metal tip like paper, and ripping through the projectile in an instant. Splinters burst outward, the sheer impact reducing the shaft to shattered wreckage before the remnants even hit the ground. The level 2's eyes nearly bulged from his skull. Insane strength. Even a level 3 should have felt something from that, like a normal human punching a wall at full force, but Rex had done it like it was nothing. Reload and fire! He barked, and noticing arrows snapping against Rex's body or bouncing off harmlessly, he added. Archers, support the ballistas. He wanted to curse his luck. Why did the level 3 have to come his way? At this range, their magic weapon was useless, so he and the other magic swordsmen could only wait until Rex closed within 50 meters, and by then, it'd be suicide. And seeing as the ballista did nothing, their only hope was the mage. The wall had the fewest defenders, but High Akanthos had stationed 2 of their 18 level 2s here, himself, and the elven woman with the strongest single-target magic. Her spell could kill a level 4 if every hit landed, so a level 3 shouldn't stand a chance. Just then, he felt the magic shift beside him as the elf roared, Phlegethon Barrage. The red magic circle erupted in front of her outstretched staff, and 5 fiery lances bursted out. They sliced air with a whistle, snapping into sharp, near impossible turns and arcs, leaving behind trailing flames. The scorching spears glittered intensely in the sunlight, converging rapidly toward the sprinting figure of Rex, surrounding him from every angle above. In the blink of an eye, all 5 lances struck him simultaneously, slamming into him with explosive force. The ground shuddered, shaking violently from the blast as a violent fireball erupted upwards, disintegrating grass and devouring Rex in roaring flames and smoke. Silence followed, with thick smoke rising from the area. However, before they could celebrate, a polished dress shoe stepped out. What? The commander was confused. Then Rex ran out while brushing soot off his shoulder like he'd walked through kitchen smoke. How? A spearman's grip slackened. HOOW. My magic. The elf's eyes widened. Was brushed off. They struggled to make sense of what they had just witnessed. Not a scratch? Not even his suit had burned? Was it salamander wool? But even then, sheer force alone should have damaged him, or at least thrown him off balance. Even their captain couldn't hope to walk out unscathed from that. Then Rex squatted, the ground cracking beneath his dress shoes as he launched upward with explosive force. He soared into the air, crossing more than 15 meters from takeoff and arcing toward the wall with his blazer and tie whipping behind him. Oh shit, he's jumped! Someone screamed, but quickly noticed Rex's trajectory was too low, set to slam him face first into solid stone. Haha, dumbass, a defender laughed mockingly, tension fading slightly. Can't even jump a 15-meter. His voice faded abruptly as Rex cocked his left fist back mid-flight with a calm look on his face. Fall back! The commander's shout died instantly, swallowed by a deafening explosion, and his vision whited out. When he opened his eyes again, everything was blurry. The world shook violently around him, the air filled with an agonizing, high-pitched ee ringing. He could vaguely hear moans and groans around him, distorted and muffled by the piercing sound drilling into his ears. Slowly, painfully, he forced himself upright, struggling just to stand. What happened? He wondered groggily, blinking through the thick dust cloud enveloping everything. The warm sunlight had vanished, replaced by choking shadows and floating debris. Looking around, he saw massive chunks of reinforced concrete littering the ground around him, some pieces larger than carriages, broken arrows and wooden splinters scattered among them. He noticed a lone boot, still laced and blood. Rubble, he thought numbly. Rubble, of what? Then he slowly turned toward the wall. Where is it? He stared, eyes wide in disbelief. An entire 10-meter wide section of the colossal defensive wall had vanished entirely, replaced by a massive gap surrounded by a swirling cloud of dense dust. Fragments of stone and shattered concrete still crumbled away from the ragged edges of the remaining wall that stood either side, cascading down in slow showers of rubble and dust. The reinforced structure was sheared through completely, leaving twisted metal rods exposed, protruding from the wall's core. Something moved within the cloud, and he squinted hard to make shape of it. Another distant explosion echoed in his ears, but he was too focused on the silhouette calmly strolling through the dust, hands casually adjusting his tie. Yar yar, Rex sighed, slowly buttoning up his blazer as he stepped through the debris. Can't you fools defend a wall for more than 10 minutes? He shook his head disappointedly as more dark figures emerged silently behind him. I'll have to deduct a point from your interview, my future comrades. On the northern edge of the city, the Loki Familia executive stared at the mirror displaying the destroyed northern wall. A massive dust cloud billowed outward, chunks of shattered stone raining down 50 to 100 meters from the breach, and the gaping hole where a 10-meter section of reinforced wall had once stood. Ho-ho-ho! Tiona's voice erupted first, her dark green eyes sparkling with excitement as she leaned forward, nearly tipping her chair. Did you see that? He just bam, and the whole wall was gone. She punched the air for emphasis, grinning wildly. Gareth's brow furrowed beneath his thick beard. That sort o' destruction. That's no ordinary level 3. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, turning to the Amazon twins. Could you two have done something like that when you were level 3? Tione shook her head without hesitation. I'm strong, but taking out that much stone in a single blow? No way. She cast a quick glance at her sister. And Tiona's always been stronger than me in raw power, but... Yeah, that's not normal, even for me, Tiona piped up, still staring in fascination at the mirror. I probably would have cracked the wall or maybe made a hole after a few punches, but an entire 10-meter gap with one punch? Not a chance. I see. Finn folded his arms, eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he watched the dark-suited Gianthrope calmly adjust his blazer while stepping carefully through the rubble. Then that means he's either level 4, or he possesses a skill that elevates his strength into level 4 territory. Much like Gareth, Riveria added, and the dwarf nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the mirror. The image on the mirror zoomed in on Rex's face as he continued steadily forward, the other Soma Familia adventurers rushing past him. At that moment, realization dawned on Finn. He was sure he'd seen the man before, but now, clearly seeing his face, Finn recognized him as the adventurer who had tried to use a magic sword against Bel's Minotaur a month prior. He's level 3. Finn thought, raising an eyebrow. He had been certain the man lacked the demeanor of a second-class adventurer. Back then, he'd possessed no discernible aura of strength, prompting Finn to assume he was merely an overconfident level 1 who got carried away with a magic sword and wandered down to the 8th floor. After seeing Bel fight the Minotaur, Finn had assumed jealousy drove the man to try to interfere, likely trying to prevent Bel from gaining high-rank Excelia. Was he actually coming up from the lower floors and just decided to torment a level 1? Finn wondered silently. Riveria also recognized the Gianthrope and turned toward Ace, her voice calm yet intrigued. Ace, isn't that the same adventurer who carried Bel Cranel down to the 18th floor after his accident? Ace, standing quietly behind the couch where Tione and Tiona sat, nodded softly. Yes. She replied simply. Mr. Rex. W.H. Watt. Lefia, seated beside Riveria, snapped her head to the golden-haired girl. Why are you calling him Mr. Rex? Ace rarely uses formal titles or honorifics, so she casually says Mr. Rex was odd, and even the others were a bit surprised. Ace tilted her head slightly. That's his name. After all, the only place she had heard the Gianthrope's name was from Isabel during their training, who always calls him Mr. Rex. Lefia was about to say something, but she was abruptly cut short as the mirror swiftly changed perspective, now showing the equally devastated southern wall. Guess the wall was never a problem. Gareth chuckled with a shake of his head. The adventurers guarding the eastern wall of Shroom Castle were in chaos. From their position, they could see the destroyed northern and southern walls, and although dust concealed most of the destruction, they knew the adventurers stationed there had fallen. They weren't even paying attention to the field behind them anymore, instead, they faced inward, watching the clouds of dust rise from the north and east. We should abandon our post, one of the two female level 2 dwarves suddenly said, turning urgently to the level 2 Amazoness beside her. Take some members and head south. I'll go east. Her words abruptly cut off as she vanished. In her place now stood a girl wearing a short lavender kimono secured with a wide burgundy sash, paired with matching burgundy thigh-high heeled boots. She wore burgundy armored shoulder guards, matching gloves, a katana at her hip, and a golden bandana tied around her right bicep. Absolute shadow. The Amazoness mumbled, just as confused as everyone else. At the mention of her alias, Mikoto blushed slightly, turning her gaze away. "Please just call me Yamato," she said quietly. They stared at the girl, utterly bewildered. What the fuck just happened? Where did the dwarf go? She was standing right there just a moment ago. While the Amazoness began, but suddenly she too disappeared. In her place stood the massive dwarf, Chandra, resting a large, double-headed grey and silver axe on his shoulder, also wearing the golden bandana. He sighed heavily, massaging his forehead at the sudden shift. Then Welf appeared next, and gradually, more adventurers on the wall started vanishing, replaced by level 2 adventurers from the Soma Familia. Soon, there were 6 level 2 adventurers standing on the wall. Then the level 1 supporter, Lilyruka Arde, appeared with her large bag on her back and a mind potion in her hand. Finally, Xanis Lustra, captain of the Soma Familia, appeared in his captain's attire, a neat, long light blue coat with dark blue cuffs and a high collar, paired with formal light-colored trousers, a belt that held a sheathed sword at his hip, and he also had the golden bandana. Extending his hand, Xanis took the mind potion offered by Lilyruka and drank it all in one swift motion before tossing the empty bottle aside. "Give the signal, Arde," he said as he turned toward the castle, observing the dust clouds rising from the northern and southern walls and faint smoke drifting upward from the western gate. "Let's get this over with," he muttered, pushing up his glasses, the frame glinting in the sunlight. "Look at him trying to look cool," Welf said with a smirk as he overlooked the castle, "but you're right, Xanis," he claimed on the edge of the wall, "let's make this quick." Then he jumped down. Not even 10 minutes into the war game and the Apollo Familia castle has been breached. Author's note: I saw a lot of people say I was nerfing the MC after the last chapter fight, and seeing as there are more people against me than with me, I will assume I'm in the wrong. For that, I apologize. But let me explain my train of thought. As the majority agreed, at base, MC is early level 4 099, with enough stats to bear most new level 4 despite being a recent level 3. With strong body and predator activated, his stats become an average of E, 400-499. That's about a 400 points increase in all stats, and now his stats would be D, 500-599. A mid-ranked level 4, which puts him above most level 4. However, Ryuuu at this point had her agility at S954, which is her highest stat, and her lowest stats is endurance at D501. As you can see, she far outstats him, and not only that, she has years upon years of battle experience over him. Prime Rex barely knew how to use a sword, while Rex has only been in this world for 1 month. Even if he is skilled, he doesn't have enough experiences. Now, using Scavenger, he closed the years of experiences Ryuuu had over him and the fact she had more stats than he did. This allowed him to fight on equal terms with her, so I don't see how I am nerfing him. Yes, he could have suddenly used Heptathlus to win, or suddenly use his fire breath in the middle of the fight to catch her off guard. However, I made it so that didn't do it because I am going to tie that oversight of his into the story. Now, apart from this point, if you can, please explain how I had nerfed the MC. Anyway, thanks for reading this chapter. Hope you enjoyed it, and if you have any idea on what should happen in the war game, you can let me know. And last chapter was my 50th birthday, so give me your stones as congratulation. Chapter 52, War Game, Ambush. What even is this? Ibri screamed, grabbing his head in mock despair. Apollo's defenses lasted shorter than a discount in Diansek's store. First, Little Rookie obliterates the gate. Then Soma's suit-wearing level 3 adventurer 1 punches a wall into oblivion. He threw his arms wide as the crowd in front of the guild and others watching from taverns roared. At the exact same moment, the southern wall gets blown sky-high by the concurrent chanting mystery adventurer, the hooded helper of the Hestia Familia Leon. Ibri waved his arms dramatically, continuing without pause, and just when you thought it couldn't get crazy airborne, the eastern wall is suddenly occupied by multiple level 2 adventurers who arrived via teleportation magic. He suddenly whirled toward the elephant god, the mic trembling in his hand. Ganesha, since when is that a thing? Have we ever seen magic like this before? I am Ganesha. The god roared, striking a pose after each word. Exactly my point. Ibri nodded vigorously, turning back to the crowd. It seems the magic belongs to the Soma Familia Captain Gandharva. He gestured at the screen to zoom in on Xanis, dropping from the wall into the castle with his hands in his jacket pocket. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about ya, but I'm lovin' it. Rex surveyed the destruction around him as he walked through the rubble of the destroyed wall, and though it looked severe, surprisingly no one had died from the attack. Even with adventurers standing atop the wall during its destruction, none of them had been killed. Only a few suffered near-fatal injuries. Is this my luck development ability at work? He had expected a few deaths from collateral damage, but it was a relief there were no casualties, especially since some of these adventurers would soon be joining his familia. I would have been especially upset if any level 2s had died, he thought, glancing down at the elven mage who had used the fire magic spear against him. Blood flowed heavily from her forehead, pouring from a deep, gaping wound that had split open across her forehead. Her robes were torn, revealing bloodied limbs twisted awkwardly, clearly indicating multiple broken bones. She looked alarmingly close to death, pale and barely conscious. Immediately, a Palom supporter rushed to her side, quickly setting down his bags as he urgently applied a healing potion to stabilize her condition. He had ordered that adventurers who were severely injured be healed enough to survive but not to return to battle, to avoid sudden deaths. After all, how could have his own familia members to die? Just then, he glanced to the east as a firecracker flew into the sky, exploding after reaching its peak. It was the flare from Xanis group, signaling that they had successfully taken control of the western wall. This marked the end of the initial breach at Shroom Castle and the first phase of the war. Now, Rex and Ryhua were supposed to circle around to assist the trio at the western gate, but not going. Rex decided against it. Being around Belle was a surefire way to attract the attention of Freya, who was currently watching him closely through her divine mirror. Divine mirrors were essentially omniscient tools created by gods using their arcanum, allowing them to view any location in the world. They required permission from the god Auranos, and since permission had been granted for the war game, nearly every deity in Orario was currently using one. Right now, 4 unknown gods were watching Rex, while Belle was being observed by 12 with Freya among them. And right now, I need to win my parleys, Rex thought as he started moving. Indeed, he had placed a bet on himself, or rather, he had given the Myac Familia 10 million valis to bet on his behalf. This was highly illegal and could land them in trouble, but he had promised them 30% of the winnings. One of the most popular bets was Rex vs. Hyacinthos, ranking second only behind the primary wager on Apollo Familia versus Hestia and Soma Familia. This bet would only count if he actually fought Hyacinthos, meaning he had to engage Hyacinthos directly before anyone else had a chance to defeat him. This meant ignoring everything else, bypassing everyone, and heading straight to the main tower. Leaving the settling dust behind, Rex stepped onto the wide, open area separating the outer wall from the central keep, a clear expanse of about 200 meters. Some level 1 adventurers from his side were already battling Apollo Familia members, pushing forward through the clearing toward the central keep. Battle cries echoed through the air, mingling with the ringing of metal as blades clashed violently. Sparks flew, and magic swords unleashed vibrant elemental blasts, igniting fiery explosions and gusts of wind, kicking up clouds of dirt and debris. Members of his familia surged forward, desperately pushing through the Apollo defenders, creating a chaotic battlefield rather than a mere war game. He even saw a group of 7 level 1s Apollo adventurers ganging up on a single level 1 Boaz female from the Soma Familia. They then glanced at Rex, who was planning on just walking past as it wasn't his concern, then looked at each other and nodded in a silent conversation. Get him! One of them roared and all 7 of them charged with him towards Rex, 7 in total, each letting out fierce battle cries. Rex glanced at them casually, swinging his arm in a lazy swipe. As if straight out of an anime, all 7 adventurers flew dramatically into the air, their weapons spinning wildly from their grips. Ah! Screamed one adventurer, and another cried out, Gah! As blood sprayed exaggeratedly from their noses while they spun in the air. After a few seconds of flying, they crashed heavily into each other mid-air, tumbling into a tangled pile of limbs and weapons before collapsing onto the dirt in a pile, moaning weakly in exaggerated defeat. Rex stood still, looking at their exaggerated flights and dramatic falls. I didn't even put enough force into that to send you flying. Why did you guys do that? He felt genuinely confused for a moment before realization hit him. None of these guys did it intentionally. Clearly, they had no desire to seriously fight him, a level 3, and deliberately made themselves look foolish after his casual swipe. At least this way it wouldn't look like they were cowards and ran away from a level 3. Rex played along and placed his hands in his pocket and continued walking. This time, other level 1s who saw what he did to the 7 didn't dare attack him, so he made it to the second wall around the central keep. It was even taller than the first at 15 meters, though not nearly as thick. Adventurers emerging from the central keep spotted Rex immediately. That's Soma's level 3. Shouted a guard, brandishing a longsword. Don't let him reach the keep. A group of around 15 adventurers surged forward, weapons in hand, swords, spears, and axes charging toward him with determination. One adventurer swung a great axe at Rex, but Rex casually caught the axe blade between his thumb and index finger, effortlessly stopping its momentum. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the man spinning backward through the air with his axe, screaming as he crashed onto the ground. Another adventurer lunged at him with a spear, but Rex easily sidestepped the thrust, delivering a casual backhand that sent him spinning away unconscious without wasting any time. One by one, adventurers rushed him only to be casually sent flying. Rex's playful smile widened. Why are you guys forming a single file line? They weren't actually lining up, but why would they surround him only to rush in one at a time? They were even glancing at each other, deciding who would go next. The fuck is this? Was this some kind of battle tactic he didn't know about? Rex took care of the level 1 adventurers after nearly a minute of standing still, letting them rush at him individually like fools. Then he entered the central keep. Immediately, multiple spells from 3 different mages and several powerful magic blasts from magic swordsmen slammed into him simultaneously, merging into an immense explosion of elemental energy. Fire, lightning, and wind combined violently, releasing a deafening boom and sending a powerful shockwave outward. Spiderwebs cracks crawled through the stone walls around the entrance where the magic blasts landed, with dust, smoke, and debris filling the air, obscuring the view with swirling chaos. The adventurers standing in a group atop one building in the central keep stared at the large plume of smoke rising upward. They were silent until a female mage mumbled nervously. Did we get him? I think so. They all froze at this voice, heads slowly creaking sideways to see Rex standing with them, casually staring at the explosion, his right palm shading his eyes. Whistle, even a level 4 would be hurt by that. Ain't no way whoever you guys aimed at survived. Shit. One adventurer was about to use his magic sword, but Rex cut him off. Coming through. He vanished and reappeared behind the group. They stood for a few seconds before collapsing, their eyes rolling to the back of their head, knocked out. I should just use Predator for this, right? He thought, but decided against it. It would be too boring, even for him. He continued through the keep, defeating level 1s who employed strange fighting tactics, but he felt something was off. Despite the chaos, he had encountered no level 2 adventurers. Are they all in the throne room? He wondered while casually dispatching a few other level 1s, but Scavenger rated the thought as low quality. They're not in the throne room. He pressed forward, finally reaching the large double doors of the throne room. He kicked a struggling guard forward, sending the man crashing through the doors, then Rex stepped inside, scanning the vast, empty throne room. His gaze settled on the empty throne at the far end, the central keep's flag standing beside the throne at Apollo Familia banner hanging from a pole. Using seismic sense, he detected only the retreating level 1 adventurers and the guard he'd kicked through the doors, now weakly gasping on the floor. What is going on? He ignored the flag, walked to the door leading to the balcony. They hiding? Scavenger said no. He entered the balcony that encircled the entire central tower. With the tower being the tallest structure in the entire castle, standing about 20 meters tall, he was able to see the entire castle while walking around the balcony. Ryu, Bell, and the other 2 were moving in from the west. The north and south were doing good, and the east with Xanis and co. Ah! The dumb level 1 adventurers that were fighting him like fools were stalling for time. A few minutes earlier. After jumping from the wall, Welf landed on one knee, grinning confidently as he looked up at the adventurers stationed behind the wall. The level 1 adventurers, distracted by the commotion from the other walls, turned toward Welf, confusion evident on their faces. Why was this boy clearly not from their familia behind their wall? How did he get here? They shook off their confusion and charged him with their weapons raised, deciding to beat up this random boy. However, the group of level 2 easily dispatched them. Though he had recently become level 2, the difference in strength between levels was enormous. He had finished dealing with most of the level 1s before the others that stayed behind to handle the level 1 adventurers on the wall came down. Welf glanced back as the firecracker signal shot into the air. He turned to Mikoto, who was busy knocking out an adventurer with the butt of her katana's hilt. Looks like things are going smoothly, he said calmly. Mikoto nodded quietly in response. But let's not let our guard down, she said calmly as she glanced at Welf. He nodded and looked back as the remaining level 2 adventurers jumped down from the wall, Chandra carefully carrying the small Lilyruka who was sitting on his shoulder while another adventurer held her bag. Although they didn't think they'd need a supporter, it was best to be prepared, especially if they encountered strong opponents like Captain Hyacinthos. "Let's get going," Xanas said, taking the lead as they charged through the area toward the central keep. Ahead, more adventurers were preparing to attack from on top the inner wall with arrows, but suddenly they all retreated. "They're probably waiting for an ambush behind the gate," Mikoto said after noticing their movement. The group quickly shifted formation, allowing Chandra and the Boaz level 2 to lead the charge as they moved towards the door. Suddenly, a shadow dashed out from the archgate of the central keep with blinding speed, faster than any of them could react, instantly closing the distance to Chandra and punching him directly in the face. The massive dwarf flew backward, propelled with incredible force, his heavy body soaring overhead. Then he crashed heavily behind Lilyruka at the rear of the group, hitting the ground with a thunderous impact and sliding several feet before finally coming to a stop. Everyone froze, eyes turning to the attacker. Standing there was Hyacinthos, clad in a sharp black captain's uniform, his white cloak billowing dramatically in the wind behind him as he calmly adjusted the cuffs of his sleeves. "It's good that 4 flag bearers are gathered together," Hyacinthos remarked coolly. From behind him, 6 level 2 adventurers stepped forward, Daphne, Cassandra, Lissos, a Boaz, an Amazonas, and another elf. All 7 flag bearers were here. "This will make things easier for us." Lilyruka immediately dropped to the dwarf's side, yanking a potion from her bag and forcing it into his mouth as everyone quickly got in combat-ready stance. "Who made the plan to put 4 flag bearers on one team?" He shrugged. "Well, that won't matter now." His eyes locked onto Xanas. "Why don't we make this easy? Hand over the flags." Welf scoffed loudly. "What, scared for a fight?" he asked mockingly. "Why don't we duke it out for the flags, you're 7 or are 4? Hyacinthos glanced at the boy with a cold stare. "You don't want that?" Welf chuckled, turning to the others and jerking his thumb toward Hyacinthos. "Get a load of this guy," he laughed. "Too scared to fight despite being level 3. Hyacinthos didn't let him finish. He dashed forward in a blur, instantly appearing in front of Welf, his cloak streaming behind him. His eyes glinted sharply as he brought his fist upward with meteoric speed, slamming it into Daphne's abdomen with inhuman force. The girl was instantly lifted several inches off the ground, her eyes turning white as all the air was knocked out of her lungs. She crashed to her knees, hugging her stomach tightly as she coughed out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. "Daphne!" Hyacinthos muttered in confusion, looking down at the girl struggling to breathe. "Why are you here?" Before he could react further, Welf, no standing where Daphne had been, swung his fist backwards, slamming it into Cassandra's nose, breaking it. She fell to her knees, her eyes wide as she held her nose, blood streaming from it. Mikoto immediately dashed at the allied elf beside her, executing a swift horizontal slash with the back of her katana. In a blink, the female elf was replaced by Lissos from the Apollo Familia, who barely raised his sword in time to block. Their blades collided with a sharp screech, pushing Lissos back a step, only for him to be elbowed fiercely in the face by the Boaz beside Mikoto. Blood spurted from Lissos's nose, followed by a punch to the jaw, knocking him unconscious. Chaos erupted, and within moments only Hyacinthos remained standing, still beside Daphne, who struggled on the ground. He looked around, utterly confused. What had just happened? Why had Daphne taken his punch? If she wasn't tougher than Welf, she'd be out cold, no, close to death from that punch. His confusion faded as he noticed Xanas drinking a potion. "Ah!" He turned toward him, realization dawning. "So you finally got a magic, Xanas, a quickshan't teleportation magic?" "Who knows?" Xanas replied, adjusting his glasses calmly. "But one thing is certain," he raised his head, his eyes meeting Hyacinthos, "your team never stood a chance." Hyacinthos sighed, running his hands through his hair. "You're right," he exhaled, slowly removing his cloak. Everyone instantly tensed. Though the 7 felt confident in defeating him together, Hyacinthos was a powerful level 3 THEY couldn't afford to underestimate him. "I admit, I never stood look." He suddenly threw his cloak aside, causing everyone to instinctively glance at it. In that split second, Hyacinthos appeared in front of Xanas. The man couldn't react when a Hyacinthos delivered a simple backhand that sent Xanas flying. The man's glasses shattered midair, blood trailing from his broken nose as he spun in the air, the blood spiraling comically around him. Xana's face planted into the dirt, ass in the air, fingers twitching before going still. Out cold. Without stopping, Hyacinthos appeared behind Lilyruka, his cold blue eyes piercing down at the unsuspecting girl like a predator. Lily! Mikoto shouted, lunging forward desperately. Kaa! Lilyruka screamed in surprise as her bag was violently jerked behind her, pulling her backward sharply. Hyacinthos behind her had ripped open her bag, and quickly rummaged through it, his fingers immediately closing around an elixir. In the next instant, he smoothly ducked beneath Mikoto's blade that flashed above his head at breakneck speed. Their eyes met, but he ignored her completely as he dashed past her. He dashed straight to the barefist level 2 Amazoness that charged towards him fiercely, appearing before her, his right leg extended straight up like an air split. Then, faster than anyone could follow, his raised leg sliced downward in a brutal axe kick, moving so swiftly that the motion itself was invisible. The Amazoness's face slammed violently into the ground, her lower body lifting into the air from the devastating impact. Hyacinthos then casually dropped the elixir to Daphne beside him, who caught it shakily and quickly drank it. Adjusting his uniform, Hyacinthos looked around confidently. "Now, what was it you said, Xanas?" he asked the man that was out cold. "That I never stood a chance." Suddenly, they all felt magic coming from behind them and turned to the blue-haired girl kneeling on the ground with a bloody nose and a busted upper lip. Everyone was so preoccupied they didn't notice Cassandra quietly finishing her chant. "May you beat back ruin. Soul light." With her shout, a radiant golden magic circle appeared above her, bathing the area in a 10-meter radius around her in healing light. It didn't take long for all Apollo Familia adventurers who had fallen moments ago rose back to their feet, completely healed. What was that saying again? Hyacinthos smirked at Welf, his eyes glowing dangerously. "Ah, right." Daphne stood up beside him, glaring angrily at Welf, "How the tables has turned." Author's note: I apologize for no chapter 2 days in a row, but I had to rewrite the entire chapter because the Apollo Familia got the case of dumb antagonist syndrome. It was ass and I wasn't going to post that. I hope this chapter was not bad. Also, I noticed that in the last chapter people thought that I turned 50 years old in real life. But no, I was actually talking about my 50th chapter birthday, not real 50. The wording was bad, so I understand how people mistook it, but I still have a long way to go before 50. But thanks for those who wished me well. Speaking of bad wordings, the skill Jackbird Dash. My bad wordings caused many to believe that the skill massively raises his agility at all times. But this huge boost in agility and slight boost in endurance only activate when he is actively being chased, along with him getting the escape. I will try to be careful of my wordings from now on. Chapter 53, War Game, End. Loki watched the scene involving Hyacinthos' group at the eastern side of Shroom Castle through her own mirror, a playful grin forming on her lips. "Fei, looks like your kiddo's in trouble," she said, glancing at Hephaestus, who sat beside her at the main table inside Babel Tower. "Don't you think?" "It seems so," Hephaestus replied with a small smile, watching as Welf swung his magic sword upward, releasing a large wave of fire that surged forward but was dodged by Hyacinthos and Daphne. "It doesn't look like they'll win this fight," she admitted. Loki leaned closer, eyes sparkling mischievously. "Those flashy magic swords forged by him, right?" Her pearly white teeth glistened as her grin deepened. "Regrettin' lettin' him go?" "Who knows?" Hephaestus looked at her warmly. "But it was his choice." Hee, Loki shook her head lightly, "You're a nice girl, Hephaestus. I never would have let him go if I was in your shoes." Hephaestus simply smiled. Meanwhile, Apollo leaned down to Hestia, a smirk on his face. "It seems your group was smart," he said with a grin. "But my children are smarter." "You've lost, Hestia." Hestia glanced back at the god sharply. "I don't know what you're talking about, Apollo." Apollo glanced toward her mirror, which showed Belle running through the passages in the keep, the outsider, Leon, covering him by handling the adventurers trying to block their way to the throne room. Phew, have you been watching Belle the entire time?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "I guess it's best you take a good final look at him, because in 3 hours, you'll never see him again." Hestia glared fiercely, but Apollo casually leaned back. With a casual flick of his finger, his mirror turned to face Hestia. Her eyes widened at what she saw. Daphne stood with one of her feet pressing firmly on Mikoto's head, pinning her to the ground. Chandra knelt on the ground, his jaw broken and body covered in weapon wounds. Hyacinthos held Welf's bloodied and beaten body, his fingers gripping him firmly by the neck, his breathing ragged and weak. With the level 3 Hyacinthos there, the Apollo Familia had easily overwhelmed Xanas's group, especially after Xanas was quickly taken out. It seems your alliance has lost 4 flags, Apollo chuckled, tossing his head back as he laughed. Ah, I can already feel my boys in my hands. His expression turned disgusting as he met Hestia's eyes again. Be ready to say goodbye, little Hestia. Hyacinthos pulled the magic sword from Welf's weakened grip, tossing the boy aside as he inspected the weapon, a red broadsword with a rather long hilt. What an interesting magic sword, he remarked, sensing its power, stronger than any magic sword he'd ever encountered. He glanced toward Welf, who lay coughing on the ground. A shame we wouldn't be able to recruit him into our familia after this war. How should we distribute the flags? Daphne asked, slightly raising her boot before firmly slamming it back down onto Mikoto's head, stopping the girl from reaching for her katana beside her. You, Lissos, Cassandra, and Burrow will take the flags, Hyacinthos instructed, nodding toward the 4 of them, including the Boaz named Burrow. Afterwards, we'll stake out and run the timer down. He cracked his neck casually. There's no need to risk getting the flags from the 2 level 3 adventurers. That's too bad, came a calm voice from above. They all turned swiftly to see Somas Gienthrope standing casually at the edge of the 15-meter-tall wall surrounding the keep, hands resting comfortably in his dress pants pockets, amber eyes looking down at them. It seems you'll have to take that risk. Rex said coolly. Rex Magnus, Hyacinthos said slowly as everyone tensed up, with Mikoto glancing up from her pinned position on the ground. You're more arrogant than I thought. You came to face the 7 of us, alone. I know, right? Rex took a step forward and dropped from the wall, hands still tucked casually in his pockets. He landed heavily but effortlessly, knees barely bending as dust rose around him. Doesn't seem like a fair fight, does it? He remarked calmly. You chose to come here, Hyacinthos shook his head. And now you say it's unfair. Indeed. Rex nodded casually. How about I cripple myself to make it fair? He tilted his head slightly. Would that work for you guys? His tone made it sound like he would actually be doing them a favor. Magnus, Hyacinthos narrowed his eyes at Rex. You might be level 3, but standing before you are 6 level 2s and me. You can't seriously be so arrogant as to believe you can take all of us. He raised his head confidently. Even if I were alone, I doubt you could take me on. Rex's expression remained unchanged. Then why don't we test that theory? Slowly, he withdrew his left hand from his pocket, causing Hyacinthos' grip around the magic sword to tighten. Everyone else immediately prepared for battle, with Daphne and Lissos firmly gripping their swords, not wanting to be caught off guard like with Xanas' magic. As for Cassandra, she stared at Rex with trembling eyes, her fingers clenched tightly around her staff. Since his arrival, she had been shaking uncontrollably, as though she knew what would happen, and now it was even worse. Rex casually raised his arm, lazily pointing at the 7 adventurers. All level 2s, his eyes glowed ominously, causing the 6 level 2 adventurers to freeze, their eyes widening, pupils shrinking to points. Fall, he commanded lazily. With that single word, all 6 level 2 adventurers instantly collapsed to the ground like puppets whose strings were cut. Hyacinthos' eyes widened in horror as he glanced around at his familia members trembling on the ground like they were about to be executed. Daphne's face was twisted in fear, sweat dripping down her temple as she grit her teeth. Lissos was twitching, Cassandra was nearly in tears, her arms shaking violently as her staff rolled away. Even the towering Burrow was trembling on his knee. Now that I've gotten rid of them, Rex's voice drew his attention, why don't we go one-on-one? Hyacinthos didn't let him finish. He roared and raised Welf's magic sword, slashing it downward with all his might, and a massive blast of fire erupted from the blade, engulfing Rex in an instant. The fire surged past him, slamming into the keep's wall behind and spreading across the stone like a web. After a few seconds, the fire died down and Welf's magic sword shattered in Hyacinthos' hands. He immediately drew his red longsword, and the flames cleared to reveal Rex standing there, smoke rising from his body, expression unchanged. You should have taken my offer when you had the chance, Rex sighed, and in a blink, he vanished. The ground where he stood exploded after he was gone as he reappeared in front of Hyacinthos. He stomped his forward foot down, stopping his forward momentum and transferring it to his fist that crashed into Hyacinthos' abdomen. The air was knocked from his lungs as Hyacinthos' eyes trembled, his swords falling from his hand. His entire body lifted from the ground, but before he could fly back, Rex twisted, redirected the force, and slammed him downward. The impact of his back shattered the earth, dust, and debris exploding around them. Rex grabbed one of his ankles, then hurled him like a rag doll toward the inner keep's wall. Hyacinthos flew through the air at breakneck speed, then crashed onto the wall back first, arms splayed out, embedding slightly into the stone with a thunderous boom. Rex dashed forward again, bursting through the dust cloud and appearing in front of him, driving a punch into Hyacinthos' abdomen. Blood sprayed from his mouth as the force detonated behind him. Wall erupted in a web of fractures, stretching far and wide. Rex put more weight behind his punch and the wall exploded, with Hyacinthos shooting through like a cannonball, spinning uncontrollably in the air. Gritting his bloodied teeth, Hyacinthos managed to twist his body midair and landed on his feet, sliding back, raising his fist in shaky defense. Rex's foot crashed into his jaw with a savage rising right kick, snapping Hyacinthos' head back, his feet barely touching the ground. Rex twisted, his right foot grazing the ground, and immediately spinned into an upward roundhouse with his left foot that slammed into Hyacinthos' gut, launching him into the sky. His body arched helplessly, blurry eyes catching the sunlight, then darkened as Rex eclipsed the sun, descending with an axe kicking straight into Hyacinthos' abdomen. The man released a soundless cough of blood and spit, his eyes turning white. Then with a streak, Hyacinthos was hurled down, slamming into the earth with a massive boom. Dust and debris scattered, and Rex landed with his back on the fallen captain. He calmly adjusted his blazer. "What a waste of time," he muttered. "What was that? Did you see that earlier?" Babel was full of screaming deities, all of whom had been watching the fight between Hyacinthos and Xanus group because it had been the most interesting thing going on during the war game at that moment. So when Rex arrived, the attention naturally stayed, and most, if not all, of them witnessed the quick and brutal battle between him and Apollo Familia's top members. A mind control spell. He brought multiple level 2s to their knees with just a word. What kind of spell is that? Not only that, how strong is he to bully Phoebus Apollo like that? I want that dog so bad. He looks so sexy. Mommy want to put him in a leash. Not a single deity in the chamber stayed seated, all roaring with excitement and shock. Not only had he casually brought down 6 top level 2s with a single word and a raised finger, he defeated Hyacinthos with a combo that left their blood boiling. The poor man didn't even land a hit and was tossed around like a doll. It was a quick, yet wildly exciting one-sided fight. Separated from the other gods enjoying the moment, Apollo stood frozen with his mouth wide open. Hestia, in front of him, didn't move either, her eyes bulging at her mirror. Then she slowly turned back with a grin. "You were saying?" Apollo almost punched the goddess. It wasn't just Babel. Many across Orario had witnessed the fight, with pubs erupting into chaos. Phew! My bet. My 100,000. How could he lose? No, two must be dreaming. She punched someone, knocking him out, but she felt the pain of the punch her fist. I'm not dreaming. Hyacinthos. When I catch you, Hyacinthos. With Hyacinthos and the 6 other flag bearers losing so brutally to Rex, it became clear that Apollo Familia would lose this war game. And everyone who had bet on Apollo to win lost their minds. Especially those who had also bet on Hyacinthos beating Rex. No, how could the power difference in the same level be so big? A man roared. That's Phoebus Apollo we're talking about. One of the stronger level 3s. How the hell can another level 3 power creep him so easily? Exactly. He has to be a level 4. Did he hide his level again? Yeah, there's no way Hyacinthos would be manhandled like that by another level 3. An unknown fool from the Soma Familia at that. Cope. Who the fuck said that? What's going on? A soft voice asked as a beautiful grey-haired human girl came out from the back of the pub to find everyone shouting at each other. She had just rushed to the bathroom when it switched away from Belle, so she hoped she didn't miss anything important with him. Did I miss something? She asked, rushing over to Mia Grand, the owner of the Hostess of Fertility. Nothing you'd care much about, but these lot sure do, Mia replied, leaning against the counter. Captain O, the Apollo Familia, just got his arse handed to him by the level 3 from Soma's crew. Now everyone's losing their damn minds over it. Oh. Seer nodded slightly, glancing at a mirror that showed Hyacinthos lying unconscious in a crater, blood flowing from his mouth. Ha! She sighed internally at the sight. She had been hoping Belle would get to fight that man, to see how much he had grown after training with Ace and China, but someone else stole the spotlight. She expected Soma Familia to send their level 3 after Hyacinthos, but it still annoyed her not seeing Belle defeat him. What's wrong, Seer? A voice called, and she immediately smiled at the orange cat girl. Nothing, she replied, noticing the girl's downcast look. You don't look well yourself. Yeah, Naya. Anna slumped down on the counter, tears welling up in her eyes. Lost some cash on my bet, Naya. She clenched her fists, flames growing in her eyes. I will punch Hyacinthos right in his smug face when I catch him, Naya. Believe it. Mia and Seer glanced at each other, and before Mia could say anything, she saw a few guys about to start fighting. Raising her right palm, she slammed it down on the counter before her, the loud sound silencing the entire pub as all eyes turned to her. Take it the hells outside if you're itching for a scrap, she grinned, cracking her knuckles. Less you'd rather square up with me instead. No one wanted to fight the giant, so everyone, even gods, sat down like children who had been shouted at by their parents. Yo, Xanis! Rex kicked the captain's butt as he grumbled, not waking up. Xanis! He called a bit louder, but seeing no response, he squatted, leaned in, and whispered, Mr. Sniffles. The man's eyes immediately snapped open, his grey gaze flicking to Rex. What happened? He groaned as he sat up, massaging his jaw. The last thing he remembered was Hyacinthos' coat floating in the air, then a strong force on his jaw, and everything went black. Your group got defeated by Hyacinthos' group, and I came and saved you, Rex replied, holding out 2 simple health potions to Xanis, who took them as he stood up. We basically have all the flags now, so we just need the central keep flag to win. He had left the central flag because he wouldn't have looked cool walking around with it, but he guessed Belle and Ryu had probably gotten it by now. Xanis glanced around, noticing everyone looked fine despite, with the only signs of battle being the surrounding destruction in their tattered clothes. Mikoto and Welf were talking, Lilyruka was handing Chandra a potion, the others seemed relaxed. The flag bearers now also had 2 golden bandanas sewn on each bicep, taken from Apollo Familia members. Xanis glanced at the broken wall and moved to adjust his glasses, only to realize they were gone. I missed a lot while I was out, he thought, tossing the empty health potion bottle aside. Just take a flag from one of those guys, Rex added, pointing at the 6 Apollo Familia members standing side by side, arms folded behind their backs like soldiers. That'll bring us to 12 flags, assuming the elf and the little rookie didn't have theirs stolen, which I doubt. He began walking away. Where are you going? Xanis asked, cracking his neck. Going to get the central keep flag and our last 2 flag bearers so they can take the remaining flag and wrap this up, Rex replied. Wouldn't it be better if you stayed to guard them? Welf asked, jerking his thumb at the 6 level 2 adventurers. With Xanis up, you guys shouldn't lose if they start a fight. Rex glanced back at Welf. If you do, that's disappointing. Welf nodded with a smile. Understandable. He was about to continue when Mikoto rushed toward him. Rex Dono. She called out, catching up. What was that you used on the level 2s? Magic. Something like that, Rex said, deciding not to give away details, especially with so many gods watching. Might tell you later. I'll be back. He waved and walked off. What magic? Xanis asked as he walked up to Mikoto, still rubbing his jaw. Fire breathing. No. Mikoto replied, watching Rex vanish in the distance. It's some kind of mind control spell. It was indeed some kind of mind control spell. Fear, especially at overwhelming levels, can override rational thought and trigger pure survival instincts, forcing reflexive compliance like hostages obeying their captors. With his Predator Day, a target consumed by terror might involuntarily obey a simple command. It was similar to how a goddess of beauty's charm could make others do their bidding, except this used fear instead of love. Where charm might say, obey me because you adore me, Rex's method was more like, your body betrays you to survive the next few seconds. But, Rex thought as he walked past the crater where Hyacinthos had landed. The captain had escaped at some point while Rex was healing the others, not that he cared. My fear isn't as potent as a goddess's yet. As confirmed by Scavenger, Predator only raises their fear by a fixed amount of points based on how weak they are and such. Right now, he wouldn't be able to tell a level 1 to kill themselves as their survival instincts would rebel, but telling someone with no fauna to kill themselves would work instantly. But the higher the Da's rank and the stronger he gets, the higher the fear threshold would become. If his Da reaches a higher rank, he might be able to induce fear on those at the same power level or even stronger than he is, and the fear might reach a level where it completely overrides self-preservation. And I guess the more terrifying I look, the stronger the fear induced is. Just like how the more beautiful a goddess of beauty is, the stronger their charm. So, if he looked like an eldritch abomination, the fear induced by Predator would naturally be stronger. A very impressive ability, he thought as he backhanded a level 1, sending her spinning away with a blood trail. Who knows, maybe in the far, far future I'll be able to override a goddess of beauty's charm with my own fear. I should find a chance to practice this power more. This was his first time using it since theorizing it weeks ago, but he couldn't exactly wander around using Predator on random people. Still, his bounty hunting era was coming, and that would be the perfect chance likely when he hit level 4, maybe in another month. I'll get plenty of opportunities then. As he got close to the throne room, he could hear fighting, and when he looked inside, he saw 4 level 2's Apollo Familia fighting Bell. 2 of them were the one on the eastern wall of Shroom Castle that Xanis had teleported away, and the other 2 were part of the 3 that had been guarding the front gate. He can take care of himself, Rex thought as he decided not to interfere and just walked away before Freya caught a glimpse of him. I guess this is the end. He smiled slightly. It was pretty fun just showing off. Author's note, late chapter because I had things to do. Might not post any chapter tomorrow, just a heads up. Also, how was this chapter that ended the war game? Good? Bad? The next 1 or 2 chapter would warp up this very long arc with the newcomers in the Soma Familia and all, then Rex would return to the dungeon for his grind. Also, wondering, should I maybe do a Danmachi Arrow of Orion arc after this or just go to the Ishtar Familia arc? I mean, it's non-canon and it's a bit convoluted for a novel, especially with a goddess dying and the world almost getting destroyed and all, but I could maybe do something with it. Chapter 54, C rank. 3 days had passed since the Soma and Hestia Familia won the war game by a landslide, and as promised, the Soma Familia got all of Apollo's members, while Hestia got the rest of his assets. The god, stripped of all his possessions, was then banished from Orario. During those days, the Soma Familia had gone through a lot of changes. First was the Familia home Cupidinem. Since Rex already knew he was going to win the war game, the day the Apollo Familia accepted the challenge, Rex had Xanis request the Goibniu and Demeter Familia to start a mass remodeling of the entire Familia land. Xanis also bought the surrounding lands around the estate for a bit of expansion, which was pretty cheap since it's an area no one wanted. Now, 10 days have passed since the remodeling started. With the 2 Familia working day in and out, the remodeling was practically done. During this time, the members and executives had to keep moving around when an area was getting worked on, which was annoying, but the end result was well worth it. The entire estate, following Rex's blueprint and the old setup of the Familia, now looked like a college campus with 6 mansion-like buildings arranged around the land. Each building held about 30 to 40 members, with private rooms and shared bathrooms, kitchens, and living spaces. An additional dining hall was built, being on the opposite end of the first one, and other areas were still being built, like the training area that Xanis decided to postpone because of money. The land itself was revitalized by the Demeter Familia. Before, due to being on the outskirts of an industrial district and quite close to Deadless Street, it barely had any plants except Soma's garden. Now the land was filled with greens and trees, giving it more life and making it fresher, arranged along the walkways and roads connecting the multiple buildings and facilities. There was an area surrounded by a fence that was Soma's old gardeno, improved with the help of Demeter. He had declined letting them touch it at first, but agreed after pressure from Xanis. After its remodeling, it looked even better, and though Soma didn't show it, Scavenger confirmed he was pleased about the change. Of course, the biggest improvement was the main mansion at the center of the land, which now looked like its own separate mansion with a second wall surrounding it. A 4-story beautiful mansion with exactly 45 large rooms, about half of those having their own plumbing gone central living area, 3 kitchens, 2 communal bathrooms for those rooms without, a meeting area for the executives, and other facilities. This mansion was only for the Familia executives and high-class adventurers, and the higher your position, the higher the floor you had. Soma, Xanis, Rex, Hyacinthos, Chandra, Daphne, Lissos, and Cassandra were the only ones on the 4th floor due to their executive ranks, with the other 37 rooms being separated among the lower 3 floors for the other level 2 plus members. Of course, there was one exception to this main mansion occupation rule. Are you sure we are allowed to stay here? Momiji asked as she watched Rex sweep up some mess they made while arranging the room. How many times are you going to ask that? Rex turned to the girl sitting on the edge of her bed, dressed casually in a shirt and skirt. Yes, and no one can say anything about it. I don't know. She looked around the room, fidgeting with her fingers. It just seems unfair, you know. Of course it is, Rex replied with a shrug. But who cares? That's how life is. He had allowed the 3 musketeers to stay in the main mansion, the trip being the only exception. He had known them for a month, and if he was asked who he had the closest relationship with in this world, he would say the 3 of them, then Xanis, and then maybe Rose or Naza. He saw them like his little sisters, so of course he was going to give them advantages that others didn't have. Exactly, Momi. Kaed sprawled lazily on her back across her bed in an oversized shirt, chimed in without lifting her head. We ain't supposed to be humble, remember? Use every damn edge we got. And Rex? She smirked. He is the edge. So we're gonna milk him dry before someone else snatches him up. Yeah, milk me dry. Rex nodded, then paused. That don't sound right. Matter of fact, the rabbit girl went on, if anyone so much as looks at us funny, we'll just say we're Rex's lil sisters. They mess with us, they deal with him. She flashed a smug grin. Easy peasy. Nah, don't turn into a young master. Rex shook his head before turning back to leave, and that's when he remembered something. Also, I've talked to Daphne. He said, turning to the rabbit. Wait, for real? Kaed bolted upright, eyes wide with interest. K'man, spill I twat di she say. She agreed to train you as long as you don't slack, he nodded. Starting tomorrow. Hell yeah! Kaed yelled, bouncing on her bed with a huge grin. Finally. I get a teacher, since this bum-ass mutt, she jabbed a finger at Rex, still grinning, refused to teach me after days of begging. She let out a dramatic sigh. I even got on my knees, you know. Then, with fake tears and a sniffle, heartless bastard. I don't have time to teach things like that, Rex shrugged dismissively. Use this opportunity well. And no slacking off for you too. He turned to the fox. Momi, you will be learning how to use a sword from Lissos. The fox looked stunned. But... No excuses, Rex cut her off, turning to Coco, who stopped arranging the stuffed animals on her bed and glanced up at him. And Chandra will be your teacher. She nodded. He opened the door. The training will start from tomorrow, whatever time they decide. Use this opportunity well, Rex grinned back at them. Reach level 2 and I'll get you guys something whatever you want. Say less my brother. Kaed grinned while rubbing her hands mischievously. Rex smiled and waved at them before leaving the room, closing the door behind him as he entered the wide hallway with the afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows and illuminating the walls and tiles. The renovation was extremely expensive, totaling about 3 billion valis, about 2.2 billion to the Goibneo familia and 810 million to the Demeter familia. They didn't have enough money to pay off everything, so they were currently in significant debt to both familia, but he thought it was worth it since the change would bring new life to the familia. Besides, with the way things were going, the 2.5 billion valis debt would be gone in no time. Thankfully, we could use the money from the black market, Rex thought as he climbed the stairs. I don't know how Xanis managed to disguise those hundreds of millions as legit money, but as long as we don't get caught, it's fine. From legal business, they would barely have been able to get 100 million valis, but adding the black market income gave them an extra 400 million, a huge difference. It's terrifying to think that's only 5 grimoires. He sighed. I need to get the mystery development ability and start selling grimoires in the black market or something. Holy shit! Reaching the 4th floor, Rex knocked once, then opened the door to Xanis' office. Has everything about the new members' registration been completed? He asked the moment he stepped inside. It has, Xanis replied, gesturing with his head to the sitting area, which had stacks of paper on the table. His office wasn't much different from his old one, just a bit larger, with the sitting area still across from the fireplace, now having a long couch and 2 armchairs surrounding a rectangular glass table. Nearby was a wooden door with wooden framing that led to a balcony currently open for fresh air. Going to the sitting area, Rex picked up the papers and quickly skimmed through them. The papers basically held the familia's basic information, including its members, familia ranks, taxes, etc. Right now, the total membership was exactly 210 people, 2 level 3 adventurers, 29 level 2 adventurers, and 179 level 1 adventurers. The number of familia members had solidly placed the Soma familia in the large familia category, now one of the largest in Orario behind the super large familia like Ishtar, Ganesha, or Demeter familia. They even had more level 1s than the entirety of the Freya familia, which had only 157 adventurers, and were close in size to the Loki familia. The number of members in their familia was enough for the guild to raise their familia rank during the re-evaluation to C rank. The familia had become so large because Xanis had decided not to kick out all the weaker members and instead assigned them jobs around Cupidinema, cleaning the grounds, bathrooms, buildings, cooking, landscaping, and other mundane tasks. This would lessen the burden of hiring outsiders for maintenance. Of course, this number of members came with a massive monthly tax of holy shit! Rex flinched, moving the paper away from his face as he saw the number 7. He counted the zeros. 7.6 million a month. You should see the member-to-tax ratio there. Xanis sighed, continuing to work on his seemingly endless paperwork. Rex glanced down, and it was indeed listed there. For each level 1, 2, and 3, the monthly tax was 23,250, 69,750, and 209,250 valis respectively. The base tax for their families is only 6,603,000, but due to their familia rank, this base number is increased by 15%, so it became 7,593,450. It turns out having almost 200 level 1 adventurers is extremely expensive. But seeing as Xanis isn't complaining, it looks like this was actually better than hiring people to take care of the land. I guess the per-person tax keeps tripping each level. Rex mumbled to himself, but Xanis replied. Yes, he didn't look away from his work. When you become a level 4, it would become 630,000 a month. Rex closed his eyes, feeling almost ready to cry. It seems like this is the guild's way to keep higher-level adventurers active. It made sense, and he couldn't really argue. Making 600,000 valis in a week would be possible for most level 4 adventurers, assuming they didn't spend it all on equipment maintenance and potions. The tax only became difficult when combined with taxes from other familia members. Though. Speaking of staying active, Xanis adjusted his glasses, looking up from his work. I assume you haven't gotten to that part yet, but now that our rank has become C, we are required to go on expeditions every 3 months. Rex turned to the page as Xanis continued. We were actually supposed to start expeditions at D rank, but I managed to evade it by constantly proving we were more of a business-type familia than an exploration type. He sighed, but now, I can't use that same trick. It shouldn't be too hard, Rex shrugged. Prime Rex had heard about expeditions before. To pass a familia expedition, all you basically had to do was expand your deepest floor by 1 level, contribute to the discovery of various new resources, or map an unexplored area. Most familia just cleared a new floor and called it a day, since discovering new resources and exploring new areas wasn't easy. I can just complete this tomorrow, right? He turned to Xanis. I can reach Water City and show proof, wouldn't he, that complete it? Reach Water City? Xanis raised a brow. Solo? Yeah, I can solo my way down there. Rex nodded, realizing Xanis still thought he was level 3 in strength. So, would that count? Xanis was silent for a moment before adjusting his glasses again. Sadly, no. He shook his head. For a familia of our size, the expedition team has to be at least 30 adventurers strong, with more than 50% reaching the new floor to count if we choose that route. He paused. Of course, if you manage to discover new resources or map a new area, it would automatically count even if you did it solo. He shook his head again. But that's impossible on the upper floors. Scavenger, shouldn't I be able to find new resources or areas in the large tree labyrinth? Scavenger judged this as correct, but Rex decided not to do this. This expedition would be a perfect chance to mass level the familia members after he received his Apex Hunter Da in a month's time. Then we should start preparing for the expedition. We should get going in a month or 2 from now. Xanis nodded. So would you mind holding off from going down to Water City? He asked, causing Rex to blink. If you sell material from Water City now, in a month's time, 15 of our members would be expected to go down there, which is realistically impossible. Ha ha ha, Rex laughed as he placed the paper down. You're a funny guy, Xanis. He looked at the man. Ain't no way I'm waiting a month before going down there. Fuck that. Xanis just stared at him as Rex added, anyway, it would be a good chance to help you guys rank up. He grinned, did you forget that I said I'd help you become level 3 after you got your magic? The captain shivered at this thought. Leveling up was never a pleasant experience. Just the thought of going through an experience enough to grant high-rank Excelia to become level 3 made him swallow hard. You have a month to prepare yourself, my friend. Rex stuck up both of his thumbs and flashed a stupid grin. I believe in you. He lowered his hands. Besides, even though we are this big, our strength is nothing compared to other familiars our size, so the upcoming expedition would be a good time to level most of our level 2s and 1s. He started walking towards the door. You saw how many new members had stats above D. Our goal is to level them all up. That's impossible. Xanis shook his head. That would mean leveling up 15 level 2 adventurers and multiple level 1 adventurers in a single expedition. It would be more realistic to say Otter will become level 8 tomorrow. It is, Rex nodded in agreement as he stopped to face Xanis. But what's my name? The captain was confused. Rex Magnus. No. He chuckled, I am Rex Magnus Lapis Bafong, the Red Dragon of Infinity. He raised his head, folding his arms behind his back like an elder. Nothing is impossible for this one. Xanis' glasses turned white as he clenched his fists, holding himself back so he wouldn't jump over the table and punch Rex in the face for that cringeworthy line he just spouted. The silence stretched between them as Xanis stared at Rex, who continued standing like an elder, before Rex finally broke it. Ahem. He cleared his throat. I'll be going to the Diansect Familia main shop to name the new potion they made. After that, I'll go get other things ready for tomorrow's dive, so don't expect me back until the evening. He had only come to see the new evaluation of the Familia new rank, but they ended up talking about more. Magnus, Xanis called, stopping Rex as he reached for the doorknob. The Chianthrope stopped and glanced back at him. When are you going to show me your full status? Xanis directly asked, adjusting his glasses even though they didn't need adjusting. Rex tilted his head as he thought, during my next update. He kind of trusted Xanis, and showing the man his true status would deepen that trust. Even if Xanis decided to say something, by that point, he would be as strong as a level 6. There would only be a handful of people who could fight him in this city, and if he decided to run, with his jackbird dash skill, no one could touch a hair on his neck. Maybe Vanna Freya, the level 6 cat of Freya Familia, known as the fastest mortal, but that's about it. He would have literally nothing to fear at level 4. Toodles, he waved as he pulled open the door. Author's note, I apologize for the abrupt break, hope these 2 chapters made up for it. Shortest author's note ever, LOL. Chapter 55, Rexplode. Toodles, he waved as he pulled open the door. Closing the door, he started making his way down the hall while wondering what he should name his new potion. As he was about to turn the corner, someone else did. It was a highly attractive and mature woman, standing around 162 centimeters, 5 feet 4 inches, tall with a slender yet voluptuous figure, and an impossibly large breast that immediately drew his eyes. She wore a flowing, floor-length, light pink gown with long sleeves with a decorative gold belt worn loosely around her waist, the dress accentuating her generous bust and rounded hips, giving her an unmistakably mature and womanly appearance. Oh, my! A gentle, mature voice drew his attention, if it isn't the Rex Magnus. Rex finally looked up from her breast to see a woman with long, wavy, honey golden hair that gently fell down her back and frames her delicate, softly rounded face. Her warm orange eyes stared at him with a soft smile on her face. Who? He quickly used Scavenger. This is Demeter. You look even better in person. She gave him a playful smile as she extended her arm. Why don't you give Lady Demeter a hug? Rex took a step back. I'm good. He felt extremely uncomfortable hugging random people, even if she was a busted woman with such a massive breast he wanted to hold. Demeter's smile faltered for a brief moment, surprise flickering across her features, but it quickly shifted back into a playful pout. She placed a hand lightly on top of her chest, feigning heartbreak as she tilted her head slightly. Oh dear, rejected so easily. She teased gently, her tone amused rather than offended. Her warm orange eyes glinted with mischievous curiosity as she studied him more closely. And here I thought a young hero like you would appreciate a goddess's embrace. Perhaps you're more innocent than I imagined. It's not that, Rex coughed awkwardly, trying to keep his eyes on her face. I just don't hug strangers, he admitted, trying to end the conversation quickly. Strangers. Demeter placed a finger on her cheek, tilting her head. And here I thought we were friends. She sighed, I came to discuss discounting the price of my familia work since myself and Soma got a few drinks, but I guess that's not enough to make us friends. Rex smiled, haha, I was joking, Lady Demeter. Of course, we are friends. Oh? How quickly you changed your tune, she teased lightly. But I suppose I can forgive you, seeing as we're such good friends now. She stepped closer. In that case, there's no reason to hesitate, is there? Friends shouldn't shy away from a friendly embrace. Indeed. Rex nodded. He was actually hoping she would insist on the hug so he could claim he wasn't a simp and resisted the goddess until she insisted. Wonderful Demeter's smile widened triumphantly, and before he could change his mind, she stepped in, gently wrapping her arms around his head. Rex blinked. That's not how you hug. Before he could react, his head was smoothly drawn down and nestled directly between the plush softness of her ample breasts. His face sank into the warm, bare skin of her cleavage, enveloped on both sides by the soft, luxurious fullness of her chest. His eyes widened, the sudden proximity and intimate warmth overwhelming his senses. The gentle pressure was both surprising and exhilarating. Her skin was incredibly soft and warm, the bare flesh smooth and supple against his cheek and forehead. The gentle swell of her breasts, the smooth, flawless expanse of her cleavage pressing closely against his eyes filled entirely the edges of his vision. Her heartbeat softly thrummed against his cheek, with her delicate fragrance filling his nose, a subtle floral scent that only amplified the surreal comfort of the moment. He almost couldn't hold himself back from inhaling her scent like a dog. Demeter smiled and softly caressed the top of his head, her fingers lovingly running through his hair, causing shivers to trail warmly down his spine. You really did wonderfully during the war game, Rex, she whispered soothingly, her mature voice resonating gently in his ear, adding another layer to the overwhelming sensation. Her voice held sincere admiration, mingled subtly with playful amusement. Especially the part where you said fall. She breathed. It sent shivers down mine and many gods' spine. There was a pause as they stayed in that position. You know, my familia has been searching for a strong adventurer like you so we could safely explore the large tree labyrinth. Her fingers brushed delicately upwards, gently touching the edge of one of Rex's Doberman ears. The effect was instantaneous. A sharp, tingling sensation jolted through his body, startling him fully alert. Instinctively, Rex pulled himself free from her gentle grasp, stumbling slightly backward. Ah, he stammered, embarrassment and confusion clearly visible on his face. Then I'll see you later, Lady Demeter. Without waiting another second, he turned and sprinted down the hall, vanishing from sight with incredible agility. Demeter blinked in mild surprise, her arms still extended, before slowly lowering them to her sides. Her shock quickly melted into a mischievous, amused smile as she placed a finger thoughtfully against her lips. My, Rex Magnus, she murmured softly, chuckling gently to herself. I look forward to our next meeting. Walking down the middle of Northwest Main, it wasn't long before Rex arrived in front of a large building constructed from polished, shiny white stone. A massive banner bearing the emblem of the Dian sect Familia sparkling gems resting atop medicinal leaves shung prominently above the ornate doorway. Entering through the grand entrance, he found himself immediately surrounded by a bustling crowd of customers. One glance told him that everyone present was an experienced adventurer. No level 1 adventurers could be seen, and even level 2s were few, with most being level 3 or higher. Well, makes sense, Rex thought, taking in the luxurious interior. This is the Dian sect Familia's main shop. Everything here is high quality and high price. It didn't take long to spot Hermes dressed in the standard Familia uniform, a plain white robe similar to a nurse's attire. She stood with calm poise, speaking to a level 4 elf who looked a little too desperate for someone trying to make a high-end sale. The elf was showing her a sealed case with a glowing, elegant flower inside. Is that the Luminera arborea? Rex blinked and used Scavenger. Indeed, it is. It was even of high quality, but Hermes didn't buy it, even as the elf gradually lowered his asking price. Thanks to his purified blue papilio powder, Diansect Familia no longer required the flour as urgently as before, so they stopped buying everyone they came across like they used to do. Eventually, the man sighed and snapped the case shut, defeated. What is going on? He muttered as he passed by Rex, not even noticing him. Both Diansect and Panacea rejected it. His voice trailed off, lost in the noise of the store. Rex's attention returned to Hermes, who had begun walking toward him. "Welcome, Mr. Rex," she greeted. "Hermes." He smiled. "Long time no see. I have been waiting." She returned his smile. "Please, follow me." She led him deeper into the building and up a polished staircase to the third floor. There, she opened the door to a luxurious waiting room. It was bright with natural light pouring through large windows, and two long golden couches sat facing each other with a low glass table between them. A fresh flower arrangement sat neatly at the table's center and a few shelves with decorative books on one side of the room. "Please wait here while I fetch Lord Diansect," she said softly, bowing politely before leaving. Rex nodded and entered the room, sitting on one of the couches while tapping a finger against his leg. His thoughts drifted and his mind soon wandered back to his earlier encounter with Demeter, causing a familiar pressure to build in his pants. "Bro." Again, he internally groaned, focusing intensely to calm himself down. "Is this a level 4 vitality thing or what? Jesus." He sighed. But damn, that was interesting. He could still smell and feel her from earlier, which didn't help with him trying to calm himself. "And I didn't know my ears were cliché level sensitive like in anime." According to Scavenger, it only triggered when he was excited. One of those weird things the body enjoyed more than it should when in that mood, which was good to know. Maybe next time he would try using it too. "Rex Magnus." A voice boomed, shaking the room. Rex turned toward the source, just as the god himself entered the room, and behind him walked Hermes, now carrying a luxurious golden box in her gloved hands. Rex quickly stood and gave a respectful bow. "Good afternoon, Lord Diansect." "It was supposed to be good morning," the god said, his tone mockingly stern. "So why are you 2 hours late?" Rex kept his head lowered, calmly replying, "I had something urgent to handle, my lord." "Something more important than meeting me?" Diansect asked, his voice dropping and his eyes narrowing. Sounds kinda gay, Rex thought, keeping his expression neutral, but before he could reply, the god suddenly exploded into his signature laughter. "Foo ha 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 ha." Diansect clapped a heavy palm on Rex's shoulder. "Raise your head, boy. I'm merely jesting." Internally sighing with relief, Rex raised his head and met Diansect's amused gaze. "Thank you, my lord." "Sit, sit." Diansect gestured grandly toward the couch opposite his own, the gold on his robe glinting majestically. Rex obediently took his seat, and Diansect sat down across from him. "Now," he said as Hermes placed the golden box carefully onto the table between them. "Let's begin." With that, the doll-like girl opened it to reveal a crimson nectar, thick and glimmering like blood, sealed in a gorgeous glass bottle adorned with decorative gold. It rested atop a plush velvet pillow inside the case. "That," Diansect began proudly, "is our new potion, admittedly only made possible thanks to your invaluable assistance to Hermes during that delightful ball." He leaned back, his voice brimming with joy. "We would still be stumbling in the darkness, fumbling through trials, errors, and all manner of tedious setbacks if you hadn't so effortlessly accelerated our progress." His grey eyes sparkled as he looked at Rex, not with divine power, but raw, unfiltered greed. "You are an amazing man, Rex." "Thank you, my lord." Rex nodded modestly, but surprisingly, the god didn't ask him to join the Diansect Familia and continued. "What do you think of it?" he asked, smiling as if presenting a treasure chest full of gold. "Why not pick it up and inspect it?" "Okay." Rex leaned forward and carefully picked up the bottle. He held it with great care, like he was holding an egg while inspecting it. Well, he was only looking at the bottle and acting like he was inspecting it since he had already seen the effect of the potion with Scavenger the moment Hermes opened the box. _______, a supreme grade enhancement potion. When drunk, marginally massively increase all basic abilities and stamina regeneration while simultaneously reducing pain, regenerative, and all healing effects marginally greatly. Effect depends on how much is drunk. Market value, 100,000,000. Ah, Rex mumbled. It increases all basic abilities and stamina regeneration while also reducing pain. He glanced at the duo. But I can't help but notice that it also reduces regeneration and healing effects. You got that just from looking. Diane Sek's eyes were wide in surprise, mirroring the girl standing beside the table. Impressive, impressive. He mumbled with a smile. But we decided to lower its healing effect in favor of a greater boost in abilities. After all, if you drink it with the healing power potion the Panacea Familia created, it would offset the lowered regenerative effect. Wouldn't that give Panacea the advantage in sales? Rex asked, a bit shocked that the god would go down this route. He didn't seem like the kind to give his rival a huge advantage like that. Fuhaha. Diane Sek slapped his knee. Normally, yes. He leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. But we struck a deal. She will edit her potion so it will reduce basic abilities in exchange for even stronger healing capability. That way his grin turned predatory. Buyers need both to function properly. Panacea agreed to this. Rex had pegged her as too principled for such a scheme. Then again, this wasn't some common health potion, it was a luxury for elite familias. More profit meant more low-grade potions for the masses. A twisted kind of charity, I guess. The god leaned back. With both of them being sold for 50 million, it's guaranteed profit for both of us. Only 50? Rex raised a brow. I mean, with its effect depending on how much is drunk, shouldn't it be? He stopped as he noticed both god and healer were staring at him strangely. Can you repeat that? Hermes, standing at one head of the table while cutely tilting her head. Ah. They didn't know. Rex realized. The potion looks like its effect depends on how you drink. So a sip would only grant a minor boost to basic abilities and reduce healing by a bit, while a larger dosage would grant a larger effect. He placed the bottle back in the box. The Papilio crystallinum made each part of the drink perfectly equal, so you don't need the entire thing for its effect. There was a long silence. Then Diane Sek turned the box to himself and picked up the potion to get a closer look. A moment later, he noticed what he had missed before and burst out laughing, louder than ever. You got that from a glance. He laughed heartily. What skill is that? He grinned as he extended his free arm. How about you come join my familia? I'll instantly grant you the spot of a captain. Hermes nodded her head vigorously, even willing to give up her seat for him. Rex opened his mouth, but before he could decline, the god lowered his hand with an ah, placing it on his lap. Rex opened his mouth to refuse, but the god waved him off. Ah, never, Mindy won't force you. The girl looked visibly saddened. Diane Sek set the potion down, mumbling, still, this changes things. If it's reusable, 50 million is too cheap. I'll discuss it with Panacea later. He decided to himself, then returned his attention to Rex. Now, the important question, what will you name it? Rex explode. Rex instantly blurted out. It makes your power explode and it was named by me, so instead of explode we call it. He paused, Rexplode. Diane Sect and Hermes. What a bad naming sense, Hermes accidentally blurted before quickly covering her mouth, a slight blush rising when she noticed Rex's side glance. My girl is right, Diane Sect nodded. Why not name it something else? Rex acted like he was thinking. How about Rexplode, the inner essence of Rex Magnus? The room went dead silent. The duo glanced at each other, then back at Rex's deadpan expression. Another name. Diane Sect coughed. Rexplode, the white inner essence of Rex Magnus that turned red due to food coloring. Diane Sect almost coughed out blood, while Hermes's face turned completely red like a tomato as she started fidgeting with her skirt in front of her. The god was stunned. Why not go with the first name? He smiled. Oh, you prefer Rexplode, the white inner essence from Rex Magnus' third leg that was turned red due to food coloring. Rex nodded, I like that too. He smiled, forgetting he was talking to a god. We have a similar naming sense. Cool. Diane Sec's eyes twitched. The god was in a dilemma. He didn't want to make a needless enemy out of the mortal that supplied the dust that's growing into the backbone of his familia by telling him to get out and name it himself. But he also didn't want his potion to be called Rexplode. It was. So, he decided on something that would give him the right to name his potion while also making a stronger connection with Rex. How about I speak to Panacea to give the Soma Familia royalties from the potion sales? Author's note, my boy Rex finally got some kind of win. These two chapters were originally a 5,520 words long chapter, but I split it into two because of the too long, won't read syndrome myself and many others have. By the way, is 3200 plus or 2800 plus chapter too long for you guys? Anyway, after some thinking, I have decided to do Arrow of Orion, since a lot of you guys voted for it. We'll do it after the next arc of dungeon diving for mist skills in the large tree labyrinth that will start next chapter. If you guys have any ideas, dump it on me so you can fuel my creative mind. Chapter 56, Floor 19. That day, Rex, Diane Sect, and Hermes went to the Panacea Familia's main shop to negotiate the license for 2 of the supreme-grade potions. Well, it was barely a negotiation, they just agreed to a 15% royalty on each sale. The payments would be made monthly, with the 2 Familia paying the Soma Familia 15% of the total sales revenue for each potion at the end of every month. Today they would write up the contract and then take Xanis or one of the 2 new vice-captains of the Familia Rex or Hyakin Thosta the guild tomorrow to sign it under guild jurisdiction for legitimacy. After the negotiation, Rex also spent 10 minutes speaking to Durlan, who wanted help with the new potion. He had been working on this healing power potion for years and had only been held back by not having the godly base that was Rex's dust. That's why the potion was created just days after they got the dust for the first time. And since Durlan already had so much experience with the formula, Rex couldn't help him much with Scavenger, only improving the potion a little and helping them skip the trial and error stage. The day went by fast. Rex spent the rest of it gambling, like he always did in his free time, raking in extra millions of Valis for the Familia. And then a new day quickly came. Waking up earlier in the morning, Rex quickly showered in his bathroom before going down to the kitchen to make himself quick breakfast and take some food for the dungeon. After eating, he returned to his room to get ready for the dungeon. His new equipment looked much like his old set form-fitting, charcoal grey long-sleeve shirt, fitted dark and red trousers, and his best friend, the unbreakable utility belt. The armor was also similar: dark red, biceps-length segmented gauntlets, a pair of knee-length, dark red segmented boots, and a matching breastplate that covered his front and back. Of course, he wasn't wearing the gauntlets or boots right now, just a pair of simple fingerless gloves and durable leather boots. Unlike before, he was more aware of his surroundings and didn't want to damage the new tiles or door handles in the modified Familia home. Similarly, all the armor had been made like his old set with high heat resistance and designed to release heat so he wouldn't cook himself when using body furnace. In addition, he now had a helm, a simple dark red Spartan helm. It didn't really go with the rest of his armor, but he only planned to wear it in the lower floors to protect his head. After all, why wear armor to protect the body if you don't protect the head's most important part? Originally, he was planning to go with armor similar to what Mordred, the Saber of Red from Fate, wore. But no matter how much he described its appearance or explained how the mechanics of the helm should work, something he'd discovered with Scavenger Smith couldn't understand. And since Rex couldn't draw, he decided to save that design for when he got his blacksmith skill. He would make the armor himself once he reached level 5. That would be the dragon armor he will wear for his first-class debut. He didn't change any of his weapons. Still had the dark red Laze-Ritz halberd, the 15th century longsword, his arming sword, and the dual concealed stiletto daggers he always carried around. He'd been taking good care of them, so they were still in top condition, which made sense, since it had barely been a month since they were made. But he did add a new weapon, a low-quality, second-class spear that cost 15 million to make from the Goibnia Familia. The spear looked similar to Siukulane's Gibalg, about 2.3 meters long, longer than his halberd. Its length made it seem like a two-handed weapon, which was intentional. Rex preferred longer weapons after testing a few. They had better range and made it easier to control the battlefield. The shaft had a twisted, spiral pattern running its full length, and the narrow spearhead had sharp edges for both slashing and thrusting. Near the base of the spearhead was a barbed edge, designed to tear when withdrawn and enhance slashing. A great second-class weapon, superior to any other weapons he had used before, but I now have another weapon that would be annoying to carry around, he mumbled, glancing at the spear beside his bag in the corner. Like his halberd, it was too long to perfectly fit into the bag. He had to place the halberd upside down, axe head in the bag, shaft sticking out, so he didn't hurt himself. Thankfully, the bag was durable enough not to tear. But now he had to carry 2 weapons with shafts sticking out. Well, whatever, he stretched before taking his cloak from the bed and putting it on. It covered him from neck to ankles. Then he slid the spear tip first into his bag, wore it, and thought, let's get going. Kriaini. With a screech, a deadly hornet charged forward, stinger aimed ahead, its 4 wings beating heavily. It was smaller than the killer ants from the 8th floor, only the size of his torso, but still terrifyingly large for a hornet. Its jet-black exoskeleton covered the 3 segments of its body, with almost transparent wings, and a thin, long stinger extending from the bottom of its abdomen about the length of a dagger. But soon after, a crimson arc cleaved the hornet in half between its thorax and abdomen. The 2 halves of its body fell to the ground, joining multiple other hornets below, its wings twitching for a few seconds before going silent. Rex was currently on the 19th floor of the large tree labyrinth, standing within the forest as countless massive hornets continuously zipped around him, their flight producing a sharp, papery buzz like the rapid flicking of parchment. But together, it merged into a low, drone-like electric hum. He continuously spun and twirled his spear fluidly around his body with both hands, while his feet didn't move an inch. His amber eyes stared ahead in boredom while the crimson spear moved so fast it became a blur of crimson arcs and flashes in the air as he massacred every deadly hornet that came within range. I admit, he thought, not looking back as the bottom shaft of his spear arched and smashed into the head of a hornet. Its powerful exoskeleton as strong as third-class armor was instantly smashed by the force, crumpling its large head in as its body was sent flying to the side. They are fast. These hornets were the fastest monsters in the large tree labyrinth, each of them fast enough to rival high-level 2s. Paired with that were their dagger-length stingers, capable of piercing through most third-class armor like paper, and their inhuman coordination like a hive, and they could even kill a recent level 3 when grouped together like this. If I had come down here at level 2, this would have been a problem, he thought as his spear flashed, its head bisecting 3 hornets while the shaft simultaneously crushed the abdomen of another, its blue innards splashing out. There would have been a real risk of being overwhelmed and dying, though it would have been nearly impossible, the possibility was still there. But right now, they weren't a problem for him. He was much faster than they were, and even with their numbers, they were just flying into the whirlwind that was his spear, all dying before they could do anything. Like lambs to the slaughter. Even if he stood still, with the durability of a level 4, their stingers would break on contact with his skin. Though it still hurt like the bite of a fire ant, which he learned after letting one sting his thigh. As for why he was killing these hornets even if absorbing them wouldn't give him anything of value, it was because he was farming pity before heading out to kill the Vouvra scavenger had discovered for him somewhere on this floor. There were currently only 3 alive in the dungeon, on the 19th floor where he was, another on the 23rd floor, and the last on the 24th. Like the jackbird, only 1 spawned per week, so he couldn't risk scavenging them without pity. And that's where the problem came in. Even after spending almost 4 hours on the 19th floor, he hadn't once reached pity. I'm literally suffering from too much luck, he grumbled, looking up at the ceiling of the floor, holding back tears. Shouldn't I be lucky enough to get to the pity when I want it? Isn't luck based on what you want? Just give me pity, brother. When he first came to this world, he was crying to get abilities without reaching pity, and now he was crying to reach pity. After the deadly hornets realized a majority of their numbers had died to him, they turned and fled together, abandoning the nest Rex had attacked to enrage them. He didn't chase them and started absorbing the hornets around him. In the large tree labyrinth, the ceiling, walls, and floor were all tree bark, making it look like they were inside a massive, hollowed-out tree trunk. Instead of the phosphorescent light sources found on the upper floors, the colossal tree labyrinth was lit by soft blue illumination from random patches of moss sticking to walls, ceilings, trees, and the ground, giving everything a bluish glow. It wasn't as dark as the cave labyrinth, but not as bright as the upper levels. Most of the floor was forested, with only a few clearings or natural paths, and many of the plants didn't exist on the surface. These floors didn't have as much open space as the cave labyrinth either. Each room was larger and had more layers. You might think you're on the ground floor after traveling for hours, only to reach a cliff and find another forest stretch far below you. Each room or sub-area had its own unique combination of colors, some with plants you wouldn't see anywhere else in the entire 6 floors of the large tree labyrinth. Some rooms even held beautiful lush flower beds, but the monsters there weren't so beautiful. Getting lost here was normal. You were as likely to die from monsters as from losing your way, and due to the layered structure. The rooms were so large and confusing that some places hadn't been stepped in for hundreds of years. I should use my day off to explore these floors, he thought as he stood up from the last deadly hornet, bringing his count to 217. There's a lot more sightseeing to do here than in the entirety of Orario. The floor was truly beautiful, and from what he'd heard, some areas looked like real fantasy forests. Though, most times, the more beautiful the area the more dangerous the monsters are. He was walking when he spun his spear and slashed it behind him. The lizardman trying to sneak up quickly pulled its head back, the spearhead missing its snout by inches. Seeing its ambush fail, the lizardman stood and howled. Ruooo! Oh! Hoog! Another howl came from behind, and then the lizard warriors charged in at the same time. Standing upright at about 175 centimeters, 5 feet 8 inches, with muscular humanoid builds, their bodies were covered in deep red scales with pale beige scales on their chests and abdominal areas. Each had a long, crocodilian head with sharp teeth, glowing red eyes, and a pair of short black horns. Black spikes ran down their backs to the ends of thick tails extending behind them. With a spin of his spear, the blade slashed toward the charging lizardman in front, who raised its round flower shield to block. Sparks flew from the collision as the lizardman slid to the side. The second lizardman charging was simultaneously met with the bottom end of Rex's spear, which it barely parried away with its sword. They wielded green metallic flowers as weapons, grown straight from the dungeon walls. Removing the stem turned the flower into a round shield, and the petals could each be plucked to become sword-sized daggers nicknamed cutters. They tried charging in again, but Rex kept them at bay with his spear, arcs of crimson light slashing through the air towards the lizardman, sparks flying with each clash. The two lizardmen couldn't even get close. One managed to knock the spearhead upward with a clang from its shield, but as it tried to close the distance, Rex twisted his grip mid-spin, and the spear's blunt end cracked toward its snout like a whip. The lizardman reeled back, hissing, as the other charged in, but another flick of the spear forced it to back away, the blade grazing its crest. It still amazes me how skilled they are, Rex thought, watching them with interest. Their technique relied heavily on power, but it was still swordsmanship technique that was leagues above what Prime Rex had. It actually caught him off guard. Yet, he knew most of the monsters down here from days spent in the library, but seeing their skill in real time was something else. Well, Rex met eyes with one of the lizardmen that roared in frustration, "Let's end this." The blade flashed in a blur toward one of the lizardmen's necks. It raised its shield to protect itself, but the spear sliced through the shield, cleaved through its arm like a hot knife through butter, and decapitated it in one clean movement. Green blood splashed up like a fountain as Rex twirled the spear again, the blade coming down on the second lizardman, cleaving it down the middle. It barely missed the magic stone in its head as the two halves fell to each side, innards spilling out across the ground. Flicking his spear to the side, its green blood splatter on the root, leaving the spear clean. Walking, he placed his foot on one of the lizardman's head's end. Lizardman Scales, physical property grants you lizardman scales across your body. Effective after a good night's sleep. Phew. He was so close to pity, and then he got a trash physical property. At least you could have given me something useful. He shouted, kicking the ground where the dead monster once was. Oh! A 6-feet-tall hobgoblin charged towards him. But before the sound fully left its throat, Rex's spear thrust forward at impossible speed. The tip touched the center of its forehead and the hobgoblin's head instantly exploded like a balloon pierced with a needle. Blood and gore splattered against the tree behind it, with an eyeball smacking against the wood, clinging for a second, then sliding down in a wet streak. Its entire body then turned to ash as the magic stone inside shattered from the force of the attack. However, due to his shout, it didn't take long for the surrounding monsters in the forest to converge: mad beetles, gun-libel-lula, more hobgoblins, lizardmen, massive centipede-like monsters, snakes, and various others native to the floor. Rex could have easily used Predator to mass stun them and leisurely pick them off, but instead, he took a deep breath, then suddenly, a purple dust that busted out from every inch of his body like a shockwave. The purple fog surged outwards from him like a dome, passing and engulfing trees, monsters charging to him, and everything in its path. In seconds, the 10-meter radius around him was blanketed in the dense purple dome cloud that continued to expand. Monsters caught inside were instantly poisoned, choking. Smaller ones died on contact, while the larger ones like hobgoblins and bugbears lasted only a few seconds longer before collapsing. The ones still standing were poison immune. One viper lunged at his exposed thigh from behind, its fangs shattering on contact with his skin. It fell to the ground, trashing around in pain, and Rex casually stomped on its head, killing it. The next moment, a feline-shaped monster with bristling, porcupine-like fur lunged at him, but a casual kick sent a stone flying from the ground, piercing through its abdomen and out its back, dragging intestines and blood with it. Before it died, it expelled all its fur at him, but the projectile snapped harmlessly against his armor and helm, leaving behind a streak of purple venom. Ha dot! He sighed as he extended his right arm to the side. A charging battle boar slammed into his gauntlet palm, its whole body rattling like it had hit a wall. With a slight squeeze, he crushed its skull, blood, fur, and brain matter splashing through the gaps in his fingers. He then reached in, pulled out its magic stone, and its body turned to dust. Stupid RNG! He wouldn't have been too mad if it at least gave him something good like the skill he just used. Dark Fungus Spores Plus, Magic/Active. You can release the Dark Fungus's poisonous spores from any part of your body. The magic he just used that had replaced the purple moth powder, and way more lethal. It could instantly kill level 2 monsters without poison resistance on contact with skin, and can even kill a level 2 adventurer with abnormal resistance if they took in too much. Though it used way more mind, he didn't have to move to release it, just pump it out like a spray from any pores in his body, which made it even better. With how quickly it spread, it was overall a great magic, so he didn't get mad pulling it at 229 pity points. Let's just keep going. He mumbled as he continued casually killing the monsters with immunity while absorbing the magic stone around him. Lady Luck thankfully smiled at him because he didn't get any new skills after that stupid lizard skill, and he finally hit 230 pity. Finally. A single streak of tears flowed down the side of his eyes. Pity, finally. Rex didn't waste time and immediately dashed towards where the Vouvra was. Wait for me, Vouvra. Daddy is coming. Mwahea. He laughed childishly as he ran to get the level boost skill. Chapter 57, Vouvra. Rex was now far deeper into the 19th floor than any normal party would dare wander in fear of getting lost. Even a first-class adventurer wouldn't come this deep into uncharted territory, and even with Scavenger guiding him, he had gotten lost countless times trying to find the Vouvra. He was surrounded by trees that stretched high as far as the eye could see, with thick trunks spaced far apart from each other. Due to their dense canopies, with no gaps, it was impossible to see the dungeon ceiling. It was like standing in a dark chamber, with tall wooden pillars holding up the roof. Bioluminescent moss and fungi gave the forest a soft bluish glow, but it was still darker than the cave labyrinth. Because the area was unexplored, there were a fuck ton of monsters. He had already killed over 300 despite only being here for about 30 minutes. Among the monsters were uncommon ones like the dire wolves, those massive elks with glowing tree-like antlers, and giant spiders whose nearly invisible webs had caught him off guard more times than he could count. If he only had the power of a level 3, he didn't even know how many times he would have died despite this being a level 2 area. Thankfully, with his current stats, all it took was a slap to kill anything on this floor. With his abnormal resistance to and body furnace, no poison on this floor could affect him. And he brought antidotes just in case, so there was nothing down here that could touch him, well except for the acid-spitting cobra that Scavenger confirmed would 100% hurt him if it landed a shot on his bare skin. Even as a level 4. If I mapped the area and sent it to the guild, it could count toward his familia's expedition, but he was way too lazy to map it. He didn't even bring the equipment. Thrusting his spear, he casually stabbed it through the head of a bat that was as big as a car while looking ahead. I should be close. He mumbled as the bat turned to dust due to its magic stone shattering. It should have noticed me by now. Scree! A loud screech tore through the forest like nails on a chalkboard, which caused him to flinch a little. What kind of sound is that? He shouted, trying to cover his ears, but his helm was in the way. Why is a dragon-type monster screeching and not roaring? He thought as he watched a monster emerge from the shadows, charging towards him. It didn't take long for the monster to emerge from the shadows. It was similar to a lamia but much larger, easily 7 meters, 23 feet, from tip of tail to head, 3.2 meters, 10.5 feet, in height from the ground, with its humanoid torso being about 1.9 meters, 6.2 feet. It had pale blue skin, with a lean feminine humanoid body, extra long arms with curved obsidian claws, and 2 streaks of obsidian black scales rose up from her tail, streaking along her sides and over the center of her large breasts, like a natural bra. Her face was elf-like, with blue serpent eyes, elongated elf ears, messy oceanic blue waist-length hair, and at the center of her forehead sat a blood-red gem, the Vouvra's tear. Her navel was near the snake merge point, with the thick snake tail tapering into a whip-like end, and from her back grew 2 massive, tattered, ash-grey dragon wings with a span of nearly 6 meters. Naturally aggressive like most dragon-type monsters, especially toward adventurers or when their gem was threatened, she immediately charged him as soon as Rex entered her territory, slithering with speed rivaling a high level 2. When she got within range, her massive tail cracked the ground behind her, launching her forward like a living spear, while pulling back her right arm. She closed the distance in a blink of an eye and slashed down with all her strength, her curved, obsidian claws gleaming in the bioluminescent light. Rex calmly stepped just slightly to the side, the claw missing him by inches as it struck the ground beside him, shattering the earth, and launching chunks of dirt and stone into the air. He walked forward, entering her guard, and because of the momentum from her own charge, her humanoid face twisted in rage yet undeniably beautiful was now at his eye level. Her blue eyes looked at him in shock, but before she could launch another attack, Rex raised his left arm and crossed it in front of his neck, then a backhand landed flush against her face. Her head snapped to the side, her features contorting from the sheer force, and with a loud, wet crack, she was sent flying sideways. Her massive body soared through the air, crashing into a thick tree trunk with a deafening boom that rattled the forest, with a cascade of leaves falling from the impossibly high canopy above. She fell to the ground and began to writhe violently, her screech turning into one of pain, as her thick tail tore through the dirt with each thrash, gouging out chunks of forest floor. "Scree!" she cried out, clutching her broken lower jaw that had been obliterated from the backhand, now hanging in a grotesque mess of torn muscle and flesh, crimson blood pouring down her neck in streams. Grrr. A pulse of energy spread from Rex's body as he walked towards her predator, and the Vouvra's movements halted instantly, her voice silently with her body paralyzed in fear. He could have killed her instantly with the backhand, but he had to collect the Vouvra's tear first. If she died before it was removed, the gem would crack and lose 90% of its value. That's why they were dangerous monsters. You had to get them into their rage state to collect the gem. You know how hard it was to find you," he said coldly, standing over her, his amber eyes glow faintly through the shadows cast by his Spartan helm. "Stupid thing, decided to hide in the deepest part of the forest," he said, reaching down. Her long, trembling body lay still as his gauntlet, claw-like fingers touched her forehead. He pressed down, the claws ripping the flesh and crushing the bones around the gem, and with a swift pull, he tore the blood-red stone from her forehead. It came free with a wet squelch, a string of red muscle and blood trailing behind, then snapping. "I feel like Thanos," he smirked, the action reminding him of when Thanos plucked the Mind Stone from Vision. A red wave of energy burst from her body, followed by a gust of wind, as she released a screech so loud it felt like it would rip apart his head. Her forehead began to regenerate at an unnatural speed, the wound sealing as her body tried to enter its rage transformation. Rex's face contorted in rage as he clenched his eyes shut from the annoying screech. "Hush!" he roared, and then he stomped down into her neck, crushing it instantly. Her body jerked once, twice, then fell limp. "Fucking shit!" he mumbled, as he shook his head, the ringing sound in the back of his head lasting a few seconds before going away. "If I had known they were so loud, I could have crushed her throat first," he thought with a sigh, as he looked down at the creature with a caved-in neck, some of its bones sticking out from its flesh. "I hope my luck isn't so ass that I get a physical property," he mumbled as he placed the Vouvra tear in his pouch while licking his lips. "Please, God," he prayed. He'd gone through a lot to get to pity, and if this draw gave him something useless, he might actually cry. "Please don't make this one of those times I lose a 50/50ths in Genshin," he thought as he placed his foot on her chest. He looked down at the humanoid body, his foot resting on her chest. Her body was undeniably monstrous, but the upper half looked eerily human, smooth pale blue skin, a narrow waist, and breasts that moved slightly as he pressed his foot down. He shifted it, watching the jiggle beneath. "Hat. I'm a man after all," he thought, unable to help the stray thought that crossed his mind. "Now I understand why there are groups of people that fuck monsters." He exhaled, shaking his head. Then he muttered, "Scavenger." Like all other level 2 monsters, it gave him no stats, but he got 3 new screens. Vouvra Wings, physical property, grants the user a pair of Vouvra wings, allowing for gliding and short bursts of air movement. Effective after a good night's sleep. Vouvra Blood, skill/passive, significantly increases resistance to poison, venom, and toxins. Also provides a slight boost to natural physical regeneration. Vouvra Rage, skill/passive, when experiencing extreme rage, the user's level is temporarily boosted by 1. Stat values remain at the same value as they were at the previous level. During this state, physical regeneration increases dramatically. The effect lasts until the user calms down. Once triggered, it cannot be activated again for 6 hours. Yeah! Rex roared, throwing his head back with a full-body shout, arms raised in triumph as if he'd just won the lottery. I knew God loved me! He shouted with a wild grin spreading across his face. His first try. He wouldn't have to go through another hell for that pity. He immediately accepted the Vuvra Rage skill. I wish I had a rage button like the Vuvra tier, but He shrugged before glancing at the other two. I got 3 abilities at once, hey. His luck was really good on this one. Physical property, nope. He declined the first one that would give him wings like he always did. And Vuvra blood. I guess it's similar to Krazo blood. He wouldn't decline a skill that gives him resistance to poison, especially since it was a skill that would grow better with his level, much like body furnace. So isn't my abnormal resistance useless now? Scavenger rated it as low quality. A few thoughts later, he discovered the reason. Abnormal resistance added a base value of resistance on top of the user's natural resistance, then increased it by a percentage so it stacked with Vuvra blood. That's good. He thought as he picked up the drops item while monsters approached him due to his shout. Well, even if it wasn't percentage-based, abnormal resistance would have still been useful. After all, the DA worked on other things like acid, paralysis, bleed, sleep, hallucinogens, and so on, while the blood didn't. Phew. He wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead. Now this is done, the green dragon is next. Which meant he'd have to farm for pity again before going after the dragon. He sighed, turning to the approaching monsters. He then took a deep breath, his chest and lungs puffing out as he gathered the dark fungus spores inside his body. Then, with a low grunt, he blew them out from his mouth in a sharp exhale. A concentrated blast of purple fog shot forward with a loud boom, a thin line that quickly widened as it surged ahead into a massive wave, nearly 10 meters wide. The toxic mist crawled forward like a tsunami, slamming into thick tree trunks and splitting around them, engulfing everything in a rolling, choking purple cloud. Without hesitation, Rex dashed straight into the fog. His vision blurred with swirling violet as he moved through the toxic haze, cutting down the monsters that survived the poison. He was barely even registering what he was killing. The monsters weren't a threat. As he decapitated a lizardman, he thought, let's pray the dragons aren't killed before then. If only he could use Scavenger to judge if his next scavenge would grant him abilities instead of coming out as null, but Scavenger was bad at things like that. Scavenger wasn't omnipotent, and though it could judge the future, it wasn't perfect since the future was always changing. Even if he tried something like no matter what, the next scavenge will grant me an ability, Scavenger might say yes, but the very next moment, if he asked again, it might say no. He noticed this at first when playing blackjack. He could say something like I should hit and Scavenger will judge it high quality or low quality. But when he tried to judge future hands, Scavenger rated it as medium quality, as he later found out Scavenger won't give him anything really trustworthy until the hand has been dealt. It wasn't omniscient, especially with things like the future that wasn't yet set. You could think of it like quantum mechanics, the future isn't set until it's observed, and Scavenger couldn't judge something until it was already determined, or it'd just be guessing based on current conditions. It was a shame, but the skill was already OP as it was. As he fought, the poison cloud around him continuously induced stacks of poison, and even if they had high immunity, they would die with enough exposure. The ones that came after were just running into a cloud of death. Thank God I got this magic. In a place where he couldn't use fire breath, area of effect magic like this made his life so much easier. Well, I can use it now since I will be immune to the toxic smoke of the plants burning, but the poison breath was even better than fire breath, as he didn't run the risk of destroying their magic stones. After killing the last monster, he started absorbing their stones for pity. Speaking of stone, he pulled out the Vuvra's tear. Why is this so expensive? From what he read, it was nicknamed the Stone of Happiness, as most nobles believed it granted high luck and fortune. But that couldn't be the only reason, right? So he used Scavenger on it. Vuvra's tear, a rare gem capable of greatly enhancing the effect of magic, significantly reduces mind consumption, and accelerates mind regeneration, when used to craft magic stones or equipment. The gem can also function as a sensory amplifier when used as an alchemic ingredient, heightening sight, physical sensation, emotional receptivity, and overall reproductive vitality. Market value, 15,000,000 valis. He mumbled. No wonder it's called the Gem of Happiness. Who wouldn't want a gem that enhanced pleasure and made you the king in bed? Now I know why nobles pay so much for this. But of course, he wasn't going to sell it. He didn't care about money or reproductive vitality. What interested him was the magic enhancement capability. If he got the blacksmith, Krazo blood, or mystery, he could create a magic item with Ideather for himself or for someone like Xanis, to make up for the magic he didn't get at level 1, or Cassandra, to increase her healing ability. And if he used it for himself, his already insane magic would become even more powerful. Can they stack? He thought, returning the gem to his pouch, and the scavenger said no. I guess it would be too overpowered for them to stack. Greatly and significantly definitely won't be a small buff. While he farmed pity for the green dragon, he decided he'd also hunt down the 2 other Vuvras for their gems. Author's note: what do you think of the limitations of Scavenger? I thought it was about time I explained about its future sight capability since I saw a lot of people was talking about it. If you think this is a nerf or contradicts anything I stated before, let this author know. We'll see what I can do. Chapter 58, vs Green Dragon, 1. It was quicker this time. Rex smiled as he reached Pity. Last time it took him almost 3 hours and now it only took him 2. He felt like his luck was getting better. Now, here I come, Green Dragon. Scavenger. My treasure is a green dragon. It didn't take him long to spot one of the layers of a green dragon monster Rex of the large tree labyrinth. From an elevated cliff, he saw the rare, towering jewel tree, taller than even the great tree on the 18th floor, its wide canopy glowing with multiple colors of gem as if they were fruits. These trees were rare and hard to find, wilting after a week and taking a month to regrow somewhere else on the 24th floor. The gems were valuable materials for crafting magic items, and wherever a jewel tree appeared, a green dragon guarded it. Contrary to what he first believed before researching, green dragons weren't a singular floor boss like the Goliath on the 17th floor. They were more like the infant dragons of the 11th and 12th floors, each one strong enough to be a monster Rex in their floor area, and multiple existed at once. There were usually 3 green dragons active at a time on the 24th floor, spaced far apart across the massive layered floor, guarding an important resource. Despite being more than one, each was as strong as the Goliath, maybe even stronger. Well, I'm immune to their poison breath, so. Rex sighed, already knowing how boring the fight would be. Since his time as a level 1 fighting the infant dragon, dungeon fights had gotten pretty easy. He now completely outscaled the floor he needed to farm due to his abilities and stats. It was starting to get boring. He still enjoyed butchering monsters, but it was starting to feel stale. So, after a bit of thought, he decided why not make this fight interesting? Why not bring back the fire he felt during his dragon hunting days? After all, he was about to fight a real dragon. Limitations. He removed his bag as he glanced at his status. Rex Magnus. Level 3. Strength I9, Endurance I10, Dexterity I6, Agility I12, Magic I7. Predator H. Luck I. Skill. Scavenger harvest stats, skills, magic, properties, or treasure from corpses and evaluate quality. Skill, Strong Body, Body Furnace, War Cry Plus, Tremor Sense Plus, Heptathe Luz, Jackbird Dash, Vuvra Rage, Vuvra Blood. Magic, Blue Papilio Powder, Fire Breath Plus, Biracocale, Dark Fungus Spores Plus. Physical Property, Sharp Retractable Claw, Nictitating Membrane Plus, Sharp Teeth Plus. Development Ability, Abnormal Resistance, H. Indomitable Will. Grants immunity to mind-based attacks, enhances physical and magical growth through trials, enables multitasking and rapid skill mastery, and in dire moments, suppresses pain, boosts mental fortitude, and significantly increases all stats. Dragon's Bane. Massively increases all abilities when fighting any dragon-type monsters. No magic, not even Blue Papilio Powder. No need to activate Prey Mark either since the buff it gives is too much. He thought for a while. Should I use Strong Body? His current stats haven't grown much in 2 weeks since he had been killing level 2 monsters. Currently he is equivalent to a low, almost mid-level 4 adventure. Green dragons were known to rival a 3-man party of level 4s with C-rank stats. As a solo fighter, it might be too much to go against it at base. I forgot about Dragon's Bane. He mumbled. The passive skill massively increased all his base abilities when fighting dragon-type monsters, so he should have more stats than the green dragon when it activates. Alright, no strong body, no magic, no skills, no day. Just raw stats, my spear and Dragon's Bane. Naturally, Rex stripped down to just his boots, boxers and utility belt, tossing the rest of his armor and clothes into his bag. Of course, he kept his Spartan helm on just in case someone caught him lacking. He thought. This wouldn't be complete without a cape. So he threw on his cloak, pulling it down his back like a cape. And I also need a shield. He folded his arms. Now where do I find a shield? Rex suddenly outstretched his arm and caught a flower shield tossed by a lizardman. Oh, thank you, kind sir, he smiled at the lizardman who had just tried to ambush him with a shield toss. Who knew monsters could be so considerate? The lizardman was promptly taken care of, and Rex hid his bag before returning to the edge of the cliff where he could see the forest. Time to make a cool entrance. Rex squatted at the edge of the cliff, pouring raw power into his legs, causing spiderweb cracks to spread rapidly across the ground beneath him. Then he pushed harder. The cliffside ruptured with an echoing boom, the earth beneath his feet exploding into a crater as small chunks of stone lifted into the air from the pressure. Cracks tore outward like lightning across the surface, and just before the collapse fully set in. Hup! With a sharp breath, a thunderous boom echoed as he rocketed upward, the entire cliffside erupting into rubble and boulders. Chunks of debris were hurled into the air after him, chasing him as he shot into the sky like a missile. His acceleration launched him forward like an arrow from a bow, flying in a beautiful arc, moving at over 100 ms toward the tree, his cloak fluttering behind him. The green dragon, lying under its treasure tree, slowly opened its eyes. Its eyelids moved, and then its nictitating membrane slid to the side as it turned its eyes skyward, feeling something rapidly approaching. Danger! The green dragon rose to all fours, its full height on display 7.3 meters, 24 feet, at the shoulder, and with its head raised high, it stood nearly 10 meters, 32 feet, tall, taller than the Black Goliath. It towered like a three-story building, and with a total length close to 19 meters, 55 feet, it dwarfed all monsters above the 34th floor. The dragon had a large, waving fin that ran from its nose to the end of its whip-like tail, and a slender, feline-like build. It had particularly long legs, an elongated neck, dark green scales, and a lighter green underside, and looked more elegant than the brutish wyvern or infant dragon. Highly intelligent for a floor 24 monster, it immediately recognized the incoming threat. But it didn't retreat. It was a green dragon. It could lose to no one, especially not when it's guarding its treasure. The opponent slammed into the ground not far from the great jewel tree, landing with a boom as dust shot up, covering the area. But the dragon could see the shadow inside rise to full height, and then with a wide swing of his spear dust cleared. His black cloak fluttered to the side with the wind, glowing amber eyes behind the shadow of the T-shaped helm meeting the reptilian green. The green dragon, massive bat-like wings, stretching 65 meters wide, snapped open with a thunderous crack. The sheer force of the motion blasted out a dome-shaped shockwave, tearing through the air and rushing past its opponent. Then it threw back its head and roared. Oh! The roar erupted like a shockwave, sending out multiple concentric rings of compressed air that expanded outward rapidly, tearing through the clearing. It was a roar designed to suppress all lower beings without exception, a declaration of overwhelming dominance. But the man raised his spear and shield high and let out a cry of his own. Ulalalala iunia hentalali. Green dragon? Then it noticed. Why else would this being give out such a trash war cry? You dare mock me? For the first time in its 2 weeks of life it felt true rage. The green dragon's rage manifested immediately as the ground beneath Rex erupted violently. Massive roots surged upward, breaking through soil and stone, twisting into thick, sinewy coils as they snapped toward him from every direction, aiming to crush and strangle. Overgrowth. Rex grinned behind his helm at the deeply of the green dragon's signature magic. Rex didn't waste time, swinging his spear multiple times in a split seconds, crimson arcs of his weapon sweeping around him, the air itself seeming to ripple from the sheer force. With impossible sharpness, the roots shattered mid-strike, sliced into dozens of neat cubes that scattered across the clearing. But the cubed roots shivered, twitching, then regenerated at terrifying speed, splitting and turning into vines of their own while new ones burst from the ground beneath him. Like a relentless hydra, the forest tried to coil around him, roots spiraling in a fast-forming cocoon. As a thick root lashed toward his chest, he twisted his torso to the side, letting it pass inches from his bare pecs. The second came from below. He dropped into a forward roll, tucking in just enough to clear it as it schemed overhead. The moment his feet touched the ground, another root shot toward him. He sprang up, using its surface like a springboard to vault into the air. Mid-air, he spun, cloak swirling behind him as he angled his body over a fourth vine that snapped past him. In the same breath, his spear slashed in wide crimson arcs, blade tearing through roots that had begun to close around him from above and both sides. Splinters and chunks of wood exploded outward, vines shredding like paper under the force. Every motion flowed into the next, his spear carving effortlessly through wave after wave of vegetation that he couldn't dodge, reducing thick roots and vines into falling shreds of wood and fiber. But they kept coming, regenerating and attacking again, trying to capture and overwhelm him. The green dragon, sensing the futility of mere roots, raised its mighty wings, and with a heavy beat, a powerful gust tore through the clearing. Trees swayed violently, leaves scattered into a chaotic storm of green. Then, from the depths of its throat, a menacing glow of emerald brilliance surged upward. It reared back, chest swelling before it lunged forward and unleashed a roaring blast of poisonous green vapor. The deadly cloud surged outward, rapidly filling the area in front of it in a wide fan shape, covering trees, stones, and air in thick, green fog. Rex watched with utter calm as the poisonous mist surged harmlessly over him. Immune to its lethal toxins, he dashed forward, blasting out of the dense cloud and sprinting towards the dragon with his shield in front of him and spear extended to his side. The green dragon hissed furiously, its frustration evident in its flaring nostrils. With a snap of its jaws, venomous liquid sprayed from the dragon's dagger-like fangs, two green corrosive liquid that shot forward at breakneck speed. Rex immediately performed a armless cartwheel to the side just as venomous spit slammed into the dirt where he'd just been hissing and burning deep into the earth like acid. The moment he landed, the dragon shifted tactics immediately. Its claws dug deeply into the earth, and a pulse of dark energy coursed from its body down through the ground. Massive spikes and blunt roots surged violently upward, ripping through the earth with deafening cracks. The sheer intensity forced Rex to stop his advance and leap backward more than 15 meters into the air. As he was in the air, the ground below exploded. Once marine eruption of greenery surged up with terrifying force. Towering trunks burst from the earth, roots twisting and knotting together into elaborate barriers, while flowers bloomed wildly in flashes of color that masked their threat. The forest moved like it was alive, coordinated, each piece slotting into place to trap him midair. Just as the cage was about to close, a sharp horizontal slash of crimson light carved through the mass. The roots and branches split cleanly in halves, the upper half of the formation rising slightly into the sky, reveling Rex floating in the air. The dragon roared with glowing eyes, its fury channeling through the living forest. Instantly, the vegetation began to regrow faster, tighter, more aggressive than before, racing to coil around him again, like the forest itself refused to let him go. Rex laughed, clearly thrilled, as he charged down the towering mass of plants converging around him. The green dragon snarled and responded with fury, pumping pulses of bright green energy into the ground. The earth quaked beneath them, massive thorn-covered roots and stems exploding upward, ripping apart the terrain and sending boulders and dirt crashing down like hail. He moved like a blur, leaping from one rising root to another, his momentum flowing from step to step. With every landing, his spear lashed out, each strike slicing clean through thick roots, leaving only shattered fragments tumbling through the air. He continued forward, his path leading him towards the green dragon still under the gem tree, as the monster Rex continued using overgrowth, trying to stop or land a clean hit. Seeing its opponent was getting close, the dragon's eyes flared with venomous light as it opened its jaws again. Once more it spewed a second wave of thick, green fog towards the towering structure of plants, engulfing Rex, who had just dodged another root attack. Then, without pause, the dragon added a sharp blast of venom from its fangs. The venom struck the dense mist and ignited. The cloud burst into emerald flame, rolling forward and setting the entire canopy ablaze. The towering plant structures were engulfed instantly in vivid green fiery, and Rex disappeared within it. This fire wasn't only heat, it added the corrosive effect of its venom and the poison effect of its breath. Its strongest combination of attacks had wiped out a group of 4 arrogant creatures that tried to come after its tree. Surely this one would die too. Though he seemed stronger with the way he handled the overgrowth, he shouldn't survive this. It stopped its breath attack, looking at the massive structure of plants engulfed in green flames, flicker of green embers flickering out with wood cracking and snapping audibly. This is the end. As the dragon was about to return to its laying position, a laugh sounded. Foo ha 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 ha. Its eyes instantly snapped towards the tree to see the laughing man standing on a burning branch, many patches of his skin corroded into blisters from the flame. This senior is pleased by such a display. He laughed, tossing his burning shield to the side as he spread his arm and bent backwards. "Let's get serious, Hashirama." "Oh!" The green dragon stretched its head towards Rex and roared. Author's note: short chapter. Wanted to finish the fight in one go, but decided to just post it as it is. Also, what do you think of the green dragon magic? I think I made it too overpowered, but I guess it makes sense for a level 4 monster Rex. Still, we'll see if I can slap a balancing patch on it. The overgrowth especially. I will try to speed it up. Next chapter he will also kill the Goliath of the 17th floor and finally make his way down to the 25th floor, and start his exploration of Water City. Don't want to spend too much time on this arc or it might drag on, so expect next chapter to be long, 4000 plus. Might have to split it into 2. Chapter 59, vs Green Dragon, End. Oh! The green dragon stretched its head towards Rex and roared. Immediately, Rex leaped forward with incredible force, the burning woods crumbling under the force of his leap, with his spear drawn back for a devastating horizontal slash aimed at the dragon. Seeing this, the dragon reacted with unbelievable agility, twisting its massive, slender body into a rapid spin, and lashing out its whip-like tail lashed out with precision. Boom! The tail slammed into Rex's abdomen like a bat hitting a fastball, unleashing a shockwave that scattered flame, debris, and air. Rex's body shot backward like a missile, his frame vanishing into the distance, crossing a kilometer in mere seconds. He crashed down into the forest, smashing into the ground and bouncing violently, his body spinning uncontrollable. He flew through trees, breaking trunks like twigs, rolling and tumbling across the dirt like an unstoppable projectile. Unsuspecting monsters caught in his trajectory were obliterated instantly. Finally regaining control mid-flight, Rex flipped upside down mid-air, driving his spear into the soil below. His spear carved a deep trench through the soil, creating friction of sparks that slowed his flight. He then pulled himself down, boots scraping the dirt, he dug further trenches until finally skidding to a halt. He lifted his head with a bloodied grin, noticing a stunned 3-man team of adventurers staring at him from the side. It looked like they were camping out when he flew towards them. "Hello, adventurers!" he greeted enthusiastically, entirely unbothered by the broken ribs he had just sustained. "Lovely weather we're having, right?" They stared at the man who looked far too underdressed for the dangers of the large tree labyrinth, with his glowing red eyes behind the shadow of the T-shaped helm sending shivers down their spines. Rex didn't wait for them to respond and shouted exuberantly like a tribal warrior, his spear raised high above him. "Olalalalala!" Boomhe bolted forward, sprinting like a lunatic, bulldozing through trees effortlessly. After building enough momentum, he executed a powerful long jump, landing and immediately performing another even more explosive leap. Like a 3-step long jump, his third leap was the strongest. As he pushed off, the earth beneath him exploded outward like water hit by a stone, entire sections of the forest floor uprooted in a wave of destruction. The leap hurled him through the air toward the great jewel tree, arms and legs stretched out casually, his body flying straight at the heart of the dragon's domain, forest passing rapidly below him. The green dragon snarled, eyes blazing, roaring fiercely, sending another pulse of vivid green energy radiating into the ground. A massive wall, 50 meters high, composed of towering trees, thick roots and dense foliage, rose rapidly, forming an impenetrable barrier between Rex and the dragon's precious jewel tree. Rex grinned confidently, calmly readjusting himself mid-air. Drawing his spear back and gripping the bottom of the shaft tightly with both hands, he unleashed an explosive horizontal slash. A brilliant crimson glint flashed, slicing effortlessly through the colossal barrier and the massive trunk of the jewel tree behind it. The wall split neatly in half, allowing Rex to fly through the center unobstructed. As he shot through the gap, he twisted his body mid-air, continuing forwards feet first, and slamming into the jewel tree trunk. The immense force of the impact caused the trunk to groan deeply, tilting backward slowly as the upper half began to fall from the cleanly sliced section. The dragon roared furiously, gazing upward at its precious jewel tree, falling. Its rage intensified as it spotted Rex standing sideways on the falling tree trunk, feet ankle-deep into the bark, keeping him upright. Driven by fury, the dragon spread its wings and soared upward, landing heavily on the colossal trunk. With astonishing agility, the massive creature began climbing up the steeply inclined tree trunk toward Rex, its enormous body resembling a small lizard against the sheer scale of the tree. As it reached striking distance, the dragon lashed out with a wide, powerful swipe from its foreleg, its paw big enough to dwarf an elephant. Rex instantly withdrew his legs from the trunk's bark, jumping backward to evade. The dragon swiftly followed up with another rapid swipe, forcing Rex to duck beneath it, dashing forward and thrusting his spear towards the dragon's throat. With unmatched agility, the dragon flapped its wings, jumping back to narrowly evade the strike before immediately lunging down at Rex again. Man and dragon collided again and again in rapid succession, red and green streaks flashing across the slowly falling tree trunk like comets. Each collision erupted in showers of sparks, claws scraping against spear, flesh colliding with scales, streaks of crimson blood and green scales trailing behind them as the fight intensified. Just as the tree's canopy neared the earth, the wounded dragon shot upward into the sky, chest puffed out, rising nearly 100 meters high. Twisting sharply, it faced downward, unleashing an immense torrent of green poisonous fog, instantly engulfing Rex and the tree below. Adding venom from its fangs, the dragon ignited the fog into fierce emerald flames, consuming everything below. It continued breathing down, rage feeling it as it saw its treasured tree burning, but then, from within the blazing inferno shot a crimson spear, streaking upward with tremendous velocity. Before the dragon could evade, the spear collided with a small gap in the dragon's chest where a scale had been chipped during their earlier clash. It penetrated through its hide, muscles, past its ribs, and pierced slightly into its heart. Awoo! The dragon roared in agony, as a thin trickle of crimson blood ran down its chest, sliding over the green scales from the small hole left by the spear. Its body spasmed in the air, spinning wildly, wings flailing uselessly as it lost all control. It twirled through the sky, twisting like a broken arrow before crashing back down. It slammed into the burning crown of the jewel tree, the impact snapping thick branches and splitting bark, then it collided with the ground beneath, the force shaking the forest. A roar of pain ripped from its throat as it landed, wings breaking under the crushing weight of the fall. The dragon groaned, trapped in a storm of green fire of the burning back. It staggered back to its feet, breath wheezing, blood leaking from its chest. The crown of the tree blazed around it, flames licking its scales, casting flickering light over its injuries. Compared to its massive body, the spear was no larger than a toothpick. It had pierced its heart, and with every beat, the embedded weapon sank deeper. It needed to calm down. It knew the truth: if its heart beat too fast, if it panicked, the spear would drive deeper, and it would die. So it breathed. Steady. Calm. Control. Inside the green flames, it felt still. Surrounded by heat and ruin, it told itself it was safe. It could. Crack. The dragon turned its head to see a man walking through the fire, his cape, boots, and pants burning in the green fire, but the fire didn't consume them as they were resistant to burn. The helm cast his face in shadow, one of his glowing crimson eyes piercing through the blaze. You lost, Hashirama, Rex's calm voice came, forcing the dragon to take a step back. Rejoice. Rex spread his one working arm, revealing his scorched, bubbled, bruised, and mangled torso, with his right arm hanging to his side, twisted grotesquely. You almost made me use strong body. Oh! The dragon roared in fury. It knew it was dying. So it would take this arrogant human with it, so it charged forward in a gallop, claws tearing into the burning ground. This is Rex started. The dragon reared up on its hind legs, bringing both forelegs down on Rex with crushing force. The ground cracked beneath the dragon's weight and power as Rex leaped back. He landed on a flaming branch, then launched himself again, this time appearing above the dragon's back. The end. He roared as he punched down. He slammed his working left fist down with brutal force, punching through the fin on the dragon's spine, crashing into its scales, and driving it down. The impact echoed across the forest along with the dragon howl, the punch sending a powerful dome-shaped gust of wind outwards that put out all the fire burning the tree's crown. Rex landed on its back, panting hard with his back hunched. Below him, the dragon groaned, still trying to move. Its heart continued to bleed as the embedded spear pulsed deeper, but it kept trying to move its limbs, to stand. Green fog spilled from its nose and mouth as it almost stood, then it collapsed. Damn! Its thoughts faded. Its eyes rolled back, the nictitating membrane sliding across its vision. You! Rex stood straight and, with his back arched, he cried out in dominance, oh! After his roar, his adrenaline quickly died down and the pain from his entire body came rushing back to his mind like a flood, almost making him pass out, but Indomitable Will activated. Indomitable Will! He was surprised, then sighed at the sky, his cape that had stopped burning settling behind him. I need to get used to this level of pain. Since coming to this world a month ago, he'd only taken this level of damage 7 times. 5 times against the infant dragon at level 1, once against the Goliath at level 2, and now against the green dragon. Every time, he'd almost passed out from the pain, because mentally, even after a month, he was still a McDonald's worker. And because Indomitable will activated automatically to numb the pain, he hadn't really gotten used to pain at this level, which was a bit sad. He looked down at the dragon, a smile growing on his face as he started using his healing magic. It was really a good idea to nerve myself. I should start doing this against bosses I outscale. With that thought, he used Scavenger on it. Its body turned to dust, and he dropped almost 3 meters to the ground, his spear clattering beside him along with the drops. Plus 773 strength, plus 713 endurance, plus 999 dexterity, plus 799 agility, plus 999 magic. He blinked at the stats screen. What the fuck? Maxed out magic from one scavenge? When does that ever happen? Oh, he palmed his forehead with his left hand. I'm a level 3 and this guy is a level 4. He'd forgotten the level difference with how easily he killed it. Not only that, the skill Dragon's Bane that dramatically improves the quality and quantity of loot from slain dragons also applied to scavenging. Ever since getting it, every time he scavenged a dragon-type monster, he got more stats than usual and a higher chance for multiple abilities just like with the Vuvra. Combined with his luck die, it wasn't weird he got this amount of stats. Damn, this is good isn't it? He mumbled, ignoring the abilities and just looking at the stats. If I kill the other two in Goliath, I should reach about 1020. So when I get down to Water City, I would only need to farm triple S stats. He nodded. That's good. Really good. With that thought, he turned to his ability screen. Vuvra Blood Green Dragon Body, skill/passive significantly increases resistance to poison, venom, and toxins. Provides a great boost to natural physical regeneration, poison-based abilities, and earth-based elemental magic. Passive buff to earth and poison-based magic to surrounding allies. Increases mind regeneration and reduces overall mind usage in forested areas. Sharp Teeth ++ Green Dragon Teeth +++. Physical property grants the user sharper teeth with elongated canines. The user can draw blood from other beings to heal themselves. The user can inject paralysis venom through their canines and shoot extremely corrosive acid from them. Effective after a good night's sleep. Dark Fungus Spores plus Poison Release ++. Magic/active you can release the dark fungus's poisonous spores from any part of your body. You can also give it the property of the green dragon poison, granting it a highly combustible effect. Nictitating Membrane plus Nictitating Membrane ++. Physical property grants the user a third eyelid known as a nictitating membrane. Can use it to see in infrared and through trees. Effective after a good night's sleep. Congratulations to Vuvra Blood on being the shortest ability I ever had, he thought with a chuckle. Not even 2 hours and it's already been replaced. He paused. But seeing as this one is called Green Dragon Body, I guess Body Furnace is not the highest level. Scavenger confirmed it. The highest level is Red Dragon Body, which can be acquired from the Red Dragons on the floor 58. He has a long way to go. He would probably get Blue Dragon Body from Cadmus on the 51st floor before getting the final upgrade of Body Furnace. And White Dragon Body. Wonder what would happen if I got all elemental dragon bodies. He thought, would it become the Black Dragon Body? He decided not to ask Scavenger for the location of the White Dragon or the final evolution of all 4 elemental bodies to avoid spoilers. As for the other upgrades, he had gotten the first and on Nictitating Membrane from the Firebird, a rare bird-type monster known for shooting fireballs, which granted him infrared sight. The tree vision was from the Green Dragon. Guess that's how it was able to see me despite being surrounded by trees. Rex concluded. As for Sharp Teeth, 1+ was from those massive vampire bats that could literally suck you dry within seconds, giving him the blood drain effect. The paralysis venom came from those large spiders that caught him off guard with their webs. Now, with the Green Dragon's acid, it became his ability with the most replacements. It's a good physical property, honestly, but he could never see himself using it. He wasn't a rabid dog going around biting random things, nor did he feel comfortable using it. The only one of his tooth abilities he might use regularly was the acid shot. There was also Tremor Sense that got an upgrade after he killed a massive mole monster. This only increased the range from 20 meters to 70 while fine-tuning it to let him feel everything that's on the ground. They didn't have to be moving for vibration for him to sense them now. Lastly was his abnormal resistance H, which he got from a recently deceased adventure. I didn't get the overgrowth ability, he thought. But I have 2 more tries. Well, he squatted to pick up his spear with his barely working right arm, then used his cloak like a makeshift sack to carry the green dragon's drops, slinging it over his shoulder. Let's continue. Too bad the dragon burned down the gems on the tree. They could have sold for a lot. Chapter 60, New Drops. It had been 54 hours since Rex entered the dungeon, and after 2 days and 6 hours, he finally left. Due to the amount of hunting he'd done during those 2 days, his first adventurer bag had been filled to the brim. He had to buy 2 new, larger bags from Rivera, and even those ended up stuffed full. He would have even filled 4 bags, but he got lazy and stopped picking up drops. Now he carried a bag on his back completely filled and the other 2 on each hands. Since there was so much, he couldn't just take it all to the guild, so he sold the drops he didn't need at Babel. It took a full hour, with 3 appraisers working together to sort through everything. Then he was called to a separate room, the office of the person in charge of the Babel appraisal branch. Entering the office, he saw a glasses-wearing man sitting on a couch, who gestured to the couch across from him. "Please, have a seat," he said with a smile. "God, Ebisu. Naruto." Rex was surprised at the name. And he even looks like Ebisu from Naruto. What mythology is bro from, he thought as he sat down across from the god. Tea. The god gestured at the steaming cup placed in front of Rex on the table. "No, thank you," Rex declined. His stomach wasn't in the mood for anything. Eating the fruits from the large tree labyrinth had made his stomach hurt so bad he wanted to shit, and if he drank that tea, he might actually shit himself right there. "Can I know why I was called here?" Rex decided to skip pleasantry and get straight to the point. "This," the god gestured to the drop items on the table: scales, fangs, a few bundles of silk from those large spiders, one of the large, tree-like glowing antler from the elk, and a few other things. "These are drops we've never encountered before. We have no records of them, and our records date back to the construction of Orario." "Cap," Rex almost blurted out. There's no way they hadn't seen these drops before after 1,000 fucking years. He didn't even go that deep to find them. Compared to where he found the 3rd green dragon, these areas were pretty open. They probably lost the record or something. He thought, replying, "I explored a deeper part of the dungeon." "You deeper into the dungeon's unexplored area?" Ebisu asked, one brow arching. "Did you perhaps map it out?" "No." Rex shook his head. "I was too lazy." He realized he should have added that last part. "No would have done." "I assume you have some kind of map skill." "I do," he nodded, seeing no reason to lie. The man was a god, after all. Ebisu nodded slowly. "I apologize, but since we have no record of these, we can't appraise them." He then gestured to the adventurer bag on the side of the table filled with unregistered drops. Rex had spent most of his time in the deep areas hunting down the Vuvras and had to go even deeper for a certain green dragon, so it was half filled with unknown loot. "You'll have to take it to the guild so they can research and record it." He paused. "It might take days. Weeks, even." "All right," Rex nodded, glancing at the pouch beside the god's cup. "And I guess that's mine." "Yes," the god nodded, picking up a slip of paper in the pouch, holding both out with both hands. It came out to a total of 340,000 even. "Damn! 300 bands," he shouted internally, smiling as he took the large, heavy pouch and 3 papers. "Thanks," he said, not looking at the 3 papers. "So, is that all, my lord?" Ebisu's eyes widened in surprise. "You're able to sense my divinity." "I was sure I hid everything," the god mumbled to himself, adjusting his glasses before smiling. "I guess you're one of the rare few that are extra sensitive to divinity. Why don't we keep it a secret that a god is working here?" he asked, extending his hand. "Of course," Rex smiled, shaking the god's soft hands. "I should probably not address a god as a god unless they blatantly show off their divinity or introduce themselves." He stood up. "Is that all?" "That's all," Ebisu replied. So Rex packed the loot on the table into the borrowed adventurer bag, bowed slightly to the god, and said, "Then I'll see myself out." "Stay safe," the god waved. Rex picked up the bag, left the room, transferred the loot into one of the lower quality bag he bought from Rivera, and returned the borrowed one to a worker. Then he put the 300,000 valise pouch into his main bag before heading off. His main bag was still half filled with drops from the green dragons, which he planned to use for crafting new weapons. His second-class spear had actually broken during his Spartan fight with the second green dragon. 15 million Valis gone in a flash. He nearly cried when it shattered after clashing with the dragon's claw. In the last fight, he ended up using his claws like a true monster as he didn't want his third-class halberd to break. It was a truly barbaric fight. Not something he ever wanted anyone to find out. When he entered the guild, he noticed it wasn't as busy as it should have been at 1 in the afternoon, so he approached Rose without any hindrance. Yo, he greeted the wolf with a slight wave of his free hand. Yo. She returned, her expression unchanged. Miss Ho will take you, she said, gesturing to the girl at the next booth over who was talking to the elf, Ina. We meet after 4 days, and the first thing you do is send me away. Rex used his free hand to clutch his chest, feigning pain. So cold. The last time he was here was when he registered himself as the Soma Familia vice captain along with Hyacinthos and Xanis. I will not check out all. Her golden eyes glanced at the 2 bags, those. Oh, you won't be checking out anything. Rex shook his head. I already sold most of my loot at Babel. These are just the ones they said I should send here since they're new drops. Rose stared into his eyes, then gestured to the back. Follow me. She left the booth, walking behind the pink-haired receptionist to go to the back. When Rex passed the front of the receptionist, Misha's, window, he noticed the sticking up 2 thumbs at him with a stupid grin. She then mouthed, I believe in you. He tilted his head in confusion. Scavenger, is something wrong with her? Scavenger rated it high quality. He didn't know what to make of that, so he just let it go. How's your day been, Rosalina? Rex asked as he entered the appraisal room. Normal, she replied with a slight shrug as she closed the door. Like every other day. Living where every day mirrors the last must be so fucking depressing, Rex bluntly stated, causing the girl to glance at him. And though her expression didn't change, he knew she was definitely glaring. But don't worry, my sister. He winked, handsome Rex is here to brighten up your day. He blew her a kiss. Rose dodged the imaginary heart. Just show me the new drops, she said with a slight smile. Rex dropped the second bag down and opened it, bringing out one of the bundles of silk and holding it out to her. Ever seen anything like this? Rose put on some gloves before taking it to inspect, her eyes narrowing. Not that I remember. She shook her head. From what she could see, they were quite similar to the ones produced by the Arachne from the dense forest ravine, but just from touch and sight, these were noticeably higher quality. I might have to check the records to be sure. She handed it back to him. Anything else? She asked, glancing at the bags. Yep, he opened it and tilted it toward her for her to see inside. What do you think? Rose walked forward, standing across from him and scanning the contents, then bent down to carefully move apart the drops to inspect them. Rex couldn't help but glance at her crimson fur tail resting behind him, a thought crossing his mind. Wouldn't having sex with her be the same as fucking a monster, he thought. After all, like himself, she was a furry. No, more like a xenoswait, what the fuck am I thinking about? I don't recognize any of this, Rose mumbled to herself, frowning as she stood up, looking at him. Where did they drop from? I went into some unexplored area of the large tree labyrinth, he replied, returning the silk to the bag. For your guild expedition? She asked. Nah, Rex shook his head. I was bored. The atmosphere instantly changed, which wasn't hard for Rex to notice. Rose coldly met his eyes. You were bored. Yet. He immediately felt like he shouldn't have said that. She's mad. He thought. It got a bit mundane, and I was looking for something, so I went deeper into the floors. She stared at him silently. Seconds stretched, and Rex stared back, confused. Rex Magnus, Rose called his name slowly, the dungeon is not a place where you should get bored and explore mindlessly. 100%. It doesn't matter how strong you are, go deep enough, and you won't come back. She cut him off. Even if you're in a party of level 3s, it's still extremely easy to die in the large tree labyrinth. All it takes is a bloody hive or a misstep, and you're all gone, she snapped. Like that. He noticed her voice had gotten louder at the end. She was definitely mad. I understand, Rex nodded. I'd be mad too if I were in your shoes and my only friend said what I said. You're absolutely right, Rose. He pushed. The dungeon is not a place to get bored in. Rose heard what he said, but one thing caught her attention. Only friend. But, my beautiful Rosalina, Rex continued with a smile, there's something you don't know about me. What? She asked, her voice more direct than usual. I'm built different. He raised his head arrogantly. There was silence. Rose notably clenched her jaw, and as she opened her mouth, he cut her off. Rose, do something for me and close your eyes. Why? She asked. Just do it for me. Rex waved. Close your eyes and listen to my voice. Fine. She stared at the smiling man silently. I trust you won't do anything to me. Please, he laughed, casually saying, if I wanted grape you right here and now, who's gonna stop me? Definitely not you. Ha ha ha. He laughed like what he just said wasn't terrifying. And, not even blinking at what he said, Rose nodded like she understood, folded her arms under her chest, and closed her eyes. Now, Rex's voice came in the darkness around her. Imagine you're a farmer girl. It's sunny out, and you've got your straw hat and overalls. Rose was confused but followed the instructions. Go feed the chickens, Rose, your father yells. And you better feed them good or I'll use the belt. You shouted back, I am already going, Pops. You then mumble to yourself, wishing you could just shut his old ass up for good. Am I supposed to be a rebellious teenager? Rose thought, clenching her eyes tighter. You take the seeds and enter the chicken coop, sprinkling feed or whatever chickens eat on the ground. Rex continued, as the chickens gather around you to eat boom. Rose flinched but kept her eyes shut, slightly annoyed at his sudden shout. You were attacked by a chicken. Now tell me. What would you do to that chicken? Kick it, she replied. You defeated the chicken, right? I guess? Yes. What if you were attacked by 3? Rose took a deep breath, then replied. Casually kick them. Now open your eyes, Rex commanded. She opened them to see the man staring seriously. See, you in that chicken pen is what I am in the large tree labyrinth. She frowned as he continued, the monsters are like chickens to me. No bugs I can crush with a step. Even if I slept in the forest ground, there's barely anything that can hurt me. I can afford to get bored, just like you can while feeding chickens. He smiled. So don't worry. Your only friend doesn't have a death wish. He gave a thumbs up. You won't become a lonely bum with no friends since I won't be dying anytime soon. Rose felt very insulted by what he just said, but there was something else that was in the back of her mind. Rex, what level are you? He smiled and slowly raised an index finger to his lips. Can you keep a secret? Rose mimed zipping her lips shut and throwing the key, so he replied. Level 5. Technically, his current stats were all SS 1000 plus at level 3, but his true stats put him at peak level 4, stronger than any level 4 in the world, but slightly weaker than a level 5 due to the natural boost from leveling up. However, with his skills, he could comfortably fight a level 5. He might even be able to take out a peak level 5, and if he enters rage mode, level 6 will be no problem. I see. Rose nodded, the war game a few days ago flashing in her mind. How he easily punched through a wall while an elf mage needed magic. How he ignored the magic of level 2 adventurers. How he easily took care of a level 3 high acanthos. It made sense he could be level 5. But why didn't you know about development abilities if you were level 5? She asked, remembering when he'd asked her about Day. She'd wondered if he was about to become a level 2 back then, but if he was level 5, he should already know. I told you before, right? He shrugged. I was a killer or something and my god just picked the right day for me. I had no choice and knew nothing about Day. He casually replied, hoping she got the point that he didn't want to talk about it. Right. Rose silently nodded at his words, an unknown emotion flashing in her eyes. Then Rex gestured at the bag. So I'll be leaving this here, right? He asked, shifting the topic. I was told it would take days to be appraised. It would, she replied, glancing at it. The guild has to check their worth with other production-type familia that might need it, see what they can be used for, and then we pay you the price we decide. You guys won't take the appraisal cost from my payment, right? Rex asked, just to be sure. No, Rose looked at him like he was dumb, causing him to sigh in relief. We'll just tax you more. Fucking shit. He groaned. Of course. Rose chuckled lightly. I'm joking, she said. There'll be no extra cost. That's good. Rex smiled, then he realized, wait, why do I care about cheap change? I'm a multimillionaire. That will be all, Rose said as she tied up the bag and tried to pick it up, but it didn't even budge. Heavy. She was suddenly reminded how strong adventurers really were. How they could carry these things around like they were rocks. Especially first-class adventurers like Rex. Acting like she didn't just try and failed to lift it, she stood straight and dusted her gloved palms. So you can be on your way. Weak ass. Rose showed no reaction to his insult as he turned to the door. Have a good day, Rosalina. I'll see you in 2 days, so don't feel lonely without me. You're not my only friend, she snapped. Her voice was still monotone, but her annoyance was obvious. Yep. He nodded as he opened the door. And I'm a level 1. With that, he left the room, closing the door behind him. As he was leaving, he noticed the pink-haired girl looking at him. She then stuck up a thumb, then pointed it down. Confused, Rex just adjusted his thumb vertically and she nodded. Strange girl. He didn't know what she meant and didn't care to ask. Leaving the guild, it didn't take him long to arrive at Cupidinem, and the moment he did, the Bluetooth in his ass connected to his toilet and he suddenly felt it coming out. Shit, he screamed as he instantly took off running, a massive gust of wind following behind him that raised skirts and made others stumbled when he passed them. Rex quickly reached the main mansion, jumped over the gate, and entered the mansion. He sprinted through the foyer, and the moment he entered the large living room, he saw a few level 2 adventurers gathered with drinks. All of them turned to him. At a glance, he recognized Daphne, Chandra, the level 2 Elfir Hall who was dressed in a maid outfit for some reason serving wine, Cassandra, Lissos, the 3 musketeers, and a few other guys. Rex. Kaed jumped from her couch with a grin and dashed to him, blocking his path. Geese. Hi Coco. He shouted as he jumped over the rabbit's head, completely ignoring her and everyone else. Hi Rex. She shouted back as he disappeared out of the living room, sprinting down the hall toward the stairs. There were a few seconds of silence. Then all eyes turned to the silent Coco, causing her to shrink behind Cassandra, who didn't like the attention either, but decided to be the older sister and not shrink behind Daphne. As for Rex, he made it to his bathroom on time and sat down in the thinker position, releasing himself. How has it been, my brother? Rex asked as he entered Xanis' office, only to pause. I see you haven't been sleeping these days. He closed the door behind him. No. Xanis replied, raising his glasses and massaging his eyes. Don't you have Hyacinthos and those other guys from the Apollo Familia helping you? Rex asked as he walked towards Xanis' wine drawer to pick out a Soma wine. Hyacinthos has been spending a lot of time in the dungeon. He sighed, leaning back in his chair as he stared at the ceiling. Trying to recover from the embarrassment you gave him, I imagine. Probably wants to level up and save face. Rex nodded as he poured some wine into a glass. But the problem is with the black market. Oh. Rex asked as he drank from the glass. Like what? Xanis glanced at Rex without moving his head. The Iclos Familia placed another request for Papilio Crystallinum and the purple variant. He returned his eyes to the ceiling. A man named Jura also placed a request on even more of the purple dust. His desperation was unsettling. Xanis not feeling comfortable. Rex chuckled, I guess you shouldn't trade with him. The money on the table was too much to ignore. Xanis shook his head as Rex drank the wine, his body quickly relaxing, muscles loosening under the effect. I wish I could turn off indomitable will. This would have been a great way to cool off after a long brutal dungeon run. Diane Sect Familia also submitted a request, Xanis continued. Apparently, the purple dust works remarkably well as an antidote catalyst, especially when paired with Papilio. I don't think it will be the same anymore. After all, it has been replaced twice and has become poison release. Should I be able to create the purple moth powder with the magic? It looks like it can have a lot of customization. Scavenger confirmed this, so he relaxed. We'll try it later before I sleep. How did the discount with Demeter go? He asked, suddenly remembering the big-breasted goddess. From 800, our debt became 400 million. Xanis sat up and cracked his neck. She seemed excited when she entered my office 3 days ago. I don't know what made her that way, but I'm not complaining. Wonder why too? Rex was curious. She already seemed excited when she met him, so what happened? Did something happen with Soma? Welp. He stretched, returning the bottle to the shelf. Give me some paperwork, so I can help. Xanis stared at him. What? I want to help. Rex walked over to the sitting area to put down his Soma wine and glass, so give me a stack. After drinking Soma, his body felt so relaxed he didn't even feel like sleeping anymore, so he decided to just use Scavenger to help a brother out. Besides, he has nothing else to do. No. Xanis declined without even a second to think. I don't trust you. You calling me stupid, bro? Rex asked. I am. Xanis nodded. You are not smart enough for this, Rex. Stick to the dungeon. Rex stared at him and then went to take a stack, but Xanis suddenly threw his body over it. They stared at each other and Rex went for another one, but Xanis placed his arm on it. Don't worry. The captain smiled up at Rex. I can do this myself. Nah. Rex cracked his knuckles, grinning like a madman. Give me a stack or I give you these knuckles, fuckboy. Yo, you are threatening me because you want to do paperwork? Xanis asked, confused as to what has suddenly gotten into Rex. Are you alright? Did you get poisoned down there? You can go to Diane. Suddenly, Rex kissed his fist, causing it to glint. I guess you want me to fist you. Rex smiled, I won't say no to that, Xanis. Xanis gulped then sat back, watching in horror as Rex took a stack. Don't worry, he smiled, I will have you double check it before I sign anything or do anything important. He placed the paperwork on the table. Now, he stretched his arm over his head, let's get to work. Author's note, this chapter officially marks the end of the large Tree Bryant arc for now. Next chapter, he will enter Water City, so look forward to it. I won't post a chapter tomorrow, so heads up. And how do you feel about Rose and Rex's relationship? I think I wrote it well. And for some reason, I don't feel like making them romantic partners, just good friends. Like friends that would kiss but have no romantic relationship. What do you think?
Thanks for listening.